Exordium, the Song of the Reed. Now listen to this reed flute's deep lament, about the heartache being apart has meant, since from the reed bed they uprooted me. My songs expressed each human's agony. A breast which separation split in two, is what I seek, to share this pain with you. When kept from their true origin, all yearn for union on the day they can return. Amongst the crowd, alone I mourn my fate. With good and bad I've learned to integrate. That we were friends each one was satisfied. But none sought out my secrets from inside. My deepest secrets in this song I wail. But eyes and ears can't penetrate the veil. Body and soul are joined to form one whole. But no one is allowed to see the soul. It's fire, not just hot air, the reed flutes cry. If you don't have this fire, then you should die. Love's fire is what makes every reed flute pine. Love's fervour thus lends potency to wine. The reed consoles those forced to be apart. Its notes will lift the veil upon your heart. Where's antidote or poison like its song? Or confidant, or one who's pined so long? This reed relates a tortuous path ahead. Recalls the love with which Majanun's heart bled. The few who hear the truths the reed has sung have lost their wits so they can speak this tongue. The day is wasted if it's spent in grief, consumed by burning aches without relief. Good times have long passed, but we couldn't care. When you're with us, our friend beyond compare. While ordinary men on drops can thrive, a fish needs oceans daily to survive. The way the ripe must feel the raw can't tell. My speech must be concise, and so farewell. Unchain yourself, my son, escape its hold. How long will you remain a slave of gold? You've tried to fit inside a jug the sea. It only has a day's capacity. A greedy eye is never satisfied. Shells only when content grow pearls inside. While men whose clothes are ripped to shreds by love are cleansed of greed like this to rise above. Be joyful, love, our sweetest bliss is you. Physician for all kinds of ailments too. The cure for our conceit and stubborn pride. Like Plato here with Galen, side by side. Through love the earthly form soars heavenward. The mountain dances nimbly like a bird. Love made Mount Sinai drunken visibly. So Moses fell and swooned immediately. With my own confidant if I'd been paired. Just like the reed, such stories I'd have shared. Without a kindred spirit there to hear. The storyteller's voice must disappear. And if the rose should vanish from its sight, the nightingale will keep its beak shut tight. The loved one's all, the lover's just a screen. A dead thing, while the loved one lives, unseen. When shunned by love you're left with emptiness. A bird without its wings knows such distress. How can my mind stay calm this lonely night, when I can't find here my beloved's light? Love wants its tale revealed to everyone. But your heart's mirror won't reflect the sun. Don't you know why we can't perceive it here? Your mirror's face is rusty, scrape it clear. How a king fell in love with a sick slave girl and tried to cure her. Now here's a tale for you to contemplate. It tells the truth about our present state. There was a king, most glorious and refined, with spiritual and temporal power combined. Once he was riding on his favorite steed, out hunting with his friends, whom he would lead. When he beheld a slave girl near the fray, his soul became her servant straightway. His old heart fluttered like a caged young bird. He met the asking price without a word. But just when he had signed and sealed this trade, by fate and illness overcame the maid. Like buying saddles for your mule one day, to find that wolves have chased it far away. Or fetching water with your finest pot, for it to smash, as if there's been a plot. The king brought healers from all distant lands. Our lives are both now in your expert hands. My life is over till she's well again. For she's my medicine, distinguished men. Light of my life, whoever makes her well, more treasure wins than he could ever sell. As one they said, our lives we'll sacrifice. We will confer and seek from all advice. We're the messiahs for the world's distress. A salve for every wound we each possess. They skipped if God wills through their arrogance. So God revealed through them man's impotence. I mean omission from inside one's heart. Not just the utterance that's the lesser part. Many have failed to say, if God should will. Although their souls were in accordance still. The more these men produced a salve or cure, the more distress the girl seemed to endure. That girl became much thinner than a hair. The king wept tears of blood in his despair. The drugs they gave her made her feel more ill. And almond oil just made her drier still. Fruit made her constipation even worse. Water increased the flames, as if a curse. The inability of the healers to cure the slave girl becomes apparent, and so the king turns to God at the mosque, where he subsequently dreams about a saint. After he watched them fail each single day, the king ran barefoot to the mosque to pray. Confessing at the prayer niche all his fears. He drenched the rug beneath him with his tears. When from annihilation's trance he woke, with prayers the Lord he started to invoke. O you whose smallest gift is the whole world. Words can't describe this mystery you've unfurled. Our refuge when we find ourselves in need. Once more we've strayed by failing to take heed. You did say, though I know your secrets well. It doesn't mean I don't want you to tell. When from his inmost depths he raised a scream. The sea of bounty surged and sent a dream. In tears, the king was overcome with sleep. An old man then appeared whose voice was deep. Greetings, your wish is granted, humble king. Tomorrow to your aid our man will bring. Trust him, as one who's mastered how to cure. Accept his word for he's sincere and pure. Witness amazing magic and applaud. See in his temperament the might of God. The next day came, the promised meeting neared. The sun shone bright, the stars had disappeared. The king gazed from the watchtower eagerly, to see what had been promised secretly. Beyond the crowd he saw a virtuous one. Among the shadows he was like a sun. Just like a crescent moon he came to view. A non-existent image seen by you. In form existing only in one's mind. The world is turned by forces of this kind. Their war and peace are based on fantasy. And shame and pride are both illusory. While images that saints may often love are visions of the moon-faced ones above. The image which while dreaming he'd just seen. The king saw in him just as it had been. And so, instead of chamberlains he went himself to greet this guest who had been sent. Both swimmers used to seas of union. Their souls without a thread were sewn as one. The one I love is not that maid but you. One thing led to another, as they do. You're Mustafa and I'm Omar your friend. Prepared to serve you till the bitter end. From God, who grants success, we ask for success in maintaining good manners always. Explanation of the harm in being ill-mannered. Let's pray to God for manners in their place. Since those who lack them lose out on His grace. It's not as though it's just themselves they harm. They set the world on fire, disrupt the calm. A feast was sent down from above one day. Without demands or any price to pay. Moses had men who still bemoaned their lot. Why weren't some lentils spiced with garlic brought? The host then cleared the feast that had been laid. And each was forced to farm with scythe and spade. Jesus once interceded for a man. A bounteous feast was sent down in God's plan. But then some greedy brats who lacked respect, like beggars, grabbed the most they could collect. Even though Jesus cried, "It's infinite. You greedy fools, you'll not run out of it." Regard this lust and faithless attitude before God's feast as sheer ingratitude. When blinded by their greed these low ingrates cause God to shut to all His mercy's gates. If you withhold zakat, then rain won't fall. And fornication spreads a plague to all. So what's the source of your deep misery? Acting without respect conceitedly. Whoever fails to show respect to God For robbing other men deserves the rod. Good manners are what made the heavens bright. An angel sinless, purer than the light. Irreverence caused eclipses of the sun. And Satan, through his pride, to be undone. The meeting of the king with that saint who had appeared in his dream. The king embraced his guest and wouldn't part. He welcomed him like love inside his heart. Kissing his hand and forehead fervently. He asked about his home and family. Then led him to his dais with this thought. The greatest treasure patience here has brought. The light of God, defense against all harm. Showed patience is the key to joy and calm. The answer to our needs is meeting you. All faults you fix before we ask you to. Translating what we keep inside our souls. Stretching your hand to lift those trapped in holes. O chosen one with whom God's pleased, don't leave. For then you'd make us suffocate and grieve. Since you're our master, he who shows disdain will be destroyed if he does not refrain. They served the feast, the king then took his hand. And led him to the harem as was planned. The king leads that doctor to the patient so he can see how she is. Recounting all the sick girl had been through. He sat him down so he could witness to her pulse and pale complexion first he checked. Discovering the cause through its effect. The drugs that they'd prescribed were like a curse. Sapping her strength and making her feel worse. They'd failed to see the ailment deep within. God save us from what they are dabbling in. He saw her pain, her secret was revealed. But from the king he kept it all concealed. Her pain was not from bile the doctor learned. The scent of wood is from its smoke discerned. Her grief revealed that it was from her heart. Physically fine, her heart was torn apart. Being a lover means your heart must ache. No sickness hurts as much as when hearts break. The lover's ailment's totally unique. Love is the astrolabe of all we seek. Whether you feel divine or earthly love. Ultimately we're destined for above. To capture love whatever words I say. Make me ashamed when love arrives my way. While explanation sometimes makes things clear. True love through silence only one can hear. The pen would smoothly write the things it knew. But when it came to love it split in two. A donkey stuck in mud is logic's fate. Love's nature only love can demonstrate. Sunshine reveals its nature in each ray. So if it's proof you want just look this way. Shadows can indicate what's shining bright. But it's the sun which fills your soul with light. Shadows like late night chat make people doze. The moon was split when that divine sun rose. Eternal sun there's nothing quite so strange. The soul's sun has no past, it doesn't change. There's only one sun there before your eyes. But similar suns you still can visualize. The soul's sun though is from a loftier sphere. You'll not find any similar suns down here. How can his essence ever be perceived? For things comparable to be conceived. When news about my Shamsuddin first came, the heaven's highest sun withdrew through shame. I'm now compelled through uttering Sham's name, to tell you of his gifts and spread his fame. Hosamadin has flung me by my skirt, so I can breathe in scent from Joseph's shirt. He asked me, lifelong friend, please share with me from your rich stock a single ecstasy, to raise a smile from both the land and sky, to make each person's soul expand and fly. Don't give me duties now I've passed away. My senses dulled, I've no clue how to pray. For anything a drunk might sing is wrong, whether he's meek or boastful in his song. Since all my veins now pulse with drunkenness, how can I represent his loftiness? Describing separation's torture then is best postponed until we speak again. He said, I'm hungry and must now be fed. Time is a cutting sword the prophet said. The Sufi is the present moment's sun. Talk of tomorrow Sufis learn to shun. Are you not then a Sufi as I'd thought? Delaying payment turns your wealth to naught. The loved one's secret's best kept veiled, I said. Listen to it in ecstasy instead. The lover's secret that's been kept concealed is best through tales of other loves revealed. Tell it unveiled and naked, candidly. You tricky man, don't try distracting me. Be frank and lift the veil, you ditherer. I wear no nightshirt when in bed with her. I said, if the beloved strips for you, you'll be effaced, your waist and body too. Please don't request what you can't tolerate. A blade of straw can't hold a mountain's weight. And if the sun which gives us light should near, all things would burn and leave no traces here. Don't try to make more strife for everyone. Ask nothing more about Tabriz sun. The tale is incomplete, begin anew. Narrate the rest, as only you can do. The saint asks the king to let him spend time alone with the slave girl in order to discover her ailment. The doctor said, vacate your house today. Even your family must be sent away. So no one's listening from the corridors, while I interrogate the girl indoors. The house was emptied, no one else remained. Alone now with the girl who looked so pained. He gently asked, from which town did you come? The cure depends on where the patient's from. Which relatives do you have living there? Whose family? Whose friendship do you share? Feeling her pulse he went through one by one. Questions about the course the stars must run. When someone stumbles barefoot on a thorn, he stops and checks what he has trod upon. To use a needle to dislodge its head. Or failing that, by moistening it instead. If in your foot it proves so hard to find, imagine one that's pierced your heart and mind. If such thorns could be traced by any fool, how then could sorrow ever hope to rule? If someone pricks a donkey near its tail, the helpless beast will buck and start to wail. But this will serve to drive it further in. A sage is needed to remove the pin. The donkey would continue with its fit, and prick itself 100 times with it. Our thorn-removing doctor is the best. He presses first all over as a test. Through sharing stories with the poor sick maid, he asked about her friends and where she'd stayed. And she divulged to him the history of all her past friends and her family. While listening to what the girl would share, he monitored her pulse with utmost care. Whoever's name would raise her pulse would be the one for whom she suffered constantly. Once she had named her friends from home, he then about another town inquire again. After you left your home, where did you go? Where did you stay the longest? Let me know. She mentioned further places by their name. Her pulse and her complexion stayed the same. She listed every detail of each town, from local bread to features of renown. Of town by town and home by home she'd speak, without a quiver in her veins or cheek. Her pulse felt stable to his knowing hand, until he asked the girl of Samarkand. Her pulse increased to rates beyond compare. She'd been kept from a certain goldsmith there. Once the physician solved this mystery, he found the source of her deep agony. So where precisely is this man's abode? It's near the bridge, on the Ghaddafar road. I recognize your illness, count on me. My magic will provide the remedy. Be joyful, maiden, carefree, and secure. As rain revives the grass, I'll find the cure. I'll take your suffering on, so grieve no more. I'm kind like fathers who their girls adore. Make sure to keep this secret safe with you. I mean in case the king should ask you to. For if a soul entombs its secret love, fulfillment comes more quickly from above. The prophet said, whoever hides his dream attains it sooner through the Lord Supreme. When seeds are hidden deep beneath the ground, their secret turns to verdure all around. Silver and gold are hidden in the mine, to nurture them and purify their shine. The doctor's soothing words and promises relieved the girl of countless illnesses. True promises give pleasure constantly. False promises increase anxiety. The promise of the pure's hard currency. The promise of the base brings bankruptcy. The saint identifies the affliction and explains it to the king. Then he stood up and headed for the king. to share a bit of what was happening. What you must do is summon here that man. To cure her pain, this is the wisest plan. Summon the goldsmith from that distant town. With gold and robes of honor, bring him down. After this speech the king chose to obey each word that he had heard the healer say. The king sends messengers to Samarkand to bring the goldsmith. The king then sent 2 men to Samarkand. Both shrewd, experienced men at his command. As soon as they arrived there they began to read this message to the wanted man. O gentle master, pure intelligence. Talk everywhere is of your eminence. Our king requests you for your peerless skill. This vacancy no other man can fill. Accept this robe of honor and this gold. When you arrive a special rank you'll hold. On seeing robes and wealth he was beguiled. He left his townsfolk, even his own child. He set off on the journey feeling thrilled. Without a clue the king would have him killed. He proudly mounted an Arabian stud, not knowing that the price was his own blood. Conceited fool, you failed to comprehend. So eagerly you raced to your own end. He dreamt of majesty that wouldn't cease. As Israel said, come and grab your piece. He was escorted, after entering, up to the royal throne to meet the king. The escorts treated him with special care. They knew his love of pomp, it was a snare. The king embraced him like a friend of old, entrusting to him all his stores of gold. The doctor urged, there's more you can award. Why don't you give the girl as a reward? Through union with this man she could be nursed. Love's waters might revive her, quench her thirst. The maiden then received a wedding band. They joined the couple just as they had planned. The first 6 months together how they thrived. The servant girl soon totally revived. But then the groom was poisoned in a plot. She saw the doctor's potion make him rot. Through sickness he lost all his youthfulness. Each day his looks got worse, her love grew less. He soon became so ugly, pale, and old, that she could feel her heart becoming cold. Love which is based on just a pretty face is not true love, it ends in sheer disgrace. Would that he'd been all over so debased, and therefore spared the judgment he has faced. Instead of tears his eyes gushed blood in streams. His face became his enemy, it seems. Feathers became the peacock's bitter foe. And kings were killed by their own love of show. He said, I'm like the deer for whose musk scent hunters desire to catch and then torment. The desert fox, which when they capture her, they chop her head off just to keep the fur. That elephant who's beaten savagely, they shed his blood just for his ivory. Those who would kill for secondary goals should know I'll take my vengeance on their souls. I'm now the victim, your turn's coming soon. Those hungry for my blood are not immune. A lengthy shadow though a wall can cast, that shadow will return to it at last. The world's a mountain, actions like a shout. Your echo will return to you, watch out. These were his final words when he was slain. The slave girl now was purged of love and pain. Love of the dead is not a lasting love, because the dead don't come back from above. Love of the living in your soul and blood, each moment makes you fresher than a bud. Save love for him, eternal and divine, the sake with the soul expanding wine. Choose love of him, from whose resplendent face the prophets find their mission and their grace. Don't tell me from that king we have been barred. Dealing with noble men is not that hard. Explanation of how the goldsmith's murder by poisoning was in accord with God's instruction, not due to the passions and corrupt wishes of the carnal soul. Although the healer's killing seems severe, be sure he didn't act through greed or fear, nor to placate the king's desire instead. Divine command decreed he should be dead. Think of the child whose jugular he's slit. Most people failed to see the good in it. For those in deep communion with their Lord, their every deed's correct, in full accord. He who gives life may kill, we must condone. His deputies act like his very own. Like Ismail, lay your neck before his blade. And smile for this brave sacrifice you've made, so that your soul will live on joyfully with God, like Ahmed's soul, eternally. Each lover drinks the wine of his own soul. When slain by his beloved, that's his goal. The king did not start scheming through desire. Now throw that false suspicion in the fire. You still think he committed sin, don't you? When God refines, no flaws can filter through. Religious discipline and suffering loss is so the furnace burns the silver's dross. That's why for good and bad we scrutinize. And gold is boiled so that the scum may rise. So if his deeds from heaven didn't spring, he'd be a dog that bites and not a king. Already he's been purified from greed. His righteous act just seemed a wicked deed. When he's destroyed that boat out in the sea, what seemed destructive was true piety. Moses stayed veiled, though he was wise and good. Don't jump without wings, till you've understood. This red's a rose and not a bloody stain. He's drunk with gnosis, don't call him insane. If shedding Muslim blood was his sole aim, I'd be an infidel to bless his name. When evils praised, the highest heavens shake. If pious men applaud, that's their mistake. He was a glorious king, and circumspect, handpicked by God, one of the pure elect. Whoever such a king should choose to slay, more grace and status soon will come his way. If good could not be caused through violence, how could his soul have shown such vehemence? When children tremble near the barber's blade, their mothers smile with joy though they're afraid. For half a life he gives 100 more. Such gifts beyond your dreams he has in store. So stop comparing him with your low state. Reflect on this before it gets too late. The tale about the grocer and the parrot spills oil in the store. A grocer kept a parrot in his stall. The bird was green and talked, amusing all. Perched on a bench it watched the passers-by, sharing a word with those who caught its eye. It knew how to pronounce all human words, spoke fluently with men as well as birds. The parrot hopped down from the bench one day, spilling a flask of rose oil on its way. And when the grocer came back to his store, when he sat down he stained the clothes he wore. On seeing the spilt oil a rage took hold. He struck the parrot's head and left it bald. The next few days the bird refused to speak. The grocer grieved, repentant now and meek. He tugged his beard, alas, he cried aloud. My son of bounties hidden by a cloud. Would that my hand had broken then instead of striking my most precious parrot's head. He then gave gifts to all the needy men, hoping to hear the parrot speak again. After 3 nights, perplexed and desperate, he sat down on the bench, disconsolate. Then showed the parrot wondrous tricks galore, to coax it into talking back once more. A monk then strolled by on his daily route, in woolen garb and balder than a coot. This made the parrot talk again at last. It shouted at the monk as he walked past. How did you end up such a slap head, friend? Did you like me a flask of oil append? At this assumption everybody laughed. It thought the monk its equal it was daft. Don't you compare yourself with God's elite. Remember souls just sounds like solace of feet. Because of this the whole world's gone astray. Few recognize God's chosen saints today. Themselves the prophets equals some proclaim. And that from saints they differ just in name. We're all mere human beings, they will say. They too must eat some food and sleep each day. Their blindness stops them from discerning it. Between the two the gap is infinite. Both wasps and bees those flowers are nourishing. Bees give back honey, wasps a painful sting. All grazing deer look similar when they're young. But some give musk, while others just leave dung. They're like the canes that you see growing there. One's sugar-filled, the other just holds air. With false comparisons this world is packed. Notice how different each one is in fact. For one, the food he eats just turns to shit. Another shines the light of God with it. One eats and grows more envious and tight. Another one bestows God's purest light. Contrast this good land with that marshy patch. Don't claim this angel and that demon match. When opposites to us the same appear, like sweet and bitter water, both being clear. Who can discriminate between the two? None but a man who's tasted truth will do. Magic and miracles some view the same, for both to them are just a clever game. Magicians challenged Moses, friend of God, producing their own versions of his rod. The difference was vast, like night and day. Their deeds contrasted, they were poles away. Their actions earned them curses from the Lord, while Moses earned more grace as his reward. Such unbelievers are just apes, no more. Their lying breasts are rotten to the core. Whatever men should do, apes imitate. They try to copy every human trait, thinking, we've copied them so faithfully. Deluded, apes can't sense the way we see. His actions were from God, there's just a game. Those who keep picking fights should all feel shame. Although the hypocrites attend the prayer, it's just so they can start a quarrel there. In fasting, prayer, the pilgrimage, and alms, these hypocrites make good men take up arms. Believers will be led to victory, while hypocrites will pay eternally. Although it's the same game these two groups play, they're chalk and cheese, like those from Merv and Ray. Each one where he belongs at last you'll find, since each fulfills the name he's been assigned. If called believer, he'll end up much higher. Those labeled hypocrite just feed the fire. His essence earns the first loved one as name. His failings give the next, the loathed, all blame. The name believer is itself worth naught. It only signifies a person's thought. Call someone hypocrite and he'll protest, as if a scorpion stung him in his chest. If this vile name has not emerged from hell, why then does it possess its taste and smell? The word's referent letters don't decide. Don't blame the bowl for what's contained inside. The bowl's mere form, its content meaning, look. All meanings from the mother of the book. The planet's different seas aren't joined as one. God's fixed a gap they don't encroach upon. Their origin however still the same. Transcend them all and make their source your aim. To check that it's not counterfeit you'll need a touchstone to be sure it's gold indeed. If God should place a touchstone in your heart, you'll then tell doubt and certainty apart. Like when a hair gets in your mouth you know to spit it out before it slips below. Among 100 morsels just one hair. Each man can sense it if he should take care. These senses are the ladders of this world. From heaven separate ladders God has hurled. Physicians treat and keep your body well, but just God's friend can save your soul from hell. Good health's equated with a strong physique. A healthy soul will make your body weak. Bodies are wrecked along the mystic way, for their destruction treasures brought as pay. For gold your house is knocked down to the ground, to be rebuilt, foundations deep and sound. He cuts off water, drains the river bed, with purest water fills it up instead. He flays your skin to find the blade inside. Fresh skin will heal the wound, however wide. He'll raise the castles of those faithless powers, but then rebuild them with 1,000 towers. Who can discern when acts seem arbitrary? What I've just said shows that it's necessary. Sometimes like this, and then the opposite. God's way bewilders those who are traveling it. Not the false ways of those whose backs are turned, but the amazement that love's drunks have learned. One faces the beloved constantly, the other chooses just himself to see. Observe which way the people choose to turn. While serving others learn how to discern. The devils make themselves look just like men. Don't shake hands with just anyone again. The hunter blows a whistle near his prey, deceiving thus the bird, who's led astray. It hears what sounds like calling from a friend, and lands inside his trap to meet its end. A wretch may steal the words of dervishes, to chant tall tales to simple audiences. The actions of the genuine spread light, while false pretenders just distort what's right. Low beggars with stuffed dolls, they feel no shame. Ahmed, some claimed, was Bulat in Mosalem's name. He was called liar soon, and entered hell. While Ahmed gave the world those who know well. The wine of love's flask smells of musk that's pure, while other wines all stink of foul manure. The story about the Jewish king who out of fanaticism would kill Christians. There once was an oppressive Jewish king, a foe of Jesus and his following. During the period of his prophethood, succeeding Moses, as we've understood, the cross-eyed king saw them as miles apart, although as prophets they were one at heart. A teacher told a cross-eyed boy one day, "Go fetch for me a bottle straight away." The boy returned, "Which bottle did you mean? Of that exactly matching pair I've seen." The teacher said, "There's only one, you fool. Have you not learned to add up yet at school?" The boy protested, "Sir, don't laugh at me." The teacher said, "Try smashing one to see." A single bottle looked to him like two. But when one broke, both vanished from his view. When he smashed one, the other broke as well. Desire can make you cross-eyed in its spell. And lust and rage don't just affect your sight. They agitate your soul, set it alight. Virtue's forgotten when your heart feels lust. Veils block your heart and eyes like layers of dust. So when a judge lets bribery win his heart, he can't tell guilt and innocence apart. This king became so cross-eyed through his hate. The Christians prayed, "Save us from his dictate." He slew believers, claimed it was correct. Said, "Moses's faith I have to protect." The vizier informs the king of his plot. He had an infidel vizier, so sly, that he convinced men even when he'd lie. He said, "The Christians want to save their lives. They see that he who hides his faith survives. Don't round them up, that method won't work well. You can't tell people's faith just by their smell. They've hidden their beliefs inside a sheath. What smiles at you opposes you beneath." The king said, "Tell me what you recommend. To wipe out those who play, act and pretend. To rid this world of every Christian soul. Hidden or in the open, that's my goal." He said, "Cut off my nose and hands, dear king. And split my lip to show my suffering. Then hang me from the gallows publicly. Till someone comes to intercede for me. Set all this up inside the market square, so people flock to see from everywhere. Then banish me to exile far away. And I'll make mischief for them from that day." How the vizier deceives the Christians. I'll say, I've been a Christian in disguise. All-knowing God will prove these are not lies. When he found out my true identity, that bigot of a king came after me. To keep my faith a secret from that king, I'd mimic his own brand of worshipping. But when he did get wind of my belief, of wicked crimes he charged me like a thief, saying, "Your words are needles in my spine. A window lies between your heart and mine, through which upon your secrets I can spy. And so your false claims I'll no longer buy. If Jesus had not saved me from that Jew, he would have butchered me, I swear to you. For Christ I therefore sacrifice my head, and pay back all my debts before I'm dead. Though I would gladly die for our Lord's sake. I've studied, so it would be a mistake to risk the future of our faith's not right. Though under heathens we have such a fight. Thanks be to God and Jesus, this I pray, that I've become a guide to lead the way. That I've escaped the cruel, oppressive Jews, to wear my Christian girdle when I choose. This is the epoch of our Holy Lord. Hear now his secrets, live in full accord." The king did what was needed to destroy all Christian families with their hidden ploy. He started to expel them from his land. When the vizier began to preach, as planned, the Christians are taken in by the vizier's plot. 1,000 Christians gradually thus converged around his home, where they all finally merged. He'd teach them secretly, the old and youths, about the gospel, prayer, and hidden truths. Although he seemed to teach mere ordinances, he led to hidden traps his audiences. That's why a few companions would inquire about the self's tricks and its true desire. Dear Prophet, tell us what's its hidden goal in worship and in purifying one's soul. From the self's piety they sought no grace, but errors in its acts they sought to trace. Its every lie they quickly learned to see. To tell rose stems from sticks of celery. Companions who knew how to scrutinize the Prophet's sermons still would mesmerize the Christians follow the vizier. So all the Christians gave their hearts to him, too ready to obey another's whim. Submission to him they thought piety, imagining he was Christ's deputy. He was the one-eyed Antichrist within. Please help us God, protector from all sin. He's set for us 100,000 traps, and we're like hungry birds in search of scraps, each moment caught in yet another snare. Though we be phoenixes who rule the air, you free us, but repeatedly we fall. Entrapped, O needless one, for you we call. Like bringing wheat inside a farmhouse store, but at the same time losing it once more. Why can't we work this out now with our brains? A mouse keeps sneaking in to steal the grains. This mouse has dug a hole to creep inside. It's ruined every storehouse far and wide. Defend against the mouse first, that's the plan. Then come and gather all the wheat you can. Now listen to the Prophet of mankind. No prayers complete without a present mind. Tell me, if there's none left inside your store, then where's the stock of 40 years and more? Why isn't every grain of daily prayer still in the storehouse, since you put them there? The anvil sent up sparks at rapid pace. Impassioned hearts received them in embrace. But then a thief crept in when it was dark, and placed his finger over every spark. He put each spark out in this heart of mine, until the heavens could no longer shine. But even if such snares encircle me, I feel no fear when you stand next to me, when constantly your favor gives relief. How can I fear at all that wretched thief? Out of the human body's trap each night, to serve as tablets for the truths you write. You free our spirits from confinement's cage. No longer slaves, they reach the highest stage. Prisoners at night forget about their chains, and sultans think no more of their domains. No loss or profit, nor a moment's stress. About our foes one couldn't now care less. The mystics in this state while wide awake, God said, they rest sleeping, so make no mistake. Asleep to worldly things all night and day. Just like a pen, God's hand he must obey. Those who don't see the movement by his hand think that the pen moves by its own command. Some clues about the mystic gods made plain, since sleeping also stills the simple brain. Their souls transcend to realms beyond compare, where souls and bodies rest without a care. Though with a whistle he will call them home, when they'll be judged and can no longer roam. Once dawn's first light from heaven should appear, the golden sun would overwhelm this sphere. Like Esrafil, he who makes each dawn break, brings back all human spirits wide awake. Inside their bodies they are trapped by day, as if the body's pregnant in this way. Thus he strips trappings off the spirit's steed. Brother of death, for sleep is apt indeed, in order that by dawn they all come back. He's tied a tether round them, though it's slack, to draw them in from meadows to their pen, where they are burdened with their loads again. Protected like companions of the cave, or safe, on Noah's ark, from every wave. If only souls were spared from being aware of what our mind and senses see out there. Companions of the cave today are found. They're right before you and heard all around, in song with the beloved constantly. Your eyes don't have the power though to see the tale about the caliph seeing Layli. The caliph said to Layli, you're the one who's left Majnun bewildered and undone. but you don't seem remarkable to me. She said, you need Majnun's own eyes to see. To be awake to this world means to sleep. It's worse than sleep in fact, and much more deep. Asleep to God, awake to spectacles. This represents the worst of obstacles. We're kicked and punched by fantasies all day. From fear of loss to hope of higher pay. Our souls thus lose their grace and purity. To block the path above for you and me. The one asleep believes in fantasies. And dozes off seduced by what he sees. A demon for a houri he'll mistake. In lust ejaculating for its sake. Once he has spilled his semen thus in vain. He'll wake up, but his dream shall not remain. His weakness his own body has defiled. So he'll regret that he had been beguiled. A bird flies past, its shadow slides below. As if it can itself move to and fro. A foolish hunter chases this all day. Thinking it's real he seeks it as his prey. Not knowing it's a shadow of the bird. About this simple fact he had not heard. He shoots this shadow with his hunting bow. Empties his quiver for a phantom show. Just like his quiver soon his life runs dry. Wasted pursuing shadows, days pass by. But when the shade of God heals like a nurse, it frees one from that empty shadow's curse. This shade's beneath each of God's chosen slaves. To this world dead, his life for God he saves. Forget your doubts and follow this man's lead. So at the end of time you might be freed. How he makes shadows stretch shows this is right. For saints are proof of the divine sun's light. Without a saint as guide, don't enter yet. Like Abraham don't love the ones that set. Leave shadows for the sunshine, and then seize the cloaks hem worn by King Shamsi Tabriz. If you can't find the banquets where he's been, then ask the light of truth, Hosamadin. But if sheer envy grabs your throat, beware. The devil's the most envious one out there. Through jealousy, he's shown contempt for man. He'll try to end our joy if he still can. No harder roads on this itinerary. You're blessed if from this jealousy you're free. The body serves as home for jealousies. When what's inside is struck by this disease. Although it's home to jealousies, be sure that God has made the body to be pure. For sanctify my house confirms its right. And earthly talismans can bring you light. Don't cheat those free from envy in their souls. Your heart will blacken like the darkest coals. Become instead the dirt on which they tread. Bury, like us, your mean and envious head. Explanation of the vizier's jealousy. That base vizier, the spawn of jealousies. Wasting his faculties on vanities. Hoped that his bitter envy's poisonous breath would make the souls of poor men meet their death. If out of envy men turn up their nose, they'll lose their nose for striking such a pose. Each person's nose is there to breathe in scent. And one can send you to the firmament. Whoever lacks it must forsake his nose. This holy scent through which the spirit grows. And should he catch a whiff, but not sing praise, his nose will be devoured for his sick ways. Therefore give thanks and serve all grateful folk. To live on, be as dead as dust and smoke. Don't waylay others like this sly vizier. From ritual prayer don't tempt away those near. He acted holy, but he was a fake. Like using garlic on an almond cake. The perceptive Christians see through the vizier's plot. Judging his words with taste buds well refined. A few scents sweet and bitter were combined. He'd mixed the words of saints with those of cheats. Like hiding poison in amongst the sweets. He seemed to say, stand firm while on the way. But to their souls, be weak, he'd really say. Although the silver's surface shines like new. It makes your hand turn black, your jacket too. Though fire by yellow flames each man discerns. Watch how it turns to black all things it burns. Though lightning helps us see by shining bright. It's also known for robbing men of sight. For those who didn't know how they could check. His words became a halter round their neck. The 6 years he spent absent from his king. To Christians he claimed safety he would bring. People surrendered heart and soul to him. They would have died to satisfy his whim. The king corresponds secretly with the vizier. But with the king he still would correspond. The king wrote secretly, thus kept their bond. With this aim finally he wrote, that they, like worthless dust, should soon be blown away. Of all my ministers you are the best. Now it's the time to put my mind at rest. He answered, please observe, your majesty, the strife I've caused for Christianity. Explanation of the 12 divisions of the Christians. The Christians had agreed a leading role. For 12 of them to whom they gave control. Each Christian group chose one and then obeyed, expecting that through him they'd be repaid. But through their leaders, whom they'd all revere, they also came to follow this vizier, trusting that through his teachings they'd be saved. They'd imitate the way this man behaved, and every leader would have gladly died to please this man whom they all glorified. The vizier deliberately mixes up the ordinances of the Bible. To every tribe he sent a document. But what each scroll contained was different. They each set separate rules to be obeyed, and contradicted points the others made. In one it said, the fast and discipline are needed for repentance to begin. The next said, discipline's no use to you. Resort to being liberal, as I do. Another, fasting and asceticism. Both really are a form of polytheism. You should have trust in fate, abandon cares. In ease and hardship, all you'll find are snares. In one he wrote, God's service is a must, to prove beyond a doubt your total trust. The next said, end proscription and command. It's just to show we're weak that things are banned. Once we've observed our weakness through their light, we'll then appreciate God's power and might. The next one said, ignore your weaknesses. Don't be ungrateful for God's kindnesses. Give thanks for strength and sing his praise aloud. Of God's most generous gifts you should be proud. The next one said, don't look at either one. Things visible are idols you must shun. The next said, don't blow out this candle's flame. Vision of union shines bright just the same. Your mental visions mustn't be wiped out. At midnight no one blows the candle out. The next one said, just blow it out, don't grieve. And in return great visions you'll receive. Extinguish it to make your soul expand. Layli will ask Majnun then for his hand. Renounce the world now on your own accord, and it will seek you out to be its lord. The next one said, what God has brought to view, he's made look good especially for you. It's for your sake, accept it happily. Don't choose to wallow in your misery. The next one said, abandon what you own, since what the self desires you can't condone. Each path seems easily followed to the goal, so each one loves his sect more than his soul. But if the path were open to each creed, then Jews and Magians also could succeed. The next said, this is all I know for sure. The soul's food is what makes your heart endure. Our sensual tastings transient, like blown sand, and nothing ever grows from barren land. Its produce is regret for farming it. Its sale results in a huge deficit. It gives no beneficial fruit at all. So as deficient it is known to all. Choose what is favorable from what is not, to know the end result before it's sought. Seek out a trusty guide, the next one said. You can't tell what's in front just by your head. Each sect had thought that they could see the goal, then fell in error deep inside a hole. If everyone could know what to expect, there wouldn't be disputes between each section. The next said, you're the perfect guide, please rise. For others only you can recognize. Become a man, don't be a foolish clown. Hold up your head, don't turn your gaze back down. The next said, all around is unity. Just cross-eyed wretches see duality. The next said, how can millions equal one? That's just what madmen like to claim for fun. And so their rivals' views each group would blame. One's meat and poison never judged the same. Until you can transcend the differences, you'll never breathe in union's fragrances. Such different scrolls, each written in this style. The foe of Jesus wrote with all his guile. Explanation of how the differences are apparent in form, but not in the reality of the way. Not seeing Jesus's one-coloredness. About his vat of dye he didn't guess. A multicolored garment placed in there. Comes out one-colored, clearer than the air. Not that one-coloredness which seems a bore, but like pure water which all fish adore. 1,000 colors decorate the land, but dryness on the shore no fish can stand. So who's the fish and what is water here, that the Almighty should like them appear? Thousands of fish and seas lie down prostrate before the Lord, obeying his dictate. How many rains have poured down filled with grace, and scattered pearls up from the ocean's base. And through his grace how many suns have shone, the clouds and seas with care to smile upon. A ray of knowledge shone on soil and clay, to teach them how to nurture seeds this way. Such ground is pure no matter what you sow. Without a defect plants will quickly grow. Its soundness comes from the primordial trust. That's why it gets its light from the all-just. But spring must give a signal from the Lord, before the soil reveals its hidden hoard. He's given to inanimate things too. Knowledge, a trust, and rectitude it's true. His grace schools even things without a mind. His wrath leaves educated scholars blind. Your heart and soul can't take the heat at all. No ears to hear these truths, whom shall I call? He changes every ear into an eye, and every stone into a gem you'd buy. Compared with this, what then is alchemy? Next to his miracles, what's sorcery? My uttering praise is really ceasing praise. It proves my being what I must erase. Before his being please leave yours behind. What is our own existence, blue and blind? Except the blind, all melt before his feet, the moment that the sun emits its heat. And if from morning it has not turned blue, how come it's freezing standing next to you? How the vizier lost his way in his plot. The king's vizier, like him a heedless fool, sought to contest divine eternal rule, to punch Almighty God, who out of naught, in moments, worlds like ours to life has brought. 100 worlds in seconds he'll display, when your own eyes, through him, can look this way. To you this world seems vast and limitless. To him compared with atoms it's worth less. This world's a jail, your souls are locked inside. Head that way for the open countryside. This world has limits, that one's limit free. Form is a barrier to reality. The 1,000 spears of Pharaoh Moses knew, with just one rod, how to split them in two. Medical sciences once Galen taught, but next to Jesus's breath they're worth naught. The finest poetry was put to shame the day illiterate Mohammed came. With such an overwhelming Lord, how then can you not die unless you're wretched men? Men's hearts like Sinai fall drunk at his words. He hangs up by their claws such clever birds. To hone the intellect is not the way. The destitute alone the king will pay. Truth's treasure hunters with their stores of gold. The foolish thought were donkeys they could scold. How can a donkey be compared with you? As if you have a tail and 4 legs too. Sins made a woman's olive face turn white, but God made her like Venus shining bright. This change in her was a great transformation, while turning back to clay is degradation. Your spirit urged you to the highest sphere. You've turned to clay instead by falling here. Transformed yourself by sinking from above, from an existence that great men would love. The value of this change of course below, compared with her change, is extremely low. You urged ambition's steed towards the sun, but then snubbed Adam, the most honored one, despite the fact you're Adam's progeny. How long will you think baseness majesty? I'll rule a world, how long will you declare? And let my massive ego fill the air. The world each year gets covered up with snow. until it's melted by the sun's warm glow. His sins, like those of any sly vizier, with just one spark from God soon disappear. To wisdom God can turn what idiots think, and poisoned water to a wholesome drink. The cause of doubts he turns to certainty. To love he changes spite and enmity. Like saving Abraham from flames that roar, he'll change fear to security once more. He burnt all logic, leaving me ecstatic, while idle fancies just made you a septic. The vizier devises another plot to lead the people astray. Then the vizier devised another plot, retreated from the Christians whom he'd taught, and set his students' longing hearts ablaze, by staying there for more than 40 days. Pining for him the people all went mad, missing tales of experiences he'd had. They'd all lament and then they'd supplicate, while in seclusion he would simply wait. They said, without you we have lost the light. With blind men lacking guides we share this plight. For God's sake and to spare us, we implore. Don't keep your distance from us anymore. We're children needing you as nursing maid. Spread over us your calm, protective shade. He said, dear lovers, though my soul is near, it's not permitted to step out of here. The 12 group leaders tried to intercede, while his disciples wept in desperate need. Master, what a misfortune for us all, orphaned of love and faith, and left to fall. You give excuses while we suffer pain. Our burning hearts breathe desperate sighs in vain. Accustomed to the marvelous way you teach, we now need daily doses of your speech. For God's sake, please don't torture us this way. Our needs until tomorrow don't delay. Have you the heart to leave us in this strife? Barren without you, robbed of our own life. Don't leave us writhing just like fish on land. Open the floodgates with your generous hand, since in this age you're totally unique. For God's sake, give your people what they seek. The vizier's rebuttal of the disciples. He said, heed well you easily influenced men, longing for preaching and advice again. Plug up your baser senses' ears, be wise. Unbind the senses' blindfold from your eyes. Ears in your head plug up the spirit's ear, so that those ears themselves no longer hear. Hearing, all thought and senses you must spurn, so you will hear when God tells you, return. If you pay heed to what the idols say, you'll have no clue what truthful dreams convey, while outward traveling lies in words and deeds. Beyond the sky the inner journey leads, while bodily senses only know things dry. Like Jesus, over water souls pass by. The body's journey takes place on dry land, while souls dive into seas when they expand. But since the land is all you've ever known, the barren mountains, desert sand, and stone, you'll not find water of eternal life, nor part the waves like butter with a knife. From dryness come vain thoughts and contemplation, from seas effacement, thanks, annihilation. While you are drunk you're far from ecstasy. The actual goblet drunks can't even see. Your outward talk's worth less than dust, take heed. Maintaining silence now is what you need. The disciples ask him again to end his seclusion. They said, O sage who loves such loopholes, please stop torturing us like this, and please don't tease. Give every mule a load that it can bear. Observe the limits of the weak, be fair. Each bird's own seed provides its every need. For birds you don't put out your figs as feed. Instead of milk if you give babies bread, you're bound to find the helpless creatures dead. But later when each baby's teeth have grown, they'll ask for bread and eat it on their own. When fledglings start to practice how to fly, they're easy prey for cats they hobble by. But once their wings have grown they'll fly in peace, without the need for prompting or release. Demons are stunned to silence by your speech. Your words bring wisdom's truths within our reach. When you should speak our ears hear consciously. Since you're the ocean we become a sea. Earth's better now than heaven since you're near. It's you who makes the world so bright and clear. For us, Without you heaven has no light. To be compared with you it has no right. Though heaven has the form of loftiness, its essence only spirits can possess. Though outward greatness is each body's aim, next to the essence, form is just a name. The vizier's answer that he won't end his seclusion. Cut short your proofs, the sly vizier then said. Let these words penetrate your skulls instead. If I'm the truthful one, abandon doubt. Even if, sky is land, you hear me shout. If I am perfect, you can't disagree. And if I'm not, then why keep pestering me? I won't leave my seclusion from all cares. I'm busy now with spiritual affairs. The disciples object to the vizier's seclusion. They said, it's not that we're refuting you. Our words don't give a stranger's point of view. Deprived of union mournfully we cry. In unison our tortured spirits sigh. A child which never argues with its nurse cries, but can't tell what's better and what's worse. We're like a harp you pluck in various ways. This sad lament's not ours, it's you who plays. We're like the flute whose music you blow out. The mountain which must echo what you shout. Chess pieces, winning now, and now in mate. It's you, majestic one, who seals our fate. Who are we, soul of souls, that we should sit beside a man like you when we're unfit? Non-entities, we're forced to fade away. Eternal one, our transience you display. We're just like lions men paint on their flag, who only charge when wind should make it sag. Our charge is visible, while wind is not. May that which is invisible be sought. This wind, our very being, blows from you. You brought to life our whole existence too. When you showed non-existence being's light, it gave itself to you, love at first sight. Such great attractions please don't gather up, nor take away the wine and drinking cup. For if you take them, who can challenge you? Paintings can't tell their artist what to do. Don't gaze at us, nor look on secretly. Witness instead your generosity. We were not there, and we made no demands. You heard our prayer before we raised our hands. The fabric hanging in the weaver's loom is helpless like a child inside the womb. The people at the court before his might, like cloth before the needle, cannot fight. Sometimes it sows a demon, then a man. Sometimes sheer joy then pain is in its plan. Cloth has no hands to save itself from it, nor tongue to tell its harm and benefit. Read out from the Quran that verse we know, where God says, when you threw you did not throw. When we fire arrows don't give us the blame. We're just the bow, it's God who's taking aim. Don't dwell on our compulsion, but his might. To know humility keep this in sight. Our wretchedness confirms this further still. While feeling shame just proves we have free will. If we're not free to choose, then why feel shame? Express regret and grief, and take the blame. And why should students strive and teachers guide? Why does the mind shove fate's decree aside? And if you say, he's blind to fate and proud, the moon of truth is covered by a cloud. This is the answer if you've ears to hear. Quit unbelief, and faith will make things clear. When you fall ill you grieve and feel so low. You're then awake to what you need to know. When starting to feel sick your prayers begin. You beg forgiveness for a life of sin. Its ugliness the Lord to you displays. So you'll resolve to follow righteous ways. You swear to God that you'll at last take heed, and make your every act a pious deed. That being sick can heal you thus makes sense. It wakes you with increased intelligence. So heed this principle and never doubt. Whoever's suffering pain has worked this out. The more awake they are, the worse their plight. Their suffering turns their tortured faces white. Before his power wears your humility. Admit that you're a slave to his decree. How can a man who's chained feel joy and ease? Or prisoners do exactly as they please? And when your feet are shackled like a slave, while officers make sure that you behave, don't proudly seek from weaker men respect. For poor souls being humble's more correct. When you don't see his power, don't claim you do. Or prove it if you really have a clue. In every act with which you're satisfied, you give yourself the credit with such pride. But when your actions make you blush with shame, you say, he forced me, God's the one to blame. Prophets in this world follow God's command, while infidels receive in hell what's planned. In heaven, prophets have free will, that's clear. But fools will claim it for themselves right here. Since every bird will fly to its own kind, its soul ahead, the body dragged behind. Hell's dungeons are where infidels belong. For in this world the prisons where they throng. Prophets belong to heaven, that's their goal. That's why they seek the depths of every soul. This talk is incomplete, but anyhow, let's finish the main narrative right now. The vizier makes the disciples give up hope of his ending his seclusion. Then the vizier cried out from his locked cell. Now listen well to what I have to tell. Jesus has issued this command to me. To separate from friends and family. To face the wall and sit here all alone. Renouncing life, and that includes my own. From now on I've no right to even speak. Let alone teach the wisdom that you seek. I'm dead from now on, friends, so it's goodbye. I'm taking my belongings to the sky. In order not to burn like wood in hell. Enduring blame and hardship there as well. I'll sit with Jesus from now on up there. In heaven's summit, like a perfect pair. The vizier's appointment of each one of the group leaders as his successor. He summoned each group leader on his own. To privately divulge what Christ had shown. He said to each one, Christ has chosen you. As my sole heir and God's own spokesman too. The other leaders are your deputies. You should consider them your own trainees. If one of them should grumble or protest, kill him, or put him under house arrest. But don't disclose this while I'm still the head. Don't seek my role until I'm finally dead. Until that time, act like you haven't heard. Don't make a claim, nor breathe a single word. Inside this scroll is Jesus's decree. Recite it then to his community. To each of them he said, this is your role. There's no one else who can assume control. He treated each one like a special king. And promised each of them the same old thing. To each he gave a separate scroll he'd signed. With different rules as if God changed his mind. Discrepancies in them were easily read. As different as the letters A to Z. Each contradicted what the rest declared. Already news about this ploy I've shared. The vizier's suicide in seclusion. He stayed apart a further 40 days. Then killed himself to flee his own vile ways. When people heard the news they moaned and screamed. For some, the end of time had come, it seemed. Towards his grave they came in disbelief. And pulled their hair, and ripped their clothes in grief. Who knows how many came in those first weeks. Including Arabs, Turks, the Kurds, and Greeks. They kissed his grave's soil, thinking it was pure. Redemptive suffering they sought as their cure. For 1 whole month the crowds wept tears of blood. Creating round his grave a massive flood. The followers of Jesus asked their leaders, which one of you is his successor? After a month had passed in bitter grief. The people asked, who now can serve as chief? Which one do we consider up to it? To swear allegiance to him and submit. We've roasted, but the sun has left no trace. Don't we now need a torch to take its place? When union with the Lord has left our sight, we need to be reminded of his might. Like when the fragrant rose's life is spent. Rose water lets us still breathe in its scent. God won't reveal himself although he lives. So prophets serve as representatives. They're not apart from what they represent. That's incorrect, it's not what I first meant. They seem distinctive to their form you're tied. Discerning eyes can tell they're unified. You're seeing double if their form's your aim. Observe their light, you'll see that it's the same. Who can discern his own eye's share of light? when it's this light which gives each man his sight. If you light up 10 lamps when there's a storm, each differs from the other in its form, but no one still can separate their light, which makes the space around you clear and bright. You now see countless apples in the cart, but once they're crushed you can't tell them apart. The spirit's realm has no plurality, division, individuality. This union of the lovers waits for you. Hold on, don't let its form obstruct your view. Melt stubborn form through hardship and be bold, and you'll find unity beneath like gold. If you don't melt it, then his kindness will. The master of our hearts supports us still. He shows his face inside your happy heart, and sews the Sufi cloak that's torn apart. Like one expansive whole was our past state, beyond one could not differentiate. The same throughout in form just like the sun. Like water, clear and still as if it's one. When it took form that pure light multiplied. Like shadows of the battlements outside. Demolish all of them my faithful troop. Erase the differences among this group. I would have clarified this all, my friend. Had I not feared you wouldn't comprehend. These points are finer than a saber's tip. Escape, if you've no shield yet in your grip. Without a shield don't try to hold your own. In murder this cruel blade no shame has shown. I've put my own sword in its sheath again, so my intentions aren't misread by men. Now let's complete the story rapidly. About those godly Christians' loyalty. After their teacher died they tried to find someone to fill the role he'd left behind. The struggle between the leaders over successorship. One of the leaders stepped up, tall and proud, before the faithful and expectant crowd. He said, I'm the successor of that sage, to represent Lord Jesus in this age. This scroll is evidence for all to see, that his inheritance belongs to me. But from the crowd another leader came, his claim to be successor just the same. He held a scroll too under his right arm. In rage they cursed and wished each other harm. In turn, the other leaders made their way, drawing their gleaming swords to join the fray. Each held a scroll and saber in the maul. Like drunken elephants they'd swing and fall. Thousands of Christian bodies soon lay dead, and mounds were formed by gathering each one's head. Just like a flood their blood spilled all around. Enormous clouds of dust rose from the ground. Dissension seed which that vizier had sown produced such tragedies that chill the bone. Their walnut bodies soon were split and cracked. Only the purest kernels stayed intact. Death's what the body's nature seems to fit. As pomegranates must be crushed and split. The sweet ones turn to syrup, pure and good. The rotten just make sounds like lumps of wood. Those with pure spirits finally see his face, while rotten ones will only find disgrace. Don't worship form, but look for loftier things, because the spirit gives the body wings. Keep company with those who are spiritual, to gain his grace and be more liberal. A body which does not contain a soul is like a sheath that holds a wooden pole. While hidden in the sheath it might seem good, but burning is the only use for wood. With just a wooden sword don't join this fight. Check first, or you'll regret your wretched plight. If yours is wooden, change it straight away. But if it's razor sharp then join the fray. Saints have such swords among their armory. Just seeing them for you is alchemy. Listen to this description once again. He is a mercy to the world of men. Buy pomegranates that the grocers split, so that its mouth will show the seeds in it. For generous laughter shows us openly the heart, a pearl within the spirit's sea. The tulip's laughter though displays its sin, its mouth reveals the darkness deep within. Whole gardens bloom when pomegranates smile. To be like mystics stay with them a while. For even if you should be made from stone, through mystics as a jewel you'll soon be known. Plant love of saints now firmly in your heart. Submit your soul to those who'll never part. While there's still hope don't wallow in despair. Why choose the dark when there's a sun up there? Your heart will lead you to the mystic way. Your body drags you to its cell of clay. So give your heart food from those in accord. Seek fortune from the ones who know their Lord. Veneration of the description of the Prophet Muhammad which was included in the Gospels. Inside the Gospel was Muhammad's name. The soul of prophecy who's free from blame. Accounts of his appearance it contained. His battles, fasts, and diet it explained. A Christian sect, for their own benefit, on reading his most glorious name in it, would kiss the text and raise it to their head, respecting what the Holy Gospel said. In all this latest strife that group were saved from terror, for the good way they behaved, and from the evil of that sly vizier, protected by his name, which they held dear. Their offspring flourished, fortune didn't end. Muhammad's light became their helpful friend. The other Christian groups made no attempt. They held the name Muhammad in contempt. So they met shame and suffering so severe, from seeds of evil sown by that vizier. Their faith was tampered with, it's not the same. Those false, misleading scrolls are all to blame. From Ahmed's name you can gain such support. His light gives help of a much higher sort. His name's a fort that foes can't penetrate. Imagine then his truthful spirit's state. The story of another Jewish king who tried to destroy the religion of Jesus. After this bloodshed with no remedy, caused by that sly vizier's sheer cruelty, another king descending from that Jew attempted to destroy the Christians too. If you desire to learn of this attack, recite, by heaven and its zodiac, the former king's bad precedent, by fate. This other king now tried to imitate those who established evil customs still. Receive each hour a curse which makes them ill, while habits of the good don't fade away. From wicked men oppressions what will stay? Until the end of time this latter kind towards their fellow tyrants are inclined. In parallel veins different waters passed, and they'll continue till the trumpet blast. Sweet water reaches good men in the end. What is it? To the good the book we send. When you express your need, that is a flame. From prophethood's home straight to you it came. Like flashes always circling round their source. They'd head back there if they could find the force. Light from the window circles round within, because the sun from star to star must spin. If you're associated with a star, you'll share your journey home, however far. With Venus as ascendant, what delight! You'll be disposed to love, and want what's right. But if it's murderous Mars, then all will see that what you seek is war and enmity. Beyond them there's another universe, where stars don't burn out, nor seem ominous. In other heavens such stars circle round, not those that we can gaze at from the ground. Bathed in the light of God, immaculate, not joined together, nor kept separate. If for ascendant you have one of these, your soul will burn each infidel you seize. It's not the rage of Mars, so don't be fooled. It doesn't change from mastery to being ruled. This ruling light which God helps keep alight, by shielding it with fingers curled up tight. Over all souls God lets his radiance fall. The lucky lift their skirts to catch it all, appreciating their small share of light. From all apart from God they blind their sight. Whoever lacked a skirt acquired through love, could not catch any radiance from above. Round universal being contingents turn, while roses make each nightingale's heart burn. The ox has on the outside colored skin. Colors in humans are found deep within. Bright colors from the vat of purity, and ugly ones from brooks of cruelty. The coloring by God is rated first. The filthiest is called what God has cursed. All flotsam on the sea must run its course, but in the end it goes back to its source, like rapid torrents in the peaks above, and human souls returning through their love. The Jewish king makes a fire and places an idol next to it, saying whoever prostrates himself before this idol will escape the fire. Now witness what that Jew tried to conspire. He placed an idol right beside the fire, saying, "Bow down before this to be free, or else you'll burn in fire eternally." Not dealing with his own self's vile abuse. An idol forms what he let it produce. Such forms the mother of all idols makes. Your dragon self produces countless snakes. Idols are sparks your flint-like self sends out. Water is what you need to put them out. But water can't defeat that stubborn stone. So safety's what no selfish man has known. The idol is foul water in a bowl. Its source is nothing but the carnal soul. The idol is just like a filthy flood. The self produces it like its own blood. A stone can break 100 cups and more, but nothing stops the fount's relentless pour. To break an idol is an easy task. To smash yourself is hard, you need to ask. To know the self's form, read what he dictates concerning hellfire and hell's 7 gates. Each moment there's a plot, dear travelers, drowning more pharaohs with their followers. To Moses and his God escape today. Don't spill faith's water, that's the Pharaoh's way. Cling to the prophet and his God, take pride. Your body's ignorant, cast it aside. A child begins to talk from inside the fire, urging people to throw themselves into it. This Jew then brought a woman with her child before the idol while the flames grew wild. Then grabbed her child and quickly threw it in. So she, in fear, would swap her faith for sin. He wanted her now to bow down her head. But then her child cried, "Stop, for I'm not dead. I haven't died, I'm happy, join me here. It only looks like fire, so have no fear. The fire just blinds you to what's really there. God's mercy which has come out of thin air. Enter, and witness living proof of God. The joy which makes his own elite applaud. Come and see water that's like fire, it's true. A world of fire which seems like water too. And Abraham's well-hidden mysteries. Here he found jasmine and tall cypress trees. When you gave birth to me I saw my tomb. How much I feared I'd fall down from your womb. Once born I fled the confines of that cage. To fresh air and a bigger, brighter stage. But now that world seems like a womb to me. For in this fire I've found serenity. I've seen a world without a trace of death. All atoms here have Jesus's pure breath. A world that's dead in form, but lives in essence. While that world lives in form, the realm of transience. Enter, for every mother has the right. You'll see it has no flames though it shines bright. Enter, for all good fortunes found in here. This opportunity will disappear. You've seen the might of tyrants who are base. Now come and see the power of God's grace. His mercy is what makes me now implore. Since drowned in joy I think of you no more. Come in, and call the other people too. A royal banquet's waiting here for you. Come in believers. Our pure faith apart. All other things bring torment to the heart. Enter the flames like moths which burn their wings. Good fortune blossoms here like endless springs. The child's repeated shouting was so loud. Amazement filled the souls of all the crowd. So, selflessly, each one of them in turn jumped in believing that they wouldn't burn. They dived through love, they didn't drag their feet. All for the one who makes the bitter sweet. The king's assistants weren't long to arrive. To stop them they said, no one else must dive. That Jew turned red for he now felt ashamed. Regret had left his bitter heart inflamed. Because he saw the people's faith increase. Through self-annihilation they'd found peace. Thank God this evil plot left him disgraced. For Satan even would have been red-faced. What he'd rubbed on the faces of that crowd now covered his own face just like a cloud. That one who tore the shirts that we all wore saw his own ripped, ours perfect as before. How the smirk of that man who pronounced the name of Mohammed mockingly remained fixed on his face. He smirked as he read out the prophet's name. Then couldn't wipe it off, and so he came to beg Mohammed, "Prophet, pardon me. You have such grace and know truth's mystery. I made fun then because I was a fool. I should myself have met such ridicule. When God decides to show their immature, He makes men feel inclined to mock the pure. He also hides men's faults, preserves their name, by stopping them from giving others blame. When God should wish to help, He first decrees that we must humbly beg Him on our knees. How great it is to cry for just His sake, and for a heart, through love of Him, to beg. Your tears will end with laughter, can't you tell? How blessed are those who know the secret well. Wherever waters flowed, some grass has grown. Wherever tears are wept, God's mercies shown. Be like the water wheel, weep endlessly, so that your soul can grow its greenery. Have mercy first if tears are what you seek. To gain God's mercy, pity all the weak. The fire's reproach for the King of the Jews. The king turned to the fire, short-tempered one. What's going on? Are you not meant to burn? What happened to your special quality? Have your intentions changed by destiny? Fire worshippers you chose not to forgive. So why let those who don't adore you live? You're not known for your patience, so why now? Will you not burn? Have you forgotten how? This world deprives us of our sense of sight. But how can fire not burn? This can't be right. Have spells been cast, or is it sorcery? Is this unnatural outcome fate's decree? The fire said, I've not changed, idolater. Come in and feel my heat, you murderer. My nature and my essence stay the same. As God's own sword, I slash when He takes aim. The Turkmen's dogs all linger by His hut. Before each guest they fawn and whimper, but if they should see a stranger pass one day, they'll roar like lions, and chase him away. I'm not less than a dog in servanthood, and God controls more than the Turkmen could. If the fire in your nature makes you grieve, remember that it's only by God's leave. If the fire in your nature gives you bliss, the Lord of faith has filled your soul with this. When you feel sorrow, beg forgiveness, friend. He's sent grief as a means to a good end. Your pain He'll turn to joy, and equally, if He should choose, from fetters you'll be free. Earth, water, wind, and fire, His faithful slaves. Alive with Him, to us seem dead as graves. In front of God, flames always stand up straight, and writhe like lovers in a passionate state. A spark leaps out when iron's struck with stone. It travels out by God's command alone. Don't strike it with the stone of tyranny. It multiplies like men relentlessly. Though stone and iron are the cause, you can attempt to look beyond them, noble man. This cause was prompted by a prior one. So how can men assume that it has none? Those causes which decide what prophets do are higher than these causes you can view. Those ones can choose to make these take effect, or make them fruitless things we all neglect. These causes can be grasped with just your mind, but only prophets know the other kind. What is it? Say, a rope in Arabic, hung in the well so straight it seems a stick. The water wheel's spin moves this rope in front. If you can't see this, then you're ignorant. Don't say rope-like effects seen in this world from heavens will directly have been hurled. Don't be a zero, round just like this wheel. Hollow wood for the fire, discern what's real. The wind can clash with fire by God's decree, drunk through God's wine which adds ferocity. Water is gentle, fire enraged, my son. Open your eyes, see both come from the one. If the wind's soul had not been taught by God, how could it tell apart the men of Ad? Hud drew a line around his righteous men. On reaching it the wind died down again. But all those standing on the other side were flattened, for wind there did not subside. Just like Shaban the shepherd, who would draw around his flock a line all clearly saw. So when he left on Fridays for the prayer, no wolf would ever harm the sheep in there. While wolves dared not ignore the shepherd's sign, no sheep would ever step across this line. The grunts of greed from both the wolves and sheep were silenced by the circle of his keep. For mystics too the wind that signals death, like Joseph's scent, seems soft, refreshing breath. And Abraham from fire felt no alarm. God's chosen prophet bonfires couldn't harm. The faithful can't be burnt by fires of lust, though it reduces men to less than dust. On God's command, the fierce waves in the sea could still tell Moses from his enemy. When orders came, the earth dragged Korah down into its depths, despite his throne and crown. Jesus's breath made water mixed with clay grow wings, become a bird and fly away. Your praise is now hot air, but will appear a bird of heaven if your heart's sincere. Moses's light made Sinai dance and spin, becoming thus a dervish, free of sin. Mountains can change to dervishes each day. Moses's body used to be mere clay. The Jewish king ridicules, denies, and refuses to accept the advice of his own elite. The king saw all these wonders, but did not but mock and then deny what they all taught. Advisors warned, don't push the limit, king. Don't ride too far your steed of quarreling. He cuffed and locked them up immediately, and then continued with his tyranny. At this point all the people heard a shout. Stop, dog, our wrath has come to sort you out. A fire soared 40 feet above, and then it formed a ring and burnt all of his men. Their origin was fire right from the start. Back to their source they now had to depart. That group were also born of fire, of course. Particles track their universal source. A fire to burn believers with foul deeds. This fire consumed itself like burning weeds. His mother's called Ha'aya, which means hell. So she must be his everlasting cell. A mother seeks her child each day she lives, as sources seek their own derivatives. If water is confined inside a pond, the wind extracts and carries it beyond, then sets it free by wafting drops back home, gently, without creating waves or foam. Likewise, its breath which steals men's souls away from this world's prison, bit by bit each day. For thus, from us sweet perfumed words shall rise to places known alone by God, the wise. Our breaths are granted leave selectively, gifts for the realm of his eternity. Rewards for good speech come down to us then. Twice over, mercy from God to good men. Then he entrusts us to exemplars, so his servants can receive what such men know. These breaths ascend and grace comes down from there. May you not cease from doing your own share. Let's speak in Persian. This attraction's pull is from the source of all things spiritual. The eyes of every group look to that side, where inner cravings might be satisfied. For each one seeks another of its kind. The part pines for the whole you'll always find. But maybe it can join another sort, becoming one of them when they consort. Water and bread with us you can't compare. But, once they're eaten, turn to flesh in there. Water and bread don't look compatible. The end result shows that it's possible. So if it's something different that you like, it must at least in some way be alike. Things that are similar only can be lent. Alone is never something permanent. A hunter's whistle sounds just like a bird, to capture those deceived by what they've heard. Sea vapor can mislead all men who thirst. For water they mistake its form at first. The penniless are pleased to find false gold, but in the mint its shameful truth is told. Don't let false gold divert you straight to hell, or fickle fancies lead you down a well. Look up this tale in Kalila and Dimna, and find the page to which this part is similar. Explanation of trust in God. The lions pray tell it to stop self-exertion. Once in a valley all the beasts ran scared. A lion preyed on them and none were spared. It used to hide, then pounce, and seize its prey. That's why they couldn't face another day. Once, with the lion they agreed a deal. Each day we'll satisfy you with a meal, but you must not attack us anymore. This means our grass won't taste bad like before. The lion answers its prey and explains the benefit of exerting oneself. The lion said, "All right, if you're sincere. But I know every trick, let that be clear. Men's schemes have ruined me, I've made mistakes. Been bitten by men's scorpions and their snakes. One's carnal soul that's hidden from our sight is worse than them in scheming and in spite. Believers are not stung, when I first heard. I followed with my heart the prophet's word. The lion's prey prefer full trust in fate to exerting oneself. The beasts of prey said, sage who clearly sees. Precautions can't prevent what God decrees. To play safe just means extra bother too. Have trust in destiny, that's best for you. Don't wave your fist at fate and shake your head. In case fate picks a fight with you instead. With God's decree be dead just like a pawn. Protected from the Lord of every dawn. The lion prefers exertion of effort to trust in fate. The lion said, if trust will guide, okay. But effort also is the prophet's way. For once Muhammad firmly clarified. Trust God, but still make sure your camel's tied. God loves the one who earns, so I urge you. Trust God but don't forget you must act too. The lion's prey prefer trust in God over exerting oneself. They said, but trying to earn means you're weak. Birds say such bites fill no more than one's beak. And earning can't surpass full trust in fate. Complete surrender to the Lord's dictate. Many fled problems, but found more despair. Don't run from snakes straight to a dragon's lair. A man's scheme backfired with his first real shot. It seemed the food of life, but made him rot. He locked the door, but with his foe inside. Such was the plot that Pharaoh once had tried. 100,000 babies he had slain. But let the one sought in his home remain. Our vision has such flaws, to end your plight. Annihilate your vision in God's sight. His sight for ours, what a terrific swap. With his sight your fulfillment will not stop. Until a child has learned to walk he must ride father's shoulders, placing there his trust. If he impatiently sets off alone, he'll end up wretched, bruised, and on his own. Men's souls, without a hand or foot, could be seen flying through the realms of purity. But when God told them, go down in your cage, they were entrapped again by lust and rage. We're children of the Lord who want love's milk. Men are God's family, though not of his ilk. If he can drop the rain down on your head, through mercy he can also bring you bread. The lion prefers exerting oneself over trust. The lion said, but God has caused to rise a ladder right before our very eyes. We must climb rung by rung up to the top. It's selfish to resign to fate and stop. When you have feet, why make out that you're lame? When you've a pair of hands, why do the same? If a king puts a spade in his slave's hand, without a word he's given his command. Think of your hands the same as that slave's spade. Mere thought of action means his judgment's made. Act on his signs with heart, and be sincere. And then their truths before you shall appear. He'll give you hints of secrets that he masks. Lift off your burden, give you other tasks. If you consent, then you'll be carried through. If you accept, you'll be accepted too. Become his spokesman, follow his command. The union that you seek you'll reach as planned. Exertions thanking God for strength to act. While fatalism spurns it, that's a fact. Through giving thanks our means to act increase. Through fatalism grace from him will cease. Don't doze while traveling, for if you should sleep, you'll miss his gate and court, and then you'll weep. Don't sleep, you lazy brat, so heedlessly. Except beneath his own fruit-laden tree. So when the wind should make the branches sway, some fruit will fall to help you on your way. Sleeping near highwaymen so trustfully, how can you ever feel security? Don't turn your nose up at his signals, brat. Spoiled women who believe their men do that. The little sense you have will not remain. A head is just a tail without a brain. For such ingratitude is mean and low, and leads you to the fiery depths below. Trust God, but also act and not just wait. First sow your seeds before you count on fate. The lions pray say again that trust is better than exertion. The animals made a hullabaloo. The greedy who have sown their deeds like you. 1,000 men and women who have tried from fortune, then why were they all denied? For countless centuries from creation's start, like dragons who have spread their jaws apart, these clever people plan such schemes at will, which lift up mountains from their base, but still, God has described their schemes as disapproved. He's warned, the tops of mountains might be moved, apart from that which had been preordained. From all their scheming nothing has remained. They fell from grace and lost the power to act, while God's decrees have all remained intact. Don't think that earning's more than just a name, or that exertion's more than just a game. How Israel once stared at a man who then fled to Solomon's palace, the demonstration of the superiority of trust over exertion, the latter being of relatively little value. A noble man once barged in through the crowd, in Solomon's famed court, and cried aloud. His face was white with fear, his lips were blue. Solomon asked, "Friend, what is wrong with you?" "It's Israel, he gave me such a stare that showed more rage than any man could bear." Solomon said, "Whatever you want, just ask." He pleaded, "Please assign the wind this task, to transfer me to India with its breath. So, over there, I might escape my death. People will run away from deprivation, to be devoured by greed and expectation." His fright was like the fear of feeling need. His flight to India represents his greed. Solomon told the wind to make this trip, to take this man to India's southern tip. The next day at exactly the same time, he questioned Israel right at the chime. "Angel of death, did you drive that good man from home and family? Was that your plan?" He answered, "Now you know I wouldn't lie. I just looked on amazed as he strolled by. For God had said today he would be dead. Not over here, but India's tip instead. Even with wings to take him through the air. I thought he was too far to die down there. All of the world's affairs are planned this way. Open your eyes to see this clear as day. Whom shall we leave? Ourselves. Impossible. To flee from God. That's simply laughable." The lion again claims exertion to be superior to trust, and explains the advantages of exertion. The lion said, "That's true, but don't forget the works of prophets and believers yet. All their exertions God himself made good. Like all the trials and torture they withstood, their plans succeeded, take that as a sign. What issues from a fine man must be fine. Heavenly birds they captured with their traps. New virtues made of their own handicaps. So strive your utmost on the mystic way. Just like the prophets and the saints, don't stray. For striving hard does not mean fighting fate, since fate itself has served this on our plate. Call me an infidel if men lose out by trying to be faithful and devout. Your head's not broken, treatment's not required. Just strive a bit, then rest like those retired. Those after this world seek a rotten place, but seeking what's beyond is no disgrace. All schemes to gain wealth here fail miserably, but schemes to flee this world taste victory. So dig a tunnel to escape your cell. Don't block it up, or you'll be stuck in hell. This world's a prison, we're locked up inside. To free yourself, dig all the way outside. What is this world? Being heedless of the Lord. Not women and those precious goods you hoard, but wealth you hold for your religion's health. Is good, the prophet called it righteous wealth. Water that's poured inside will sink the boat, while water underneath keeps it afloat, driving wealth from his heart to keep it pure. King Solomon preferred the title poor, that sealed jar in the stormy sea out there. floats on the waves because it's full of air. When you've the air of dervishhood inside, you'll float above the world, and there abide. Although the world is this man's property, to his heart's eye it's worthless vanity. So seal your heart's mouth shut like Solomon, and fill it with divine breath from the One. Like pain and cure, exertion's being's true. Denial of this is mere exertion too. The establishment of the superiority of exertion over trust. So many proofs the lion would relate. The fatalists grew tired of this debate. The fox, the deer, the hare, the jackal too, stopped answering back, abandoning their view. With him they then agreed a deal, where he would not lose out. They gave a guarantee. Each day a beast would come straight to his den, without the need for him to hunt again. Whoever drew the shortest of the straws would race just like a cheetah to his jaws. But when the hare's turn came he screamed a lot. How long must tyrants take all that we've got? The other animals blamed the hare for his delay in going to the lion. They told him, many times we've sacrificed our lives to keep our pledge, and that sufficed. You stubborn hare, don't shame us any more. Now hurry up before he starts to roar. The hare answers them. The hare said, friends, won't you give me respite? My scheme will save you from your sorry plight. Life then will be secure for all of you. The same applies for all your children too. Each prophet called on his community in the same way to seek security. A route beyond each could identify, as narrow as the pupil of an eye. Their people thought them, like the pupil, small. But who could boast their greatness? None at all. The other animals object to the words of the hare. Don't be a donkey's hare, now listen well. Act like the hare you are, so all can tell. You're bragging to your betters, don't ignore the fact we might have thought of this before. Either you're arrogant, or it's our fate. How can your speech fit someone in your state? The hare's answer to the other animals. He said, my friends, by God I've been inspired. A weakling's learned strong views, that's what's transpired. God taught the bee a skill that's something more than what he taught the lion and the boar. The bee can make a moist, sweet honeycomb. God's opened up to it his wisdom's home. Like when he taught the silkworm how to spin. An earthworm wouldn't know where to begin. And Adam learned such truths from God that fire blazed up to heaven as a massive pyre. But the good name of angels was wiped out by that blind one, who God's own word would doubt. Satan, ascetic for millennia, then was muzzled and would not be freed again. So he could not drink wisdom's milk at all, nor walk around God's heavenly castle's hall. Physical senses are like muzzles too, that keep the milk of mystic truth from you. A jewel has dropped in your heart's deep core, which neither seas nor heaven knew before. So why still worship form, an empty shape? Your soulless spirit must learn to escape. If humans could be men through form and name, the prophet and Buletinyal would be the same. Paintings can look like men, but still we doubt. When we look closely something's been left out. Its form is perfect, but it lacks a soul. Go, seek out that rare jewel, that's your goal. The lions bowed their heads at what God gave. The dog of the companions of the cave. Despite its ugly form it reached the height of animal perfection through God's light. The author's pen will not record your looks, learned and just, instead they write in books. Such qualities are spiritual and real, not things you can locate, observe, and feel. Strike your frame from God's unknown domain. The Lord's divine Son heaven can't contain. An account of the hare's knowledge and an explanation of the virtue and benefits of knowledge. This discourse has no end, let's leave it there, and listen to the story of the hare. Sell those dumb ears and buy some better ones, for donkey's ears are just for simpletons. Witness the hare outfox the lion with tricks. Come, learn about the plot he tried to fix. In Solomon's realm knowledge was the goal. This world's material, knowledge for the soul. Knowledge is what makes man magnificent, while other creatures are all impotent. Lions and leopards turn to mice through fear, and crocodiles turn pale when he comes near. Angels and demons run out to the shores. All seek a hiding place or bolt their doors. So man has very many hidden foes. A cautious man is one with sense, who knows all kinds of creatures hidden from our sight. Attempt to strike your heart with all their might. If you should ever wash down by the stream, a thorn inside is bound to make you scream. Although it's hidden down below, beware. Once you are pricked you'll know for sure it's there. Some thorns inspire, some tempt you from your course. They come from thousands, not a single source. Wait till your outward senses have evolved to see them all, and find your problems solved. You'll see then just whom you have failed to heed, and whom you've judged as qualified to lead. The other animals seek from the hare the secret of his thoughts. The other beasts then said, quick-thinking hare, what is it you perceive of our affair? You've dealt with king-size problems, so relate what you conclude about our present state. Conferral aids perception, helps one learn. Like minds can help their fellows to discern. The prophet said, consult them, counselor, and trust the ones with whom you must confer. The hare withholds that secret from them. The hare said, every secret can't be shown. Dice bring up odds then evens when they're thrown. To clean a mirror first you'll want to blow, but steam will quickly dull the mirror's glow. Keep your lips sealed, don't mention, as a rule, your path, your wealth, and your religious school. For these three can attract so many foes. Each one will wait to catch you once he knows. Don't even tell a few, have you not read? All secrets shared by more than two are spread. Tie up two birds together and you'll see that they stay grounded, trapped, in agony. They're actually conferring, though they're bound with metaphors to fool all those around. The prophet gave exclusive teachings too, answering his men though they then had no clue. To cloak his words he'd use a parable, so foes could not grasp what was valuable. And he extracted answers from each foe, while from his questions none of them would know the story of the hare's plot. The hare delayed his journey for a while, then started to complete that final mile. That lion slew foes, and the hare was late. So he would beat the ground and roar, irate. I knew those wretched beasts were bound to break their promises, their contract was a fake. They've tripped me up so cruelly with deceit. How many times will fate's tricks thus repeat? All feeble-minded princes feel despair when they can't see what's happening out there. The road looks smooth, but traps are set below. When they lack meaning, names are just for show. Both words and names are hidden pitfalls too. Flattery is sand which saps all life from you. The sand which gushes water is so rare. You'll have to search for that kind everywhere. The man of God is like that type of sand. Fleeing himself he grabs God's helping hand. Faith's waters flow from him relentlessly, reviving seekers with love's gifts for free. But other men are like the driest sand. They sap all life from you, please understand. Seek wisdom from the sage now, if you can. Gain knowledge and new vision from this man. Seek wisdom, and then you'll become its source. Needless, save from what drives men from their course. The student's tablet turns to one preserved when intellect from spirit grace is served. At first his intellect would lead the way, but like a student now it must obey. The intellect repeats what Gabriel said. Prophet, I'll burn if I should move ahead. But you can still proceed towards the goal. I've reached my limit, Sultan of the soul. Each heedless and impatient, low and great, complains that he must always follow fate. Excuses like from those who feign being ill. They'll suffer from a sickness that can kill. Saying you're sick in jest, the prophet said, will bring an illness that will leave you dead. Fate ties up broken bones to heal the pain, and joins together every broken vein. You haven't any broken bones, we know. So who are you fooling with your bandaged toe? One suffered so much striving on this course, and so Barak was sent down as his horse. He was now born, for faith's demands he'd faced. He followed orders first, then was embraced, before he'd have to meet the king's demands. But now the army follows his commands. Stars also used to influence him then, but now he rules the stars just like his men. If you have problems in perceiving it, you'll also doubt the fact the moon was split. Revive your faith, but not just with your tongue. Secretly to your lusts why have you clung? When lusts are fresh, faith can't be any more. Lust is the very key that locks the door. Now you are judging God's inviolate word. Examine your own soul, not truths you've heard. Since you read through desire the holy verse, you make its meaning wretched and perverse. On the shallow interpretation of the fly. A fly in donkey's urine, perched on straw. Just like a boatman gazing at the shore. Said, straw and urine are my boat and sea. I've contemplated this fact recently. I'm in the sea, the captain of my boat. Following maps and methods learned by rote. In urine it would steer its straw-made raft. As if in boundless seas, for it was daft. It thought a single drop could stretch so far. Unable to observe things as they are. Its world stretched out as far it could view. Small eyes count as a sea a drop or two. Narrow interpreters are like this fly. With straw and urine they all falsify. If you stop reading from your own small view, the phoenix will grant kingdoms then to you. Still, those who've worked this out aren't really flies. Spirits don't correspond to body size. The lion roars loudly because the hare arrives late. Like that brave hare the lion had thought tame, whose soul was not restricted by his frame. The lion roared, through my own ears my foes have blinded me, they've dealt such vicious blows. I've been bound by those fatalists' vile plots. With wooden weapons too they've taken shots. No longer will I listen to their word. Their screams that from the ghouls too can be heard. Just tear them up, oh heart, don't be led on. And skin them for they've nothing once that's gone. What skin? The specious words which lead astray. Like ripples on the tide they fade away. The meaning's flesh, while speech is just the shell. Like form in contrast to the soul as well. The rotten kernels can't be seen through skin. Nor good ones, for skin hides its pride within. When water is the pad and wine the pen, the words you write will soon be gone again. They're etched on waves, if you seek constancy. You'll be dissatisfied by what you see. Renounce lust's breath, which fills you to the brim. And wind will bring you messages from him. God's messages are always sweet and pure. Because throughout they always will endure. All rulers' glories and their sermon praise must pass, but not the prophet's perfect ways. While pomp of kings comes from their own desire, by God the prophets are admitted higher. The names of kings are scraped off coins in days. But Ahmed's name no coiner can erase. His name contains the whole prophetic line. The way that 10 includes 1 through to 9. Further explanation of the hare's stratagem. His journey to the lion he delayed, in order to rehearse the plan he'd made. After a while the hare then headed near, to whisper something in the lion's ear. What worlds the strength of gnosis lets you see. More vast than oceans filled with purity. Our forms traverse this lovely ocean fast. Like cups which on its surface have been cast. Until they're full like tubs they float on top. But once they're filled they finally start to drop. Truth sea is hidden, land is on display. Our forms are waves, or just the ocean spray. Whatever means form uses to come near. By that same means waves toss it far from here. Until the giver of the truths they know. Until the arrows learn who's fired the bow. The foolish think their horses have no worth. And force them to race all across the earth. Each places little value on his horse, though rapidly it bears him on the course, such that a foolish, simple-minded twit will even ask, has anyone seen it? Who stole my horse and where is he now hiding? Dear fellow, what is that on which you're riding? This is a horse, I know, but where's that one? Wake up, famed knight, your brain has been undone. The soul seems lost although it's so close by. Your bladder's full although your lips are dry. How can you see bright colors with your sight, when you've not even learned to see the light? With colors you completely lost your mind. Their glare became the veil which made you blind. Did you not see when colors fade at night, that they are all dependent on the light? Without light, color disappears from view. The same applies for inner colors too. While outward light the sun and stars may shine, the source of inner light is the divine. Vision's light comes from light inside your heart. This inner light's required for it to start. Your heart's light source is naught but God's own light, safe from the reach of sense and reason's blight. No colors can be seen at night unlit. For light, the darkness is the opposite. You must see light to see the colors too. The opposite of light has proved it's true. As God created hardship and distress, so through them you would learn of happiness. All hidden things by opposites are known. Since he has none, God's hidden on his own. Man can discern all colors once there's light, each as distinct as black skin next to white. You know of light thanks to its opposite. Things show their opposite through lack of it. No opposite for God's light can exist, through which it might be known. This is the gist. Our eyes can't see him, even with our pleas. Moses's mountain proves to us he sees. Like lions from thought's jungle, forms have come. In this way, thoughts where speech and sound come from. Though speech and sound have thus emerged from thought, you have no clue where that sea should be sought. But since you've seen the wave of speech is fine, you know its source, that sea, must be divine. From knowledge when there first arose thought's wave, through his speech then a form to you it gave. This form was born of speech, then died again. The waves drew back like cattle to their pen. From formlessness comes form originally, and we return to him continually. Each moment you must die and then return. The world is but a moment, you'll soon learn. Are thoughts an arrow he's shot from the sky? Can it rise up again to him on high? Each breath the world's renewed, though we can't tell. While it's renewed, the world persists as well. Life's constantly renewed just like the stream. A single mass in form though it might seem, its swift flow makes it seem continuous. Like sparklers twirling round it's marvelous. For if you spin a lit torch round and round, its flame looks like a circle that is sound. A stretch of time appears thus through sheer pace. Speed in creation covers time like space. But scholars can't perceive beyond the looks. Even Hossam, who's read the loftiest books. The hare reaches the lion. The lion in a rage first lost his patience, then saw the hare approaching in the distance. Running, bold, unafraid, self-confident, angry, outraged and fierce in temperament. Meekness would be in vain, the hare'd worked out, while bravery wouldn't make the lion doubt. The hare came nearer to the lion's den, and heard it roar, "Here comes that wretch again. I've torn apart the limbs of elephants, and boxed the ears of lions during hunts. Who does this half-wit hare think that he's found, to wrestle with and pin down on the ground? Continue with your heedless sleep no more. Listen, you ass-eared beast, to my deep roar." The hare's apology. The hare cried, "Please hear my apology. I pray that your forgiveness pardons me. What kind of explanation do you bring, as you approach the presence of the king? For such bad timing we'll chop off your head. No cheap excuses do we let be said. A lame excuse is worse than the misdeed. It ruins all you might have earned, take heed. Hare, your excuse is bound to be absurd. I don't have donkey's ears to hear a word. This worthless wretch, king, count as someone true. For tyranny's what held me back from you. My noble lord, show mercy please today. Don't drive from here a slave who lost his way. That ocean which fills up each riverbed bears all the flotsam happily on its head. By being kind seas don't end up with less. They don't decrease in spite of their largesse. He said, I'm generous when the time is right. I tailor cloth to fit each person's height. The hare said, if I don't deserve your grace, before your snake-like wrath I'll turn my face. Since breakfast I've been on my way to you. A fellow traveler made the journey too. The other beasts sent out another hare to come with me, it's safer as a pair. But then a lion stopped us in our tracks. It pounced on us and gave us heart attacks. We are the slaves of a great king, I warned. At court our disappearance would be mourned. He said, which king makes you now feel no shame before me to recall another's name? You and your king I'll tear apart like clay, if you two hares should try to run away. I pleaded, let me see my king again. To tell him where we've been I'll come back then. He said, but leave your friend as guarantee, or you will be the sacrifice for me. Although we begged him, we could not succeed. My friend was tied up, so that I'd be freed. My captive friend was twice as fat as me, and twice as fine in grace and dignity. That lions blocked the road since this event. This is what happened after I was sent. Abandon hope of more allowances. The truth tastes bitter, but that's how it is. If you need daily meals unblock the way. Come and drive off that shameless wretch today. The lion answers the hare and sets off with him. The lion said, by God, we must rush there. If what you say is true, then show me where, so I can deal the likes of him their due. But if you're lying I'll deal it to you. The hare led like a guide who has a map, taking the lion straight into his trap, towards a well which previously the hare had cleverly converted to a snare. The pair soon reached the well they'd headed for. The hare's effect like water under straw. Water transports a blade from place to place. But can it move a mountain from its base? His guile's trap was the lion's noose, my friend. The clever hare made tyranny thus end. As Moses killed the Pharaoh through the Nile, with his huge army and the rank and file. Just like the gnat with half a wing which split the skull of Nimrod, disregarding it. Watch those who listen to their enemies. Hear what befell those plagued by jealousies. For Pharaoh heeded what Haman conveyed, as Nimrod heard the devil and obeyed. If foes should chat with you just like a mate, look for the trap that comes with every bait. For sugar he gives poison, so beware. He treats you cruelly, though he seems to care. When destiny strikes, you just see the ends, and not the means, nor enemies from friends. Since you're like this, confess to God your shame. Begin to mourn and fast, and praise his name. Knower of hidden things, plead all the while. Don't crush us with the rock of evil guile. The lion's maker, though we're a disgrace, don't let it jump out from its hiding place. Don't make fire and sweet water look the same, nor change to water's form a burning flame. Your wrath's wine can intoxicate each brain. Let non-existence thus existence gain. What's drunkenness? To keep your eyes shut tight, so stones appear like jewels in your sight. It's changing every sense round for the good, so tamarisk should smell like sandalwood. The story of the hoopoe and Solomon, explaining that when destiny is fulfilled open eyes are shut. Solomon's tent was put up by his men, and all his birds came back to him again. He spoke their tongue and knew them personally, so one by one they flew there eagerly. The birds stopped twittering inside his tent. Then brothers they became more eloquent. Sharing a language is a bond so deep. With foreigners we're prisoners in their keep. Some Turks and Indians though might speak the same, while fellow Turks are strangers but in name. The tongue of intimacy is set apart. Beyond mere words, it's being one at heart. By verbal and nonverbal intimations. Our hearts give thousands of interpretations. The birds talked of their secrets as plain facts. About their skills, their knowledge, and their acts. They shared them, one by one, with Solomon. To gain his gifts they talked up what they'd done. Not out of self-assertion or sheer pride. But so he'd let them sit with him inside. To gain his freedom back once he is caught. The prisoner shows his skills till he is bought. But if the buyer sickens him with shame, he'll claim he's ill, unstable, deaf, and lame. The Hoopoe first explained his worthiness by speaking of his skills and thoughtfulness. Although this talent seems inferior, to speak concisely is superior. Solomon said, by all means, go ahead. When from the zenith I look down, she said, I see with accuracy, like my own hand, the water lying deep beneath the land. Its depth, its color, where to dig a well. The nature of its source too I can tell. If on a camping place you must decide, keep this perceptive Hoopoe by your side. Solomon said, we do need such a brain. In vast and empty, waterless terrain. To lead the men to water in the ground. So take the job of serving water round. The crow's attack on the claim of the Hoopoe. On hearing this, the crow rose jealously. To claim the Hoopoe spoke dishonestly. It's rude to speak to kings in such false ways. More so to lie absurdly in self-praise. If she could see that from beyond the sky, how come that snare had still escaped her eye, in which she was entrapped so easily? How come she stepped inside unwittingly? Solomon asked, well, Hoopoe, is this true? Are dregs in the first glass I'm served by you? You've drunk mere yogurt, don't claim that you're high. The boasts you made before me were a lie. The Hoopoe answers the criticism of the crow. She said, though I'm a beggar, poor, and bare, don't listen to the things my foes declare. If you consider false the words I've said, here is my neck, feel free to chop my head. The crow who would deny that God's will rules, rejects faith, though she studied in great schools. If you don't have an ounce of faithfulness, you're like the crotch of lust and filthiness. I see all snares, while flying in the skies. If fate does not deny them to my eyes. When fate decrees our brain sleeps in its spell. The sun's eclipsed, the moon turns black as well. It's not so strange that fate should thus decree. Fate too wills your denial of destiny. The story of Adam, destiny blinded his sight, so that he failed to observe the message, and to refrain from interpreting it differently. He taught the names to Adam at the start. Thus knowledge filled our ancestors' pure heart. The names of things, which showed how they'd turn out, were granted to his soul to rid all doubt. Each name that he'd assign would therefore last. What he called slow did not then turn out fast. The faithful at the end of time he knew. And those who'd turn out unbelievers too. So learn the names of things as he decrees. He taught the names holds all the mysteries. Our names for things convey the way they're seen. Their inner natures are what God's names mean. For Moses simply called his stick a rod, while snake was what had been assigned by God. Omar meant polytheist once in the past, although it meant believer at a last. Our names are like a seed that's just been sown. Before God is the fruit that's finally grown. In non-existence seeds are just a form. Existent with the Lord, they must transform. And in the end our names from God dictate how we will truly be and what's our fate. He names men thus according to their end, while for their present state a name he'll lend. When Adam gained the light of purity, he then perceived souls and reality. God's light in him when angels could observe. They fell prostrate and vowed that they would serve. If I recount the virtues of this son, the end of time will come before I'm done. But though he was so wise, when fate decreed one prohibition Adam failed to heed, Is this to be forbidden? That seems odd. Or is interpreting allowed by God? Since he tried to interpret on his own, he couldn't leave forbidden fruit alone. Like when a gardener stepped upon a thorn. A thief snatched all his things and then was gone. The gardener soon calmed down and found relief, but saw his tools were stolen by the thief. O Lord, we've erred. He sighed with heart aflame. We lost the way as soon as darkness came. So destiny can block the sun's bright light. Turn lions into mice because of fright. If I don't see a snare by God's decree, I'm not the first who can't see destiny. Blessed is the one who follows righteousness, who gives up all his power for lowliness. If fate should dress you up in black like night, still it will help you in your hardest plight. If destiny should try to murder you, first it makes sure that you'll be born anew. If it waylays you, hurls you in a ditch, a tent for you in heaven it will pitch. By frightening you, know that he's being kind. In his safe kingdom space for you he'll find. This talk remains unfinished, but it's late. Now listen to the tale while I narrate. The hare steps back from the lion when it approaches the well. The lion now approached the well they'd found, but saw the hare retreat and turn around. Why is it you retreat, hare? What is wrong? Don't stop like that, come forward and be strong. The hare screamed, oh, my feet have fled from me. My soul now trembles and desires to flee. Can you not see my face has turned so pale? About my inner state it tells the tale. Since God has called the face a telltale clue, on this the mystic focuses his view. Color and scent like bells make you aware. The horse's neigh informs you that it's there. The sound of each thing thus gives it away. A door's creak differs from a donkey's bray. The prophet said, in judging people's souls, a man stays hidden till his tongue unrolls. Complexion also shows what's in your heart. Have mercy on me, plant love that won't part. A bright complexion is your thanks applause. A sickly one denies love and withdraws. I've faced the one who pulls limbs out of place, and saps all trace of life out of your face. The one who breaks all things he goes inside, uprooting ancient trees, however wide. That one who traps you, then declares its mate. Man, beasts, and plants must follow his dictate. Though these are small things, big things fall as well. Becoming pale, filled with a rotten smell. The world now holds back, then shows thankfulness. The blooming orchard once knew nakedness. The sun which rises up with flames of fire, then sinks head first when it can't go up higher. The stars shine while the lofty heavens turn. Each single moment they are caused to burn. The beauty of the moon is cherished most, but when it's sick it looks more like a ghost. The earth, as if through manners, keeps so still, but tremors make it shake as if it's ill. So many mountains through sheer agony were crushed to piles of dust so easily. The air which was the soul's associate turned stale and sick when fate commanded it. Water, the spirit's kin, was sweet to taste, but turned so bitter, left in pools of waste. The fire puffed up with pride its flaming head, but soon the wind pronounced that it is dead. From turbulence that strikes the ocean tide, you can detect the torment that's inside. The will of heaven in its search rotates, and thus acquires its children's changing states. First low, next in the middle, then up high. Armies of bright stars decorate the sky. Of elements like these you all consist. To try to know their state you must persist. Since all of these are filled with pain and grief, of course you're pale and thinner than a leaf. Because of all these opposites in you, like earth and fire, the wind, and water too. That sheep should flee the wolf should not seem strange. But when with wolves kind greetings they exchange, living is reconciling opposites, while death is when war starts because of splits. Wild ass and lion feel close through God's grace, although each seems a very different case. The world is trapped and suffers otherwise. That it must die should come as no surprise. The hare recited wisdom of this kind. It was because of this I lagged behind. The lion asks why the hare has stepped back. The lion asked, what makes you sick? Tell me. The primary reason that you want to flee. The hare replied, the other lions there. Out of harm's way in this well-hidden lair. The wells where every wise man wants his seed. To purify their hearts they choose retreat. It's better than the darkness that's outside. The world outside can't keep men satisfied. The lion said, I'll knock him to the floor. Check whether he's inside just as before. But I'm consumed by fear and want to hide. Would you perhaps protect me by your side? So, generous lion, safe within your shade. I then can look down and not be afraid. The lion peers down the well and sees his own reflection and that of the hare. The lion came and held the hare so near that he proceeded, purged of all his fear. They both peered down to find the enemy. Their own reflection was all they could see. The lion saw cast on the water there his own reflection next to a plump hare. Thinking he'd found his foe, he then leapt in. Which meant the hare could go back to his kin. His foe fell in the pit of his own crime. His sins came back to haunt him one last time. Oppressors' crimes are wells devoid of light. All scholars have confirmed that this is right. The worst oppressors dig a deeper well. Justice requires a fate far worse than hell. For personal profit wickedly behave. And you'll be simply digging your own grave. Don't spin webs round yourself like silkworms do. Nor dig your own grave now without a clue. And don't imagine weak men have no friend. Recite, when God's help comes until the end. The elephant whose enemy had fled. Then earned the wrath of birds in flocks instead. A weak man who requests security will hear war cries from heaven's cavalry. If you should bite and make him bleed, you'll earn a painful toothache. Then where will you turn? Being too keen when looking down the well. His rival from himself he could not tell. The lion thought his image was his foe, and swung with force to deal himself a blow. The things you see in others which offend are just your own faults shown through them, my friend. Your being's mirror image lets you see your cruelty, baseness, and hypocrisy. You're beating up yourself, the foe is you. You're swearing at yourself and cursing too. Your own bad faults if only you could see. You then become your own fierce enemy. You've pounced upon yourself, you simpleton. It's just as mad as what this lion's done. On reaching your own nature's depths, you'll know. The vileness comes from you and not your foe. To this sad lion it was clear at last. The other was the image he had cast. If you pull out a weak man's teeth, that's worse than this dumb beast whose eyes became his curse. You've found a blemish on your uncle's face. It's not his fault, it's you who's the disgrace. Believers are each other's mirrors, friend. The prophet said this, won't you comprehend? You're wearing lenses tinted funeral blue. And so this world is dark with grief to you. Unless you're blind, accept that you're the source. Then blame yourself and not an outside force. If faithful men do not see by God's light, then why is the unseen within their sight? Through fire and not his light, your eyes have seen. That's why they can't tell good things from obscene. So, drop by drop, pour water on the pyre. To turn to light this all-consuming fire. Pour cleansing light on us, O Lord, I pray. To change this world of fire to light this way. The ocean's waters follow your command. All water and all fire is in your hand. If you choose, waves will turn to flames of fire. And flames to water if that's your desire. The urge to seek the truth you gave us, Lord. To flee injustice was your kind reward. You gave this urge to us without request. And opened up to us your treasure chest. The hare brings the news about the lion falling in the well to the other animals. The hare escaped like this through his shrewd plan. To celebrate towards the rest he ran. He'd seen the lion humbled now and slain. And so he cartwheeled all across the plain. On fleeing death the hare began to clap, and dance like leaves which in the breeze would flap. Both branch and leaf like this escape earth's jail. They lift their heads and with the wind set sail. When leaves burst forth from branches, they ascend up to the tree's most high and furthest end. Using the words of God who said, it sprouts. The praise of God each leaf and fruit then shouts. The giver nourished every root of ours, until our trees stood tall and straight like towers. Souls that are bound in bodies made of clay feel ecstasy when they can fly away. They dance to songs of passionate, sacred love, expanding like the full moon high above, dancing inside as well as outwardly, whirling around their souls which we can't see. He jailed the lion, who now burnt with shame. A lion hares can slay must be so tame. Although he was thus taken for a ride, this lion claims the title of faith's pride. He's in the empty well, abandoned there, slain by his carnal soul, not just the hare. Your donkey self feeds in the open plain. You're down the well bound by your questioning's chain. The lion slayer rushed back home to sing. Rejoice, dear kin, good news is what I bring. It's time to celebrate and sing our songs. That dog from hell is back where he belongs. Our own survival's foe has lost the bout. The lion's maker pulled his teeth all out. That one who loved to bully, pounce, and bash. The broom of death has brushed away like trash. The beasts of prey gather round the hare to praise him. They formed a circle there immediately, happy and laughing, wild with ecstasy. He was the torch around whom they all stood, and bowed while shouting, heavens, this is good. Are you an angel or a spirit friend? Or is real, who tells foes it's the end? We'd give our lives no matter who you are. May you stay strong and fit, victorious star. Since God diverted water to your stream, bravo, to both your hands and arms we scream. Please tell us how you thought up this fine trap, and rubbed it in his face with a hard slap. Tell us, and let the tale become our cure, the balm to make our souls feel quite secure. For that cruel tyrant's constant wickedness wounded our souls and caused so much distress. The hare said, friends, it was God's loving care. Without that, what on earth is a mere hair? He gave me strength and made my heart shine bright. My hands and feet were strengthened by that light. From God come both kind favors such as these, and wrathfulness that brings you to your knees. In turn, God shows his sheer beneficence to those who ask to see some evidence. The hare advises the other animals, don't celebrate merely this. Now don't rejoice in wealth that's temporary. Victim of time, don't eat as though you're free. When one has wealth beyond vicissitude, the drums of heaven make this understood. Eternal kings by time are never bound. Their spirits with the Saki circle round. Stop drinking here for just a little while. Sip the eternal wine, and always smile. Interpretation of we have returned from the lesser jihad to the greater jihad. Dear kings, we've killed the enemy outside. A worse foe still remains for us inside. Your brain does not know how to kill this foe. A hare can't bring this inner lion low. The self is hell, a dragon wishing harm. The sea can't cool it down or keep it calm. I drank the 7 seas, was fully drenched. That human burner's thirst was still not quenched. The infidels, whose hearts are hard as stones, enter this fire, ashamed, with screams and groans. But hell's not sated by such food at all. At least until the Lord should finally call. Are you full yet? The glutton answers, no. Can you not see from there my burning glow? It makes the world a morsel, swallows it. Then screams, is there not still another bit? God stamps on it from placelessness, before. Be. And it was, makes it feel full once more. Our stubborn selfhood is a part of hell. Parts show the nature of the whole so well. It's God who must deal out the fatal blow. Who else can pull the string to fire this bow? Straight arrows only will God's bow admit. Your bow holds arrows crooked, bent, and split. To leave the bow the arrow must be straight. It then won't fail to fly and penetrate. When from the outward fight I turned around, the war inside our soul was what I found. The small jihad we have just left behind, for a jihad of a much greater kind. The strength from God is what I long to win, which can uproot Mount Kaf with just a pin. Don't overrate the lion which can kill. The one who breaks himself is greater still. The emissary from Byzantium comes to Omar, the commander of the faithful, and sees his miracles. Now listen to this story, which spells out some of the secrets you've been told about. A man came to Omar once from the west, through deserts till Medina with no rest. The Caliph's palace, please show me the way. I need to ride there with my load today. He doesn't have a palace, he was told, except his soul, illumined like pure gold. His well-earned fame as leader is secure, though he lives in a hut just like the poor. How can you see a palace of this kind, when one stray hair has made your heart's eye blind? Rid your heart's eye of hair to have a prayer of seeing this great Caliph's palace there. Whoever's soul is free from lust has found admittance to God's kingdom's hallowed ground. Mohammed, purged of fire and smoke's last trace, whichever way he turned saw just God's face. While you are still the evil whisperer's friend, there is God's face, how can you comprehend? If you've an opening in your heart you'll see the sun's bright rays wherever you may be. In everything God can be seen through love, just like the moon among the stars above. If you place fingertips upon each eye, can you see anything at all? Don't lie. Though you can't see things, they all still exist. The fault lies curled inside yourself's tight fist. Just lift the fingers from your eyes, to then observe whatever you should want again. Noah, when asked, where's the reward, replied, beyond, beneath their clothes their heads they hide. You've hidden it beneath your clothes, that's why you still can't see although you have an eye. A man's his eye, he's mere skin otherwise. For the beloved's only seen by eyes. If they can't see him, then they're better blind. That's best for idols of a transient kind. On hearing this, the messenger grew keen to reach his goal, more than he'd ever been. Omar with his own eyes he wished to find, and so he left his horse and load behind, to search for this great master everywhere. Just like a madman with no other care. Can such a man exist? Can this be true? He's hidden like the soul, what can we do? He sought to serve him like a slave in need. Such seekers always in the end succeed. An Arab woman saw him come, and said, Omar lies near that tree as if in bed, far from the people under that date palm. God's shadow sleeps in shade where it is calm. The emissary from Byzantium finds the commander of the faithful sleeping under the tree. The man approached, but wouldn't go too near. On seeing him his body shook with fear. Awe of a sleeping man left him undone. A blissful state now filled him like the sun. Such contradictory states as love and awe together in his heart the stranger saw, saying inside, 1,000 kings I've seen, who honored me, with sultans too I've been. But fear had never given me such fits. Now awe of this man's robbed me of my wits. Jungles of lions even I've explored, and not turned pale, however much they roared. And on the battlefield I've earned renown, for acting bravely when the rest are down. I've taken and dealt out such mighty blows, for I'm the bravest, everybody knows. This man lies sound asleep and he's unarmed. So why do I now shake and feel alarmed? It's awe of God, not just a human being. A man dressed in a gown that I'm now seeing. Whoever's path is fear of God will find that he is feared by jinn and all mankind. With folded hands in a submissive pose, He stood until Omar woke and arose. He then saluted him and bowed his head. First say salam, then talk, the Prophet said. Omar responded, told him to come near, and to sit next to him and have no fear. Don't fear, for scared men is quite suitable. But not for those who aren't afraid at all. The scared are reassured they won't be harmed. By this advice, their fearful hearts are calmed. Why say don't fear, to one who isn't scared? This is a lesson brave men should be spared. Omar thus helped a troubled heart to find abundant happiness and peace of mind, with subtleties that few can comprehend. About God's attributes, our greatest friend. He spoke of God's love for his true elite, and of the states and stations one could meet. The state is the unveiling of the bride, the stations being alone with her inside, for her unveiling seen by every guest. But with the groom alone the bride will rest. The bride unveils for every onlooker, but afterwards he lies alone with her. So many Sufis have enjoyed a state, but few know of the stations that await. Omar taught him the journey of the soul, spiritual traveling to the furthest goal, and of the time which stands beyond all time, that lofty station, sacred and sublime, and of the realm in which the spirit flew. Before this life both flight and grace it knew, seeing beyond horizons coast to coast, the utmost faith and zeal it then could boast. Thus, when Omar saw that he was a friend, he knew this man desired to comprehend. The sheik was perfect and the student keen, the rider fast, the thoroughbred so lean. The guide saw he would suit the brotherhood, then sowed good seed in soil he knew was good. The emissary from Byzantium questions the commander of the faithful. Commander of the faithful, please expound for me how spirit came down to the ground. How did that bird become caged in a cell? He said, God chanted to the soul a spell. The non-existents have no ear nor eye, but when God chants a spell they stir and fly. His spells give non-existence such a jolt, that to existence they all somersault. And when existence hear God's formula, to non-existence their roots similar. The rose smiled once he'd chanted to its stem. His spell has made a stone turn to a gem. Bodies transformed to souls by just one line. His words have also caused the sun to shine. But dark words whispered sometimes to its ear have made eclipses of the sun appear. He also made the clouds perform the task of weeping tears just like a water flask. What spells he must have whispered to the ground, to make it think, but not make any sound. Whoever is perplexed by doubt and fear, the Lord will chant a riddle in his ear, to hold him captive with this thought a bit. Shall I obey or do the opposite? God's preference is implicit for one side. This factor helps the doubter to decide. You don't want to be plagued by doubts and fears? Then put less cotton wool inside your ears, to hear those riddles that the Lord will tell. The secret hints he gives, the clear as well. Your spirit's ear will hear his revelation. What's that? It's speech that's far beyond sensation. Spiritual ears and eyes transcend mere sense, while rational ones can only claim pretense. The word compulsion spurs my heart ahead, while those who lack love feel ensnared instead. It's not compulsion but divine communion. Not clouds, but the full moon in total union. If it's compulsion it's a special kind. Not that commanding self's type which is blind. Compulsion like this few identify. God's given these men's hearts an inner eye, hidden things and the future they can see. Mentioning the past near them is blasphemy. For them compulsion's different as well. Drops turn to pearls inside an oyster shell. However big each drop looks to your eyes, it forms a pearl exactly the same size. This group are like the gland of the musk deer. Inside there's musk though this may not be clear. There's only blood around this gland, men claim. How can it turn to musk scent all the same? They say, this copper's hideous, I don't see. How it can turn to gold through alchemy. You found compulsion and free will in form. For them, to God's own light it can transform. Bread on the table is inanimate, but forms a living part inside your gut. Unchanging on the table where you dine. The soul transmutes it with some heavenly wine. The soul has strength to carry out this role. What then the power of God, who rules the soul? Man would be merely flesh but for his heart. Both seas and mountains he can split apart. The heart splits rocks, lifts mountains through the sky. God's verse he split the moon proves I don't lie. Just lift the cover of this mystery. Your soul will seek God's throne then eagerly. How Adam attributed that error to himself, saying, O Lord, we have wronged ourselves. And how Satan attributed his own sin to God Almighty, saying, since you have sent me astray. Let us compare our acts with God's now here. Consider our acts real, this much is clear. If acts aren't by creation, there's no need to ask, why did you do that awful deed? God gives acts being for they're his creation. Each act of ours is God's manifestation. In words men see the meaning or its form. They can't see both at once, this is the norm. Choosing its meaning, form he throws away. No one can look both ways at once, can they? When you are looking straight in front of you, how can you see what's there behind you too? Meaning and form aren't both in its control. So how can their creator be your soul? The Lord encompasses all things, my son. For him one act won't stop another one. You led astray, though Satan claimed, he lied. His own deeds that vile devil tried to hide. We've wronged ourselves, when Adam thus confessed. He still knew acts are God's, he spoke the best. Out of respect he said it was his sin. Through bearing this, more favor he would win. He then repented. God said, didn't I create that crime in you? Why did you lie? Wasn't it all because of my decree? Why did you take responsibility? He said, through fear I kept respect for you. God said, I've kept in mind your actions too. Whoever shows respect, respect will meet. Bring halva and you'll eat an almond sweet. For whose sake are good women? For good men. Spread joy. Hurt friends and see what they do then. Produce a fitting parable, O heart. Compulsion from free will to tell apart. The hands of sick men which shake constantly. And those hands which you shake deliberately. Both movements God creates, in that they share. But these two pairs of hands you can't compare. You may regret you forced their hands to shake. But sick men can't be blamed, for heaven's sake. The intellect explores these words I speak. For it's a fox which tries to lead the weak. Though pearls may be on offer as the goal. Its quests unlike the journey of the soul. Spiritual quests are on a different sphere. Like mystic wine and wine fermented here. When intellectual quests were the top aim. Omar and Bulatin el-Hakam were just the same. Omar then chose his soul before his head. And Bulatin el-Hakam became Bulatin Yal instead. In intellect as perfect as can be. But the most ignorant man inwardly. A secondary cause is the brain's quest. The mystic's quest lies far above the rest. The soul's light shone, O seeker of God's light. Then logic's quarrels disappeared like night. Because the seer on whom God's light rays shine. Supporting proofs can't hinder nor confine. Commentary on He is with you wherever you may be. We've come back to the tale we had in mind. How could we ever leave that tale behind? If we meet ignorance, to jail we're bound. If knowledge then His palace we have found. When we're asleep we're drunk, then for His sake. We're back in His hands also when awake. When weeping we're an ostentatious cloud. Then lightning when we start to laugh aloud. We show His anger when we fight with men. His love when we forgive, at peace again. Who are we, coiled and twisted like a string? What's straight apart from? The emissary asks Omar about the reason for the suffering of spirits in bodies of water and clay. He asked, Omar, what aims behind this plot? To lock pure beings in a filthy spot. Pure waters hidden when it's sprayed on ground. Pure souls in bodies likewise have been bound. He said, your question seems to be quite a pity. Pure meaning in a word you've tightly wrapped. You've shackled what was once free like a bird. As you have trapped the wind inside a word. Have you done this to make a personal gain? Though you can't see what spirits thus attain? The one from whom all benefits arise can surely see what you've seen with your eyes. A million benefits are here, and all, compared with that one, are extremely small. Your speech's breath is part of what is whole. So don't deny pure being its true role. Though but a part, your acts help all the same. Don't raise your hands and give the whole the blame. If talking has no value, speak no more. Or else give thanks, don't be so mean and sore. To thanks to place a halter round your neck. Not quarreling about a tiny speck. If it meant to look sour only, then mere vinegar would thank God more than men. If vinegar must penetrate the liver, tell it, turn to a healing brew with sugar. Meaning in verse is nothing but insane. It's like a sling which no one can restrain. On the meaning of let whoever wants to sit with God sit with the Sufis. This made the messenger lose self-control, forgetting all about his mission's goal. The power of God left him completely dazed. He came, and to a higher state was raised. On reaching it, a flood becomes the sea. In soil a seed may grow to form a tree. When bread is in our gut it comes alive, and soaks up knowledge, which helps all things thrive. When wax and timber both are set alight, their essence, which was dark, becomes so bright. If you apply some coal around your eye, you'll learn to see as well as any spy. Happy the man who from himself is free, and joins with being in true unity. Alas the one who mixes with the dead. He'll die himself because he's been misled. So many prophets the Quran extols. Read it. Become familiar with their souls. For it describes each one's biography. As fish in the sea of divinity. If you recite but don't accept the book, you've turned them down although you've had a look. If you accept the stories on each page, you'll feel your soul's a bird trapped in a cage. The reason that the caged bird settles there and doesn't flee is that it's unaware. Spirits which have escaped from their constraints are fit to guide like prophets and like saints. Their voices speak of faith when they should say, this is your one escape route, come this way. Through faith we have escaped the narrow cell. There is no other way out of this hell than to be seen as suffering what's worse, in order to flee reputation's curse. For reputation's such a heavy chain, much worse than iron chains in this domain. The story about the merchant to whom his caged parrot gave a message for the parrots of India. When he was due to go there for trade, a merchant kept his parrot so confined inside a cage you'd think he was unkind. But when he planned to make a trip for trade to India where the finest goods were made, to all his servants he went down to say, what shall I buy for you while I'm away? They listed things on which their hearts were set, and he swore that he never would forget. He asked the parrot, what would you prefer that I should bring for you from India? The bird said, when you see the parrots there, please tell them all about my sad affair. Tell them a parrot pines continually to see you, but she's caged by fate's decree. She sends her greetings and she asks for justice. She wants to learn the faith you parrots practice. She says, should I stay longing here for you in exile, and then give my life up to? Should I stay in this cage, can this be right? While in the woods and meadows you take flight. Where now is our famed solidarity? While I'm in jail the rest of you are free. My noble friends, remember this poor bird, and drink to me tomorrow, spread the word. If friends remember one, then one is blessed. Majnun's love for his Layli though was best. In fine surroundings you recline and think. I, while I just have my blood left now to drink. So down a glass of wine for my sake, friends. If you don't want to try to make amends, remembering one who's fallen in the dust, you'll pour the dregs upon the ground, I trust. What happened to the oath that we all swore? Don't promises you make count any more? Have I deserved my fate for some offense? If you hurt sinners, what's the difference? The harm you cause in war and retribution delights me more than musical audition. Good fortune can't match torture that's from you. Your wrath is dearer than my own life too. This is your fire, how great must be your light. The funeral's now, the party starts tonight. Because of sweetness in your wrathfulness, none know the full depth of your tenderness. I moan, but fear that he might answer me by kindly softening his tyranny. I'm smitten by his wrath and kindness too. My love for opposites amazes you. If I escape these thorns now for a rose, a nightingale's lament I will compose. Strange nightingale whose mouth is open wide, to fit both thorns and roses now inside. That's no bird but a fiery dragon there. Love's made all seem to him so sweet and fair. He loves the whole, which is here and above. He loves himself thus, and seeks his own love. Description of the wings of the birds of divine intelligences. The parrot's tail now seems appropriate. With bird-like souls find one who's intimate. One like a weak obedient bird outside, with Solomon and armies deep inside. When he should wail without complaint or praise, an uproar sets the seven spheres ablaze. Each breath for him God's messages appear. He cries, O Lord. God says, I'm always here. For God, his sins excel mere blind obedience. Next to his unbelief, pure faith is nonsense. Each moment privately to God he's led. 100 crowns God places on his head. His form's from earth, his soul is from no place. Beyond the dreams that travelers can chase. Not somewhere which the mind can comprehend. From where a telling clue might once descend. By him the world and no place are controlled. Like those 4 rivers ruled by heaven's fold. Cut short the explanation, turn around. God knows what's best, don't make another sound. Let's now resume what started earlier. About the bird, the merchant, India. The merchant then said yes to her request. To give her message there at her behest. The merchant sees the parrots of India in the countryside and delivers the message for that parrot. He entered India, traveled deep inside. Then saw some parrots in the countryside. He drew his steed back, shouted to the birds. To keep his promise he passed on her words. One of the birds shook violently then dropped. She fell just like a corpse, her breathing stopped. He then repented that he'd brought the news. I've killed this creature, what is left to lose? Was she one of my parrot's relatives? The same soul which in separate bodies lives? Why did I tell them when she's out of reach? I've burnt the poor thing's heart with my crude speech. The tongue and stone on iron are the same. What leaps out from your tongue's tip is a flame. Don't strike the stone on iron for you'll roast. For telling stories or just for a boast. We're in a field of cotton in the dark. So don't you carelessly create a spark. In darkness tyrants choose to shut their eyes. And with their words allow the flames to rise. A world can be destroyed by what is said. And foxes turn to lions thus instead. Spirits like Christ's breath give new life to you. First as a wound, then as a plaster too. If spirits were unveiled, it would be known. Their speech is just like the Messiah's own. If you want something sweet to say, hold on. Don't grab them greedily before they're gone. Through self-restraint the clever men reach higher. Sweets are what simple children all desire. You can ascend to God with self-control. Choose sweets and you'll sink farther from the goal. Commentary on the saying of Adder, you have an ego, heedless one, drink your own blood while on earth, For if mystics drink poison it will become an antidote. The mystic is not harmed one bit if he should drink down deadly poison knowingly. When you have true health, why choose abstinence? Though others suffer if they touch it once. The prophet said, wise man, just turn aside. Don't challenge one who sought out as a guide. With Nimrod in you, don't approach the flame. Become first Abraham to do the same. You don't know how to swim or sail in there. Don't dive in vainly just to show you dare. He can pull out a red rose from the fire. From loss he can send prophets soaring higher. His touch turns earth to gold in just a flash. While gold imperfect men touch turns to ash. God has accepted him, so understand. In all he does his hand is like God's hand. The hands of others are the devil's own. In their abuse and lies it's clearly shown. Ignorance turns to knowledge with pure men. It's ignorance with infidels again. A sick man spreads to others pain and grief. A perfect man turns sin to true belief. While standing don't fight someone on a steed. Step back, there is no way you can succeed. The reverence of the magicians towards Moses, whom they asked, what do you wish would you like to cast your rod first? In Pharaoh's reign magicians set a date to challenge Moses, object of their hate. But these men still showed Moses deference. These vain magicians showed much reverence. By saying, you choose when, O messenger. And throw your rod down first if you prefer. Moses said, no, magicians I implore. That you throw down your tricks first on the floor. They earned God's grace by being subservient. This cut their power and means of argument. When they acknowledged who he was this time, they lost the power to carry out their crime. Each morsel and each word is lawful too. For the perfected, not for men like you. While you're an ear, this man's a tongue, you see. And God told all men listen. Didn't he? Each baby when it's born screams out its fears. But then stays silent for a while, all ears. For hours it has to keep its small lips sealed. Till speech a secret should become revealed. And if it doesn't listen, but just cries, it's the most stupid thing beneath the skies. The one born deaf who's never heard a word is mute, how can speech move him? That's absurd. To learn to speak, first hearing's necessary. Through hearing learn how to speak properly. Enter their houses by their doors. He said. Seek through their cause the outcomes up ahead. Speech not in need of hearing is unknown. Apart from God's desire free speech alone. For the Creator follows no one's lead. We're helped by him, of help he has no need. In making things and speaking we've relied on teachers or a pattern that can guide. If these words haven't left you in a shock, start weeping now and wear a dervish frock. Adam's tears freed him from admonishment. Tears are the breaths of those who are penitent. Adam came down to earth so he could grieve, to weep for what he'd done and then take leave. He came from Eden and the seventh heaven, to beg and plead that he might be forgiven. So if you're really Adam's progeny, then keep on striving in his company. Blend in your tears with fire to make a sweet. The orchard blooms through rain and solar heat. What do you know about how tears might taste? You just love bread like blind men, what a waste. Empty your belly that you've filled with bread. Then fill it up with precious jewels instead. It's devil's milk you've fed your infant soul. Take it to angels, feed it from their bowl. When you are weary, gloomy, and depressed, you must be feeding from the devil's breast. The food which can increase light and perfection is paid for through a lawful occupation. And oil which puts the lamp out we should call water, it can't be really oil at all. Knowledge and wisdom lawful meals produce, and love and tenderness they can induce. While morsels filled with envy which can snare, are all unlawful ignorance breeds there. Have you sown wheat then seen just barley rise? A horse give birth to donkeys, don't tell lies. Pure food is like a seed, its fruits pure thought. And it's a sea, while thoughts the jewel sought. With longing, lawful food will overwhelm your heart, so it can reach the highest realm. The merchant relates to his parrot what he saw of the parrots in India. The merchant, on completing all his trade, returned home, not prepared to be delayed. He brought a present back for every slave, and to the slave girl souvenirs he gave. The parrot asked, "Where's what I chose instead? Please tell me what you saw and what was said." He said, "No, for all that I now repent. With biting fingernails my hours are spent. Why did I say it? It was premature. Through ignorance, or is my judgment poor?" "Master, what's this repentance for?" she said. "What's brought this rage and grief inside your head?" He said, "I passed on your complaint once there. To birds like you, who flew without a care. One of them felt your pain so much she cried. Her frail heart broke, she shuddered, fell, and died. Why did I say this for my little pet? Ah, now it's done, what use is my regret? Regard the words you utter with your tongue. A dangerous arrow which you have just flung. An arrow can't be brought back from its course. We have to block the torrent at its source. Floods can submerge the world each time they rise. If they destroy the world, that's no surprise. Actions bring forth effects beyond our goal. Unseen effects beyond our own control. The Lord created them, let this be clear. Though they're attributed to us down here. Jim once was shot at by a man named Jack. The arrows flew like leopards in attack. A year passed, but Jim's suffering wouldn't end. The Lord creates all pain, not man, my friend. Even if Jack, on shooting, fell, and died, this wouldn't have made Jim's deep pain subside. But since this pain led to the death of Jim, for triggering it, we say Jack murdered him. Pin all the blame on Jack that Jim was slain. Even though God created all the pain. Breath, sex, and sowing are comparable. They're all effects which God makes possible. The saints have gained from God such awesome might that they can pull back arrows in mid-flight. Effects which stem from the original cause. When saints repent, are then compelled to pause. By grace he makes unsaid what has been said. So no harm comes to anybody's head. From all the hearts which heard that harmful word, he wipes it out, unseen now and unheard. Dear gentlemen, if you need proof it's true. A verse we cause you to forget should do. They caused you to forget, don't be upset. Observe their power to make you forget. Then they made you forget, now they remind. And thus they rule the hearts of all mankind. When you are blinded with forgetfulness, you're impotent, your skills could not count less. Though you thought them a joke, they have God's might. As far as they made you forget, recite. Landlords may rule your bodies, not your soul. That's in the owner of the heart's control. Deeds are derived from sight, please realize that men are just the pupils in their eyes. Its explanation I am forced to hide by barriers put up by those inside. Since all forgetfulness and memory depend on him, he'll answer every plea. Thousands of good and evil things each night he empties from men's hearts and out of sight. By day he pours them in their hearts once more, refilling shells with pearls they used to store. Knowledge of things we used to utilize. God's guidance helps our souls to recognize. Your skills and talents all return to you, to let you keep on doing what you do. The jeweler's skills don't reach mere ironmongers. A good man's virtue won't reach vile warmongers. Your skills and virtues, like your property, will be returned on Judgment Day, you'll see. Just as they do when from your sleep you wake. Back to the rightful owner, no mistake. Returning from that place that can't be seen, where good and evil thoughts had also been. Like carrier pigeons which have been abroad, they bring back to their home a wondrous hoard. The parrot hears about the actions of those other parrots and then dies in her cage, so the owner laments for her. About the other birds when she was told His parrot trembled, fell, was knocked out cold. On seeing her fall like the one before, the merchant leapt, his cap fell on the floor. When he saw her look like she'd nearly died, he tore his jacket open, and then cried, "Oh darling parrot, sweeter than a kiss. What's happened to you, why are you like this? My sweet-voiced bird, please say it's not the end." Alas, my confidant and closest friend, my parrot had a singing voice so fine, and smelled like basil, she was my soul's wine. If Solomon had had a bird so rare, he'd have forgotten all the rest, I swear. Alas, this bird for whom I didn't pay, which led me then to easily turn away. O tongue, you hurt so many everywhere. Since you keep talking, what can I declare? O tongue, you're like both fire and stacks of hay. How long will you set them alight this way? The soul mourns secretly because of you, although it does the things you tell it to. But you are treasure too which will endure, as well as pain for which there is no cure. Just like the hunter's whistle you deceive, but then console the trapped birds when they grieve. How long will you keep offering sanctuary? You who, in hatred, draw your bow at me. You've made my bird fly off due to distrust. Stop acting like you're born to be unjust. Please answer me or let me have redress, or give me reasons to feel happiness. Alas, that light which burnt the dark away. Alas, the dawn that brightened every day. Alas, that bird which flew so beautifully, from one end to the other deep in me. Until the end, heart, sing my lovesick grief. I swear until in hardship, for relief, I fled from pain through love of your kind face. Then, in your stream of scum I felt no trace. I cry, imagining you in the distance, while cut off from my blissful past existence. God's jealousy's the cause, what can one do? Which heart by his love wasn't torn in two? Since he's alone, beyond all other things, our explanations and our mutterings. Would that my tears were waves of a vast sea, that spray on my beloved constantly. My parrot was a most perceptive bird, translator of my thoughts that were unheard, my lot and what would be held back as well. Right from the very start she could foretell. That bird's voice came from revelation's source. Her birth before existence took its course. Inside one this true parrot is concealed. Through her reflection everything's revealed. She takes away your joy, but you don't care. You even swear her tyranny is fair, lighting your spirit for your body's sake. You've burnt your spirit, now the rest must bake. I am on fire, get tinder here for free, so you can set your scraps alight through me. For setting things on fire since tinder's fit. Come, take this tinder which is easily lit. It's such a shame that ravishing full moon was clouded over by the fog so soon. How can I speak now that my heart's ablaze? My exile's lion's hungry, in a daze. When sober violent, and when drunk he's mad. Picture him after all the wine he's had. The drunken lion is beyond all words, too big for pastures which can hold vast herds. I think of rhymes, but the beloved says, just for my face reserve your constant gaze. Sit comfortably my rhyme enthusiast. To me you rhyme with fortune that will last. Words aren't for lovers to reflect upon. What then are words? Around vines, they're a thorn. Word, sound, and speech I strike relentlessly, so I can talk to you without these three. The word I kept from Adam all these years. My secret, I'll now whisper in your ears. What I would not tell Abraham I'll tell. And things that Gabriel doesn't know as well. The words that the Messiah couldn't say. Even without ma, here God won't convey. What's ma? It can affirm, and it negates. I'm not affirmed, for love annihilates. I've found a person in a nobody. An individual and non-entity. For every king subservient to his slave. Men die for those who for them choose their grave. Before prostrators kings fall down prostrate, and sober people drunks intoxicate. The hunter changes to the bird's own prey, to make them his own victim in this way. The lovesick seek their sweethearts with their soul. Their sweethearts are their prey, this is their role. Regard each lover as beloved too, since it depends on just your point of view. For if the thirsty search for water, then that means the water's seeking thirsty men. Since he's in love, keep quiet, there's no harm. And if he grabs your ear, let him, stay calm. No, damn the rising flood, don't let it loose, to shame us all with damaging abuse. If there's destruction now, why should I care? The ruins hide a royal treasure there. Those drowned in God want more, they want it all. Just like the tide, their souls rise up, then fall. The ocean's depths or surface, which is best? An arrow or a shield, which worthiest? You must have been ripped up by whisperings, heart. If you can still tell joy and pain apart. You lust for sugar, don't you know it's true? Beloved, God wants lack of lust from you. For moons he puts out all the stars at night. To kill the whole world he has every right. We've also earned from God a high blood price, by offering up our lives as sacrifice. The lover's life is found in death, it's known. You'll earn a heart by giving up your own. I sought his heart, but had so many cares. He made excuses, weary of my ears. I claimed, my soul is drowned in you, you know. He said, stop chanting spells at me, just go. I know well what you tried then to insist. When you saw the beloved, dualist. You've held him in such low regard, you fool. Because you bought him cheaply, heed the rule. If you've bought cheaply, cheaply you'll resell. A child will swap a pearl for bread, heed well. Inside the same pure love I now have drowned, as that which lovers of the past have found. I don't explain it all, but summarize. My tongue would burn itself up otherwise. When I say lip, read, borders by the sea. When I say none, read, but the deity. Because of sweetness I look bitter now. I've talked too much, now silence is my vow. So no one sees our sweetness, not one trace, behind the mask of my most bitter face. Since they're not suitable for everyone. Of countless secrets I'll divulge just one. Explanation of the saying of the Hakim, if something holds you back on the path, what does it matter whether it is infidelity or faith? If something leads you far from the beloved, what does it matter whether it is ugly or beautiful? On the meaning of the Prophet's words, Said is truly jealous. And I am more jealous than sad, while God, who is even more jealous than me, has forbidden inward, as well as outward foul deeds because of his jealousy. The whole world's jealous, for God's jealousy surpasses that of all humanity. He's like the soul, the world's his body frame, which must accept from him all things the same. If someone's prayer niche faces certainty, to turn around to faith is treachery. If you're now waiting on the king, you'll lose. If traveling off to trade instead you choose. If those now with the sultan later must wait at the gate, they'll scream that it's unjust. He's brought his hands, so with your lips they'll meet. It's sinful now to choose to kiss his feet. Lowering your head down humbly in this case is a mistake for which you'll earn disgrace. The king grows jealous if an onlooker his perfume to his proud face should prefer. God's jealousy's like wheat in metaphor. Man's jealousy is thus a stack of straw. God is the root of every jealousy, including envy plaguing you and me. I'll stop explaining, so I can complain of that much worshipped beauty's gift of pain. Because it pleases him I wail and moan. The two worlds must wail too, I'm not alone. How can I not complain when things are hard? When from his drunkard circle I've been barred. Without his day I can't stop being night. Of his bright face I still have not caught sight. Unpleasantness from him my soul thinks nice. My spirit longs to be his sacrifice. I am in love with all my pain and grief, to please my peerless king who brings relief. My grief's dust I've dabbed round my ocean eyes, so they'll produce a pearl of massive size. They're pearls, not tears, which we cry for his sake. If people think they're tears, that's their mistake. I moaned about the essence of our soul, but I don't moan, transmitting is my role. My heart says, the beloved tortured me. I laugh at its lack of sincerity. Do good, O pride of good men, I implore. You're on your throne, I'm waiting at the door. What's throne and threshold in reality? What meaning have such terms as I and we? O you whose soul has fled these and lives free, each man and woman's spirit's subtlety. When man and woman join, you are that one. And when one is effaced, you are that none. You made these eyes and we so you could play the backgammon of worship every day. So all these eyes and we's can finally merge in their beloved, totally submerge. Bring here the order be, for only you transcend all speech and all our wishes too. The body thinks that you are one as well. Your grief and laughter it thinks it can tell. A heart that's bound by joy and misery does not deserve to see you properly. Those trapped in misery and laughter's snare, all live dependent on such borrowed ware. Love's blooming garden which lives evermore, apart from joy and grief has fruits galore. Being a lover is beyond this pair. Fresh always, in both spring and autumn air. Pay tax on your fair face, light of my heart, and speak about the soul that's torn apart. For teasing glances from this expert flirt has branded this big heart inside my shirt. I let him shed my blood, and then I say, it's lawful for you, but he runs away. Since from all men's laments you thus depart, why fill with grief each tired and aching heart? While each dawn sends out from the east its light, you are its source, full, shimmering and bright. Your frenzied lover how can you dismiss? You whose sweet lips for no sum grant a kiss. To an old world a soul you can provide. I therefore wail I have no soul inside. Stop talking of the rose, describe for me the nightingale which must live separately. Our fervour does not come from joy or grief. Our consciousness is not a false belief. It's different, very rare, and valuable. Don't say it can't be, God is capable. On someone's humble state please don't decide. With doing good do not be satisfied. Good, evil, joy, and grief are transient states, which die and leave to God all their estates. It's dawn, our refuge, who fills dawn with light. Please make Hosam forgive, it took all night. To grant forgiveness to us is your role. The coral's splendor, you're the whole world's soul. Dawn spread its light, now through the rays you shine. We sit and drink Mansur's most potent wine. Since your kind gift makes me experience this, what need have I for earth's wine to feel bliss? Compared with ours, wine has no strength at all. Compared with our expansions, heaven's small. All wine gets drunk through us, not us through it. Our form lives for us, not the opposite. We're bees, our bodies like the honeycomb. Since through our soul we build home after home. Resumption of the story of the merchant. It is too long to detail in this text. In that last narrative, what happened next? The parrot's owner pined and burnt with pain, muttering nonsense which now filled his brain. Opposite states, in need, then haughtily. True ecstasy, then metaphorically. A drowning man believes he's going to die, and grasps at straws that happen to drift by, to see if one might save him from this strife. He flaps his arms to hold on to dear life. The loved one loves to see us scream and weep. To struggle thus is better than to sleep. The king is not without work, but he still will never moan because he isn't ill. And so the merciful chose to declare, each day he's busy with a new affair. Persist in struggle till you meet your end. Don't even take the slightest pause, my friend. so that your final breath may be the one which wins the gift of mystic union. Whatever men and women seek to try is noticed by the soul's king's watchful eye. The merchant flings the parrot out of the cage and the dead bird flies away. He emptied out the cage just like a cup. The parrot fell out, but then flew straight up. The dead bird soared just like the solar ray that rises in the east to start each day. This left him dumbstruck, he could not see how. Amazed, he sensed the parrot's secrets now. He looked up, asked her, "Parrot, won't you wait? Like nightingales explain our present state. Is it that Indian parrot's ways you've learned? To trick and roast me till my heart is burnt?" Yes, through her actions, she showed me how to give up my voice and loyalty to you. Since it's my voice for which I've been confined. She acted dead to bring this to my mind. To say, "Sweet singing bird, pretend like me. Just make yourself look dead and you'll be free. If you're a seed, you're feed for every chick. If you're a bud, you're just what children pick. So hide the seed and be a snare instead. Change buds to roof straw there above your head. Whoever auctions off his own best trait will soon be sent the worst of luck by fate. Evil eyes, rages, jealousies begin to pour on him like water from a skin. And envious enemies tear him in two. Friends steal his life from him, I swear it's true. Those unaware that spring is for rebirth cannot perceive what time is really worth. Take refuge in God's grace and you will know that He pours kindness down on us below. Why seek another refuge from your plight? For you both fire and water now will fight. Moses and Noah's refuge was the sea, which showed its anger to the enemy. And fire protected Abraham as well. Smoke rose from Nimrod's heart as if from hell. The mountain beckoned John the Baptist near. Its rocks made his pursuers run in fear. It said, "Come and escape now with your life. You're safe in me from every sharpened knife." The parrot says farewell to the merchant and flies away. The parrot gave him words to contemplate. Then said, "Farewell, we now must separate." The merchant said, "God be with you each day. Now that you've shown me a more worthy way." He said then to himself, "I've understood to take the path of all the wise and good. How can my soul be less than that mere bird's? The soul must follow good ways, heed her words. The harm in being venerated by people and standing out. Your cage-like body is the spirit's thorn, fed by deceit from those you come upon. One says, "I'll be your confidant, my friend." Another, "I'm your partner till the end." The next, "No one can ever take your place, to match your beauty, virtue, and sheer grace." Another says, "Both worlds belong to you, and all our souls feed off your great soul too." When he sees people drunk with him, he'll lose all self-control, for self-conceit he'll choose, not realizing thousands just like him Satan threw in a stream where they can't swim. The world gives flattery which men desire. Eat less, for it's a morsel full of fire. Its fire's unseen, its taste though you can tell. And then its smoke will rise as if from hell. Don't say, "I'll never be so gullible." Through your desire you're always vulnerable. And should one mock you in the public's gaze, your heart will burn with shame for several days. Although you know he speaks from disappointment, that his high hopes did not find their fulfillment, still its effect will linger inside you. The same applies when you hear praises too. And this effect will slowly take its course, to be your arrogance and error's source. To praises faults, like sweets, we all stay blind. They're known through bitterness they leave behind. Just like a potion or a pill you take, then suffer irritation for its sake. Eat sweets, then feel their taste soon disappear. Short-term effects can't last, this should be clear. But they still take effect, though far from view. All things through opposites are shown to you. Sugar's effects persist far from your eyes. To form boils nurses then have to excise. The self becomes like Pharaoh with such praise. Be self-abased, don't choose that tyrant's ways. So strive to be like slaves and not like kings. Be struck like balls, don't be the bat which swings. Or else, when all your beauty fades from view, your sycophants will then grow tired of you. That group who falsely praised you will be found, calling you devil when you come around. On seeing you arrive, such men will say, a corpse has risen from the grave today. Just like the beardless youth whom they call Lord, to trap him with deceit when they applaud. But when his beard grows with his infamy, vile demons will feel shame at what they see. The devil seeks a human he can curse. He doesn't come to you, for you're much worse. While you were human he would still come up and offer you his evil drinking cup. But now you're like a devil through and through. You good for nothing, Satan flees from you. The ones who used to hold on to your hem flee from what you've become, you're worse than them. Explanation of what God wills happens. What we've said is a basis, not the end. But for God's favors we're worth naught, my friend. Without God's grace and that of his elite, angels would earn a blotted record sheet. O God, whose grace fulfills our every need, remembering someone else is a misdeed. For so much guidance you've bestowed on us, it hides our flaws and utter wretchedness. The drop of knowledge which you gave before, unite now with your ocean, please, once more. The drop of knowledge in my soul please free from lust and from my body's tyranny. Before the soil should soak it deep inside, before the wind should spray it far and wide, though if they snatch it you'd be capable to take it back, for it's redeemable. The drop which spilled or vanished in the air, to flee your power how could it thus dare? Though it should enter deepest non-existence, when you call, it will run back through the distance. Opposites kill each other just like men, but your decree can make them live again. From nothing to existence, Lord, you can each moment send another caravan. Logic and thought each night, especially, become annihilated in your sea. But new true beings once again at dawn raise up their heads like fish and are reborn. Thousands of leaves are vanquished every fall into the sea of death, which conquers all. And draped in black as though he mourns, the crow laments the garden's grass was forced to go. The village chief, however, will dictate to non-existence, give back what you ate. Black death, give up what you ate like an ass. Of plants, medicinal herbs, the leaves, and grass. Collect your thoughts now, stop meandering. Each breath, within, your fall's replaced by spring. Your own heart's garden is so fresh and green. There cypress, rose, and jasmine can be seen. The crowd of leaves now hides the branch from view. The scores of roses hide the palace too. From universal intellect this came. As rose and hyacinth it smells the same. Without a rose can you detect rose scent? When there's no wine can you see wine ferment? Scent is your leader and your perfect guide. To heaven it will lead you deep inside. Scent is a balm for eyes which gives them sight. Jacob's eyes opened, darkness turned to light. Bad smells can blind a person instantly, while Joseph's scent enables one to see. Since you're not Joseph, be like Jacob, cry. Love's tumult will be seen then in your eye. Listen to this advice from Masnavi. Find freshness in your withered frame like me. Your ears presume a face just like a rose. Since you don't have one, don't strike such a pose. A face that's plain turns ugly when it's vain. Even blind eyes should not endure such pain. In front of Joseph, don't assume such airs. Like Jacob, sigh in need and say your prayers. The parrot's dying showed her neediness. Now make yourself a corpse, feel even less. That Jesus's breath might serve as your cure, and make you like itself so blessed and pure. Don't claim in spring on stone some verdure grows. Be soft like soil to raise a lovely rose. For years you've been a stony-hearted man. Try being like the soil now if you can. The story of the old harpist who in Omar's reign would play the harp in the middle of a graveyard. Without any food, just for the sake of God. There was once in Omar's huge caliphate a harpist whose sweet music was so great. His voice made nightingales fall stunned and cry, while also making each joy multiply. His breath graced meetings where the lords would throng. The resurrection listened to his song. Like Esrafil, whose voice was heard ahead, and brought back souls to bodies of the dead. Or one of Esrafil's close friends, whose cry could make an elephant grow wings and fly. For Esrafil revives men totally, though they've been rotting for a century. The prophets too have special tunes inside, from which to seekers precious life supplied. The sensual ear can't hear such melodies, since it's been tainted by iniquities. A man can't hear the angels' tunes inside. Their inner secrets humans are denied. These tunes are from this world of time and death. The heart's tunes loftier than every breath. Angels and men are captives equally, in ignorance's jail without a key. Recite, community of jinn and men, and learn, if you can pass beyond, go then. Within the saints are soulful melodies, which sing there is one God, so listen please. Lift up your heads from naught, which means negation, and cast off fancies and imagination. You've rotted in this planet of decay. Your soul could not grow up and fly away. If I give just a hint about this song, men's souls would rise from tombs before too long. Bring your ear close, for this tune isn't hidden, though to relate it now I am forbidden. The saints take Esrafil's place from today. They give life to the dead and show the way. From corpses souls ascend without a choice, up from the body's tomb due to this voice. Saying, this voice has a distinctive tone. To grant life is the job of God alone. We'd died and been left there to decompose. Then came God's blast and everybody rose. Whether God's blast is open or concealed, it gives that which in Mary was revealed. You who beneath your skin have lost it all, return from non-existence at his call. This call comes from the King himself, it's true, although his servant utters it to you. God told him, I'm your tongue and I, my slave. Your wrath and your contentment too I gave. Go forth, because through me you hear and see. Though you're God's secret, don't claim mastery, since to him who is for the Lord you turn. I'm yours, for God's for him, as we all learn. Sometimes I say it's you, sometimes it's me. Regardless, I am sunlight, can't you see? When I emit a breath just like a ray, the problems of the world all fade away. That darkness which resists all solar light, my breath makes like the morning, clear and bright. The names to Adam God himself explained. This knowledge all the rest through Adam gained. Whether in Adam's light or God's you bask, you choose between the goblet and the flask. For with the flask the goblet has a link so potent, blessed be that fine goblet's drink. The prophet said, those who've seen me are best, but people who've seen them are just as blessed. When lamps reflect a candle, men of course see it as well and know what is the source. 100 times like this though it is past, the source stays linked to those who see it last. Either be nourished by the final flame, or the soul's candle, for they're all the same. Either receive light from contemporaries, or from the candles of past visionaries. In explanation of the hadith, your Lord sends in the days of your era special breaths, so make sure to receive them. The Prophet said, the breaths that God exhales. In our own present time that's what prevails. So always be attentive with your ears, to catch a breath before it disappears. A breath came, saw you, slowly traveled on, gave life to whom it wanted, then was gone. Another breath will come soon, be prepared, so you don't miss this other one he's spared. The mother of all fires this breath extinguished. A dead man inner motion thus distinguished. The flame's heart felt the loss of its existence. The dead then wore new garments of subsistence. Like movements of the prophet's heavenly tree. Not like those of this world's menagerie. If it should fall upon the earth and sky, then it would terrify all passers-by. From fear of breath like this that's infinite. Recite, but they refuse to shoulder it. Why should they shrank from it be mentioned here? Unless the mountain turns to blood through fear? Last night I found you in a different hue. But then some morsels blocked the path to you. For just a bite Lockman is held at bay. It's now Lockman's time, morsel go away. The morsels what these pricks are set upon. In Lockman's soul they're looking for a thorn. There's none at all, nor semblance of one, there. Your greed stops you discerning things with care. The thorn's what you mistook to be a date. Because you're blind with lust, you low and great. God's rosary is in Lockman's pure soul. How can a thorn have pierced this sage's soul? This thorn-consuming realm's a dromedary. That's written by Mohammed's progeny. Camel, you're bearing roses, you should know. That from their scent more roses soon will grow. But you prefer to head for thorns and sand. What roses will you find on barren land? You who in search have traveled here and there. For roses, why do you keep asking where? From your own foot until you first remove the thorn, you're in the dark and you can't move. A man so great the world can't hold his size. A thorn's tip still can blinker from our eyes. The prophet came to bring us harmony. Please speak, sweet redhead, come and speak to me. And throw a horseshoe in the fire as well. So mountains turn to rubies by its spell. The redhead's feminine, it's Aisha's name. Arabs make soul and gender just the same. It makes no difference if it's feminine. The soul is genderless, alone within. It's too sublime for either gender's hold. For it's not something which blows hot and cold. The soul does not grow large by eating bread. Nor turn like this and then like that instead. Since it's pure goodness, it does what is good. Without it there's no goodness understood. If it's through sugar that you taste sweet too, remember sugar may abandon you. But when you turn to sugar through your state, then how can sugar ever separate? When lovers find within themselves the wine, they lose their intellect, dear friend of mine. This intellect denies love, but would claim it's privy to love's secrets all the same. It's just a know-all, fighting self-negation. Angels are devils till annihilation. It seems a friend by what it does and says. But it is far apart from mystic ways. It's nothing, for it won't leave self-existence. Unwilling, it's dissolved by our insistence. The soul is perfect and so is its call. Mohammed said, Bel-al, refresh us all. Lift up for us your powerful voice once more. With breath I breathed inside your big heart's core. That breath which once left Adam so amazed, made heaven's fold feel mesmerized and dazed. Mohammed lost himself in that fine voice. His prayer was not performed then by God's choice. He didn't lift his head, asleep he lay. His dawn prayer thus was subject to delay. But with the bride alone that previous night, his soul kissed both her hands and saw her light. Love and the soul are veiled in the unseen. Because I called him bride, don't scream obscene. I broke my silence not to be a bore. Would that he'd given me a little more. He says, speak up, it's not objectionable. Fate thus decreed in the invisible. Fault lies with those who only see what's wrong. With such as these, pure spirit can't belong. Fault lies with creatures who are ignorant, and have no link to the omnipotent. For God, though unbelief is wisdom too, it's just a curse if held by me or you. For if impurities are mixed with gold, it's like the candy stick you have to hold. They're both weighed on the scales as if one whole, together like the body and the soul. The greats did not speak idly, they were sure. For pure-souled men, their bodies just as pure. their speech, their soul, their body, and their face, are absolute, pure soul that leaves no trace. The soul's mere body if it thinks them foes worth naught, like backgammon dice overthrows. That one returns to soil and turns to earth, while others in white salt find pure rebirth. Salt made Mohammed the most excellent, then that well-formed hadith more eloquent. This salt's his permanent inheritance. His heirs are with you, seek them out at once. One sits before you, which way do you face? Where is the soul that contemplates each trace? If you imagine you've a front and back, your body's trapped you, soul inside you lack. Bodies have fronts and sides in all directions, but the enlightened soul has no dimensions. Open your eyes to vision through his light. Avoid the search, that's the short-sighted's plight. You're trapped in joy and grief, completely blind. In non-existence, where's front and behind? Today it's raining, walk until it's night. It's special rain God sends to those with sight. The story of Aisha's asking the Prophet, it rained today when you went to the graveyard, so how is it that your clothes aren't wet? The Prophet visited a grave one day, because one of his friends had passed away. With handfuls of dry earth he filled the grave. Thus to a precious seed new life he gave. Just like interred men, plants we see around, all lift their outstretched hands up from the ground. To humans they give countless signs, so clear. They speak to those of us with ears to hear. With outstretched hands, or like a tongue that's green, they share earth's secrets which lie deep, unseen. Like birds with heads in water that soon rose. As peacocks, though they used to be mere crows. In winter he had locked those crows in jail, but now he's given them a gorgeous tail. In winter he grants death, and each one grieves, but then revives them in the spring with leaves. They live on by themselves, Deniers said. Why then attribute this to God instead? Despite their blindness, in his friends who know, God's planted orchards which will always grow. Every sweet-smelling rose that you should see reveals God's mysteries so openly. Despite the skeptic's claims, we smell their scent across the world wherever veils are rent. Like bugs on roses, skeptics clamber off. Their ears can't bear truth's drums, so they just scoff. They act like they're immersed in what we say, but when the lightning flashes, turn away. They've turned their eyes away from what's shown here. The eye seeks safety first when ruled by fear. To his wife Aisha then Muhammad turned, on coming home, to share what he had learned. But when she saw his face she felt surprise, and touched him, just in case it was her eyes. His turban, face, and hair she touched and felt. His collar and his sleeve she also smelt. The Prophet asked, "What do you seek this way?" She said, "I saw the rain pour down today. I've checked your clothes in case they're wet just now, but there's no trace of rain, I'm wondering how." He asked, "What's that you're wearing on your head?" "I made that scarf of yours a veil instead." He said, "This then is why the Lord made plain to your pure eyes the special, hidden rain. That rain did not come from those clouds, my love. Other clouds float in different skies above." Commentary on the verse of Hakim Sana'i. Other skies found beyond, up with the soul. Command our own skies in their earthly role. And ups and downs obstruct the spirit's way, like mountains and deep seas to cross each day. Some other clouds and rain far from your view exist in the unseen, and more suns too. Just his elite see this manifestation. The rest feel doubt as to a new creation. Rain nurtures with its fresh, reviving spray, but also causes ruin and decay. The rain in spring is great, it makes things grow. Autumnal rain is like a fever though. The former nurtures tenderly like breath. The latter makes things sick and pale as death. The wind and sun are just like this as well. Find the point of their differences, then tell. In the unseen too there's variety, while here there's barter, fraud, and usury. From that spring comes each breath the saints emit. Inside one's heart a garden grows from it. Spring rain's effect, enabling trees to live, is found too in the grace their breath can give. If there's a tree that looks as dry as sand, don't blame the wind which helps each soul expand. The wind first did its work, then moved ahead. Those who had souls chose by it to be led. Concerning the meaning of the hadith, take advantage of the coolness of the spring. The Prophet told his friends once, please beware. Don't cover up yourself against spring air, because your soul will gain from that pure breeze, which does to it what spring does to the trees. But you must flee autumnal cold instead, for it will leave you like these gardens dead. Transmitters brought us just the form outside, and simply with that they were satisfied, so unaware that there's a soul to win. They saw the mountain, not the mind within. For God, the carnal soul's lust is autumnal. Wisdom and heart springs essence, thus eternal. Your clever reasoning hides like a cheat. Seek one whose intellect's divine, complete. Through his, your intellect may end up whole. That intellect restrains your carnal soul. Here's the interpretation put in brief. Pure breaths, like spring, breathe life in every leaf. Don't close your ears to what the saints report. Soft words or harsh, for they're your faith's support. Embrace with joy warm words and cold as well, till you escape from fickleness and hell. They're both life's spring, the source of all that's good. Knowledge, sincerity, and servanthood. Because the Spirit's garden lives through him. The heart sees filled with pearls up to the brim. A wise man's heart is filled with endless grief, if his heart's garden misses just one leaf. Aisha asks the Prophet, what was the inner meaning of today's rain? Aisha then asked, dear Prophet, please convey to me the wisdom of the rain today. Was this the cleansing rain of clemency, or wrathful justice from divinity? A gift of kindness from the pure spring breeze, or one of harmful autumn's qualities? He said, this was to heal the misery which has afflicted Adam's progeny. If man were to remain inside that fire, the rate of loss and ruin would soar higher. The world would be destroyed at once, no doubt. Cupidity in men thus driven out. The pillar of this world is heedlessness. This world sees as a curse pure thoughtfulness. It comes from that realm, when it dominates. This world is brought low by what it dictates. This wisdom's sunshine, greed is icy cold. Wisdom's fresh water, this world's foul and old. From that world gentle sprinklings always pour. So lust and envy here shall live no more. If such rains that are hidden should increase, both vice and virtue in this world would cease. This topic has no limit, let's return. The outcome of the harpist's tale to learn. The remainder of the story of the old harpist and the explanation of it. That man through whom the world was filled with sound, from whose voice grew such visions that astound. So bird-like hearts would fly in ecstasy, while souls, perplexed, would lose stability. As time passed, aged his falcon soul grown weak, more like a finch that scrapes dirt with its beak. His back became as hunched as jugs of wine. His eyebrows hung down like a trailing vine. His lovely, soul-expanding voice had turned into an ugly, worthless noise men shunned. What once made Venus green with jealousy, resembled now a mule's bray tragically. Has any fine thing not turned foul before? Has any rooftop not become a floor? Only the voices of saints from the past, whose breath provides the last day's trumpet blast. A soul which makes our hearts drunk in an instant. A non-existent which makes us existent. The loveliness in every voice and thought. The joy which inner revelation brought. When he grew old and weak that man looked dead. He needed loans just for a loaf of bread. You've granted me long life, Lord, whom I serve, and countless blessings which I don't deserve. For 70 years although I sinned each day, you never would withhold grace from my way. Without means I'm your guest, so hear my song. I play for God's sake, to whom I belong. He picked his harp up, sought God on his own. Crying inside the graveyard all alone. I seek from God the cost of just one string. He'll kindly take the counterfeits I bring. When he had played a long time and thus wept, with harp as pillow, grave as bed, he slept. His spirit fled the prison of his breast, abandoning the harp now for its quest. Free from the body and this world of pain, into the simple world, the soul's domain. His soul sang of what he'd now come upon. If I could only stay here from now on, I'd love to stay in vernal realms instead. Inside this mystic plain and tulip bed, I'd crawl there now without a head or feet. Without a lip or teeth its sweets I'd eat. With thoughts free of affliction from the brain, I'd joke with those up there in heaven's plain. Up there, with eyes closed, a whole world I'd view. Without a hand I'd pick some roses too. Like birds which in a sea of honey sink. Job's fount which cleanses and serves as a drink. It cleansed Job from his head down to his toes. Like dawn's first light, from all his earthly woes. If this book matched the sky's expansiveness, it still could not contain a drop of this. The earth and sky's vast space has sliced my heart, with feelings of confinement, locked apart. That dream world which I've seen with my own eye, through its expansiveness spurs me to fly. If that world and its gate were manifest, then few would stay here for a moment's rest. Then the command came, don't be greedy, no. Now that the thorns come out, step forward, go. The harpist's spirit lingered, reticent, clung tightly to the most beneficent. While he was asleep a voice told Omar, give this much gold from the treasury to that man who is sleeping in the graveyard. Omar was then made drowsy for God's sake, until he could no longer stay awake. He felt amazed, and said, this is no game. It comes from the unseen, it serves an aim. He lay down, slept and had a dream so clear, that God's own voice Omar's soul then could hear. That voice is the sole source of every sound. All noise is just its echo going round. Each Nubian, Persian, Arab, Turk, and Kurd, without their ears this wondrous voice has heard. So what if Turks and Tajiks understood? That voice is heard as well by stone and wood. Each moment am I not your Lord, we hear. And essences and accidents appear. Though all don't cry out yes, still their emergence is like a yes, sprung forth from non-existence. I said that stone and wood can understand. This tale will illustrate this, and expand. The complaint of the moaning pillar when a pulpit was made for the prophet because the congregation had grown and they had said, we can't see your blessed face when you're preaching. The prophet and his companions hear the pillar's complaint, and the prophet converses with it plainly. A pillar, cut off from the prophet, moaned, just like a living being, and it groaned. He asked it, what are you reacting to? My soul bleeds now that it's cut off from you. I was your firm support, but you've moved on. Do pulpits have a post to lean upon? Do you want to be made a palm instead? So everyone can pick your dates, he said. Or that God should make you a cypress tree, so you'll stay fresh and moist eternally. The pillar said, I want what lasts forever. Don't you behave worse than this piece of timber. He buried then that pillar so it may be resurrected on the final day. Those men whom God has called, as you should know, involvement with this world choose to forego. Whoever gets work straight from God will find admission there, and leave his job behind. But those who've not had gifts from realms unknown will not believe inanimates can moan. He says, yes, though inside he scoffs at it. So you won't say that he's a hypocrite. Unless informed about his order, b. They would reject my discourse totally. 1,000 men who just obey what's told were filled with doubt when one new thought took hold. Their skills in logic, proofs, and imitation are based upon their false imagination. That wretched Satan sows doubt in each mind, in order to trip up the ones who are blind. The legs of theorists are made of wood. A wooden leg's unstable, it's no good. The pole of each age is a visionary. Mountains feel dizzy at his constancy, while blind men need a stick to walk around, to stop them tumbling over on the ground. That horseman through whom armies won their fight. Who is this man? The one who has true sight. Though with a stick the blind can walk with ease, seeing through help received from visionaries. If there were no kings of the mystic kind, as stiff as corpses you would see the blind. Sowing and reaping blind men cannot do, nor trade, nor building, as is plain to you. If he had not shown mercy to your heart, your staff of reason would have split apart. What is this staff? Proofs and analogies. Who gave it? That most glorious one who sees. The staffs become a weapon for your hate. So break it into bits, you blind ingrate. He gave this staff that you might benefit. In anger has he struck you once with it? Blind people, what's kept you preoccupied? Look for an intermediary, a guide. Don't disobey. He gave the staff to you. Remember just what Adam was put through. The miracles of Moses and Mohammed. A stick became a snake, a pillar muttered. The pillar moaned, the stick turned to a snake. They strike 5 times a day for their faith's sake. But if this truth were comprehensible, we wouldn't need a single miracle. That which is grasped by your intelligence does not need miracles as evidence. Consider this path it's irrational, and yet to wise men it's acceptable. While demons, fearing Adam, chose to flee to far-off islands, filled with jealousy. Likewise when prophets' miracles appear, the skeptics hide their heads in sand through fear. So they can act like Muslims in deceit, without you knowing that they only cheat. They rub on silver, fake insignias, to make seem real their worthless replicas. They falsely speak of laws, God's unity, like loaves which hide within impurity. Philosophers don't dare to breathe a word, because true faith will show them they're absurd. Their hands and feet do what their spirits say, since they're inanimate and must obey. Although they spread doubts and they falsify, against them their own limbs still testify. The manifestation of a miracle of the Prophet through the speech of gravel in the hand of Abu Yal, as it bears witness to the truth of Muhammad's status. While holding gravel, Abu Yal came near to ask the Prophet, "What do I have here? If you're a prophet, tell me what I brought. Since heaven's secrets you must have been taught. Would you prefer it if I answer you, or if the stones speak up to tell what's true?" He said, "The latter's more incredible. Of course, though of much more God's capable." Within his fist each stone began to say that it had Muslim faith, without delay. Each said, "There is no God except Allah," and joined, "Muhammad is his messenger." On hearing this, he threw them on the floor, much angrier than he had been before. The remainder of the story about the musician, the commander of the faithful Omar, conveys to him the message that the unseen voice had uttered. Let's go back to that old musician's tale. With waiting he became so weak and pale. Omar was then told, "Free him from his need. He's been our servant in both word and deed. He's a much valued slave for whom we care. You'll find him in the graveyard deep in prayer. Arise, and from the public treasury, take 700 dinars rightfully. Tell him, God's chosen you among us all. Take this amount, forgive me that it's small. It's for those silk harp strings we know you lack. Once it is spent, if you want more, come back." That awesome voice thus shook Omar awake, to then exert himself just for God's sake. Towards the graveyard quickly now he ran, clutching his purse and searching for that man. He ran around it for a while, but found, apart from some old codger, none around. This can't be him, he thought, and searched again. He tired and still had not seen other men. He thought, God said, a slave, immaculate. A pure man, worthy, blessed and fortunate. Can some old harpist be this venerable? Mysterious secret, you're incredible. He went around the graveyard once again. Just like a lion prowling round his den. When he knew there was no one else in sight. He thought, in darkness hearts can still burn bright. He sat down next to him with utmost care. But then he sneezed, the man jumped in the air. He saw Omar confused, he scratched his head. He felt like leaving, but just shook instead. God help me please, the old man prayed inside. It's the police for me, and I can't hide. Omar glanced at his face and it was clear. The old man was ashamed and pale with fear. He told him, don't be scared, don't run away. I brought good news from God for you today. God praised your nature, so that I, Omar, came to admire and love you from afar. So sit back down beside me, and stay near. So I can whisper secrets in your ear. God sends his greetings, and he asks you this. How are you with your pain that's limitless? Here's cash first, buy your silk harp strings, and then, once you have spent it all, come back again. The old man shook on hearing what was planned. His heart throbbed wildly and he bit his hand. He screamed, my peerless lord who's free from blame. Please stop. You make this old man burn with shame. Due to abundant pain he wept in fits. Then slammed his harp down, smashing it to bits. You veiled me from my lord, you stupid thing. And chased me off the highway to the king. You sucked my blood to make me a disgrace. For my whole life before God's perfect grace. Have mercy, God, supreme in loyalty. Upon a life spent in iniquity. The value of each day God's given you exceeds all things, but no man has a clue. Throughout my life I was a waste of space. I spent my days with treble notes and bass. Immersed forever in my fickle art. I thus forgot the pain of being apart. The freshness in my minor keys instead has shriveled up my heart and left it dead. Due to my hours spent on each melody. The caravan moved on too soon for me. Against myself, please God, come to my aid. Of no one else complaints have I now made. I can't receive such help from any source. But God, who's closer than myself, of course. My being comes each breath from him to me. Once this declines, I'll see his unity. Like when near someone counting out your gold. Your whole attention soon this man will hold. Omar turns the old man's gaze from the station of weeping, which requires self-existence, to the station of absorption. Omar then told him, your acute distress points also to your own self-consciousness. Annihilation has a difference. Self-consciousness is there a gross offense. It's thinking of the past to no avail. From God the past and future both will veil. Set fire to these two now, and please take heed. Don't stay blocked up with knots like a bad reed. While it's blocked up it can't be intimate. No lips count it as an associate. While walking, all your thoughts are wandering. Back home about yourself you're pondering. You've knowledge, but you're heedless of its source. It's worse than sin, your kind of blind remorse. Why still repent about a state that's past? Repent of your repentance now at last. You thought then just of music in your ears. Now you prefer to weep your salty tears. Omar, discerning mirror of God's light, woke up the old man's soul from its dark night. He stopped his weeping and his laughing too. His old soul died, but he was born anew. Then he was filled with such bewilderment. He rose beyond the earth and firmament. A search beyond all searches thus began. Not that I understand, perhaps you can? Such states and words beyond what's known to us. Drowned in the beauty of the glorious. A drowning, neither meaning his deliverance, nor that the sea and he still show a difference. Your intellect can't know the whole unless you keep on pleading and show neediness. When such demands are made repeatedly, at last a wave will come from that pure sea. Now that we've reached the ending of this tale, the old man and his states have drawn the veil. He's shaken words off just like crumbs of bread, though half of this long tale is left unsaid. For such delights, to gamble is the cost. 100,000 souls may thus be lost. Be like a hunting falcon in your soul. Risk your life like the sun, let the dice roll. The sun which radiates life to all men. Each moment empties, then fills up again. Sun of reality, diffuse life too. Make this old world shine bright as though it's new. Spirit and life arrive here from beyond, like water pouring non-stop in a pond. Commentary on the prayer of those two angels who call out at every market each day, God, give every spender change to spare and bring every miser harm, with the explanation that the spender refers to the aspirant on the path to God, not the one who squanders it for the sake of desire. The prophet said, two angels always shout, with voices that sound sweet when they cry out. Please God, keep all the spenders satisfied. Let them go home with their wealth multiplied. But don't give misers anything, please Lord. But loss of income, so they'll lose their hoard. Yet stinginess excels a generous hand. Don't give what's God's except at his command. Then, in return, you'll gain a boundless treasure, and not an unbeliever's paltry measure. Seek God's command from those in union see. Not every heart has this capacity. In the Quran those who chose to forget found all their spending only buys regret. The Meccans who reviled the Prophet tried a sacrifice to draw God to their side. Such camel sacrifices thus they made, to sharpen on his neck a murderous blade. But they were like that over-generous slave. The king's wealth to his enemies he gave. So to the king this kind of generous act warranted exile, the slave was attacked. That's why believers fearfully recite, show us the straight path, in their prayers each night. The generous give coins to all those who ask, but offering up one's soul's the lover's task. Give bread for God's sake, more will come to you. Give up your soul, receive a soul that's new. When leaves fall off the tree, then God will give the leafless tree what it should need to live. Your being generous won't leave you without. God's grace won't leave you ruined, never doubt. Your barn is emptied when you sow what's there, but soon your field sprouts goodness everywhere. What you save in your barn as capital gets eaten up by mice, it's temporal. This world is naught, look for the lasting whole. Your body's void, try searching in your soul. So bring your bitter soul now to the sword. A soul just like the sea is the reward. If you don't know how to find this location, just listen to the following narration. The story of the caliph who surpassed Hadamtai in generosity for his own time, and was peerless. Then, there was a caliph once in history, who seemed superior to Hadamtai. The flag of generosity he'd raise, eradicating need through his kind ways. His generous deeds produced pearls in the sea, and stretched around the world repeatedly. He was like clouds or rainfall for dry land, thus representing God's own giving hand. His gifts made deepest mines and oceans quake. The route to him all caravans would take. The needy turned towards his door in prayer. News of his generous ways spread everywhere. Persians, Greeks, Arabs, Turks, with eyebrows raised by his munificence were left amazed. Water of life, and sea of kindness too. Through him all humans were soon born anew. Story about the poor Bedouin and his wife's altercation with him because of their want and poverty. A Bedouin lived with his weary bride. Since they were hard up, every day she cried, "We always have to suffer and be poor. The rest rejoice, while you and I endure. We have no bread, just jealousy and pain. We have no water, tears replace the rain. Just sunlight clothes us in the afternoon. At night our sheets are beams shown by the moon. Imagining the moon's a wholesome pie. We lift our hands to grab it from the sky. Paupers, ashamed at our sad poverty. Just watch us starve, filled with anxiety. Our kin as well as strangers keep away. Like samurai when not allowed to stay. If I ask for some beans to fill my cup, they shout, "May you die painfully, shut up." In war and charity is Arab pride. Among them you're a blemish that must hide. Fighting. We don't need that to have no life. Beheaded thus by poverty's cruel knife. Charity. We must beg for our food first. We suck the blood of flies to slake our thirst. And if a guest should ever come our way, while he's asleep I'd take his coat away. The deception of needy disciples by false claimants whom they imagine to be venerable authorities, who are in union with God, not knowing the difference between fact and fiction, between what grows naturally and what has been grafted. Because of this the wise have understood. One must become the guest of someone good. You're the disciple of a person who, through meanness, will steal all your gains from you. How can he help you when he has no power? He gives no light, you'll darken by the hour. Since he has no light, how can people say, by seeing him they'll gain a single ray? Just like a half-blind doctor treating eyes. He pulls wool over them, this man just lies. In poverty and wealth we are this way. May no guest by us to be led astray. If you've not seen a famine's face before, look at us Bedouins now at your door. Each false guide hides our features inwardly. His heart is dark though he talks cleverly. Of God he doesn't have a single trace, but claims more grace than Adam to your face. The devil won't show him a single hair. I'm greater than the saints, he'll still declare. He's stolen terms from Sufis for his speech, so men might think he's qualified to teach. To Bayezid he even deals out blame. His inner being makes Yazid feel shame. Without a crumb from heaven, he's alone. God hasn't even thrown to him a bone. He's said, I've spread a feast, come everyone. For I'm God's deputy, the Caliph's son. Hey simple-hearted people everywhere, come fill your stomachs here with my hot air. Some waited years for promises he made. Tomorrow never comes, and dreams must fade. It takes a while until one's inner soul becomes revealed to others as a whole. Is there some gold beneath the body's wall? Or just a snake pit where foul insects crawl? Once it is known that this man was depraved, his students will be too old to be saved. In explanation of how it happens occasionally that a disciple sincerely believes that a false claimant is authentic, and, through this conviction of his, reaches a station that his sheikh has never even dreamt of, such that fire and water cannot harm him though they do harm his sheikh. But this is very rare. Occasionally, we see the opposite. From falsehood some disciples benefit. With a sincere aim they may reach their goal. Though a mere body they had thought a soul. Guessing the Qibla in the dead of night. God heard their prayers though they did not guess right. This vain impostor lacks a soul within. Just as we both lack food and are so thin. Why should we hide our want like this big fake? And merely for our reputation's sake. The Bedouin tells his wife to be patient and explains the virtue of poverty and patience. Why keep on seeking wealth, her husband said. Most of our life has passed, we'll soon be dead. The wise don't think of gain and loss like you. For both are like a flood that passes through. Whether it's clean or foul, don't waste a breath. Within a moment it will meet its death. Thousands of animals live wild and free, without such ups and downs, so joyfully. The dove gives thanks to God from that tall tree. Although for food there's still no guarantee. The nightingale sings praise of God as well. We count on you, and you respond so well. The falcon finds her bliss on the king's hand, forgetting all the carrion in the sand. From gnats to elephants the same applies. They're all God's family, whom he supplies. The grief inside our breasts is worthless nonsense, mere fog and dust of our wind-like existence. Uprooting griefs are scythes which wickedly keep whispering, "It's like this, can't you see?" Each suffering is a piece of death, no doubt. If you know how to cast that portion out, since you can't flee that part of death, heed well. All of it will be poured on you in hell. But if this part of death tastes sweet to you, God will make all the rest of it sweet too. Pains are like messengers from death, don't shun death's messenger, you weak, distracted one. Those who live now in pleasure die in pain. The body's worshippers no soul will gain. From pastures sheep are driven to their pen. The fattest ones are picked for slaughter then. The night has passed and dawn has come, dear wife. Will you just talk of gold for all your life? When you were young you were more satisfied. Now you seek gold, then you were gold inside. A fruitful vine once, now you can't be sold. Your fruit should ripen, but you're dry and old. Your fruit ought to be sweeter now than that. But you've reversed the way rope makers played. Since you're my wife we should be similar. To make our life together easier, partners must match, in basics they must share. Like gloves and shoes, together as a pair. If one shoe of a pair does not quite fit, the other must be thrown away with it. Have you seen double doors of different size? A wolf and lion mate before your eyes? Two loads won't balance on the camel's back, if one's much smaller than the other sack. Contentment is the aim of my brave soul. Why do you make repulsiveness your goal? The man spoke with sincerity this way to his old wife until the break of day. The wife advises her husband, don't talk any more about your own merit and spiritual station. Why? Preach what you don't practice, for even though these words are true, still you haven't reached the station of trust in God, and to speak like this above your own station and affairs is harmful and more abhorred by God. His wife screamed, image is what you adore. I won't endure your stories any more. Don't spout pretentious gibberish to me. Don't speak with arrogance presumptuously. You have such airs as if you've earned much fame. Look at your own state now and feel some shame. Pride's ugly and for beggars doubly so. Like wearing wet clothes when it's bound to snow. Although you like to show off with hot air, your home's a spider's web, it's hardly there. When did you fill your soul with satisfaction? You've only just looked up its definition. Although the prophet said contentment's treasure, you can't tell it from pain though it brings pleasure. Contentment is the spirit's treasure chest. But only grief is found inside your breast. Don't call me wife or try to cuddle me. My husband's justice, not depravity. How can you walk with lords when you eat mud? And, for your drink, you suck a locust's blood. You fight with dogs for bones, you're so in need. And mourn just like an empty-bellied reed. Don't look at me with eyes full of disdain, or I'll tell what you hide inside each vein. You think you're more intelligent than me. You've credited me with stupidity. Don't jump on me like reckless wolves would do. Better to lack a brain than be like you. Because your brain just shackles everyone. It seems more like a snake or scorpion. May God oppose your lies and cruelty. And stop your meddling brain from touching me. Both snake and charmer lurk behind your face. You're both amazingly, you're a disgrace. If you could see you're ugly like the crow. From pain and grief you'd melt just like the snow. The charmer chants spells like an enemy. The snake casts spells back though he cannot see. If his trap for the snake were not a spell, how could he be the snake's prey then as well? The charmer, counting all the wealth he'd make, can't recognize the spell from his own snake. The snake says, charmer, you think you're so fine. You see your own spell, but now look at mine. You tricked me with the name of God for fun, to make me seem possessed to everyone. I wasn't trapped by your tricks but God's name. You've made God's name a trap, you should feel shame. The name of God will make you pay for it. To his name soul and body I commit. For it will slit the veins of your sad life. Or throw you into jail like me, your wife. The wife gave lectures to him of this sort. Just like a never-ending bad report. The man advises his wife, don't look upon the poor with contempt, but look at the work of God as perfect. Don't revile the poor with their poverty through your own vain fancy and opinion. He said, are you a wife? You always moan. Poverty's pride, so leave my ears alone. Wealth is just like a hat that people wear to warm their heads if they have lost their hair. But those with lovely, glossy curls prefer not to wear hats without their happier. The man of God is like the eye, and sight is better than to be veiled from God's light. The dealer at the time of the inspection strips slaves of clothes that might hide imperfection. But he can't strip them of their blemishes. He'll clothe them so that no one witnesses, claiming, this one's just shy through modesty. If I undress him, he is bound to flee. Up to his neck the dealer's filled with vice. To cover this, his money pays the price. The slaves of lust can't see his faults within. For lust unites hearts which are filled with sin. But if a beggar utters words of gold, his wares still won't be put in shops and sold. The Sufis' business is beyond your brain. Don't treat their poverty with such disdain. For they transcend mere outward poverty. Their daily bread comes from God's majesty. Since God is just, how can he then mistreat lovers whose hearts for him alone still beat? Or give some people all that they desire, while ushering the rest straight to the fire? So may his fire burn those who hold that view. For he created earth and heaven too. Was poverty's my pride then set in vain? No, there are hidden glories to attain. In anger, you have sworn at me a lot. Snake charmer you have called me, though I'm not. If I catch one, first I'll pull its fangs out, so that it's safe to bash its head about. Because those fangs are its own enemy. I'll pull them out with knowledge God gave me. I don't chant spells for my own benefit. I've turned desire around and shackled it. Of this world, God knows, I don't seek a part. Contentment's brought a new world to my heart. Upon the pear tree you see things pear-shaped. Those who came down from such vile thoughts escaped. You feel so giddy when you spin and whirl. You see the house spin but it's you, my girl. In explanation of how everyone's movement proceeds from where he is, he sees everyone from the limited perspective of his own existence. Blue glass shows the sun as blue, and red glass as red. When the glass is free of color, it becomes transparent, and is more truthful than all other glass as a leader to emulate. Abu Yal saw Muhammad once and said, an ugly thing the Hashemites have bred. Muhammad said to him, your words are true, although there's none impertinent as you. Abu Bakr then exclaimed, my son of light, not from the east nor west, may you shine bright. Muhammad said, correct, companion. You fled this world worth less than carrion. Those present asked, pure chief of the elect, how can two opposites be both correct? I'm like a mirror God's cleaned to perfection. Indians and Turks both see here their reflection. The man said, don't see me as covetous. Transcend this womanish suspiciousness. It looks like lust but is in fact God's grace. When there is grace, for lust there is no space. Try being poor a day or two, you'll see twice as much richness in this poverty. Have patience with it, don't grow so uptight. In poverty lies God's most glorious might. Avoid being sour and many souls you'll see through satisfaction, drowned in the sweet sea. Thousands of bitter souls too can be found, like roses which in syrup have been drowned. If only you had the capacity, then my heart's state could be shown candidly. Milk from the soul's breast is what I now share. It won't flow out if no one suckles there. When listeners feel a thirst and start to seek. Preachers, though they be dead, will start to speak. When listeners aren't tired, but fresh as dew. The mute find tongues with which to lecture to. If strangers enter my house, women wear a headscarf that can cover all their hair. If relatives should enter in their place, then they would lift their veils back off their face. Whatever people try to beautify, they just embellish for the seeing eye. How can the harp's sweet music that you hear have been made just to please a tone-deaf ear? God didn't make musk fragrant just for fun. It's for those who can smell, not everyone. God has set up the land and sky you view, and put both fire and light between the two. The earth is made just for terrestrials. The sky's the home of all celestials. The base man is the lofty spitter foe, the customer for each place we all know. Veiled girl, he said, have you now lost your mind? Would you put makeup on just for the blind? The world with precious pearls if I should strew. If they're not your share, what good will it do? No longer fight or try to lead astray. Or give me up instead, dear wife, today. I do not wish to fight with enemies. From righteous actions even my heart flees. Stay silent or I'll take this seriously, and leave behind our home immediately. The wife takes notice of her husband and seeks forgiveness for her words. And when his wife saw him wild as a bear, she started crying, tears are woman's snare. She sobbed, I'd never guessed what you might do. I'd hoped for something different from you. With self-negation she came to his side. I'm more your dust than your beloved bride. I'm yours in soul and body, totally. You now possess the power to order me. If I lost patience with being poor, it was on your account. My pain is not the cause. You are my medicine for every ache. I don't want you in need, it's for your sake. It's not about my own wants that I care. I scream and moan for your sake, this I swear. By God, for your sake you will find that I would sacrifice myself, for you I'd die. Would that your soul, which mine's devoted to, could know what my soul thinks, my honest view. Since you thought very badly then of me. Of soul and body I long to be free. And gold and silver I would throw away. For you to not react like this today. You occupy my heart and soul throughout. For this small slip of mine would you walk out? You have the power to just walk away. Although my soul pleads that you'll choose to stay. Remember me, your idol from before. The one you used to worship and adore? I've lit my heart now to agree with you. If you say cooked I'll say all the way through. For I'm your spinach, one small dish you eat. You're worth it, whether with sour sauce or sweet. I blasphemed then, but now I understand. With all my heart I follow your command. I didn't recognize your royal traits. I interrupted but a good wife waits. I've fashioned now a torch from your compassion. Repenting, I've abandoned opposition. I've placed before you both a sword and shroud. To chop my head off which has been too proud. You speak of separation's agonies. Do what you wish to do, but not that please. Your spirit pleads within you now for me. It intercedes like this perpetually. Your loving nature pleads my case within. Relying on it, my heart sought out sin. Stop feeling angry now, be merciful. Sweeter than honey by the bucketful. She spoke thus kindly and with some success. And she would pause to shed tears in distress. Her tears and sobbing soon became excessive. Though she already was for him impressive. That pain produced a lightning bolt, which lit a spark inside his heart and made it split. That pretty face which turns you to her slave. When she acts servile, how must you behave? That one whose arrogance astonished you, now cries in front of you, what can you do? That one whose proud rebuffs made your heart bleed, can do more damage now she comes in need. We've all been trapped once in her tyranny. Now she is begging, what are we to plea? It's beautified for men, God gave it shape. So how can men know where they can escape? So he's consoled by her she was created. Can Adam then from Eve be separated? A Hamza and Rustam in bravery. His wife still keeps him bound in slavery. Although his words could make the whole world sway. Please redhead, speak to me, he still would say. Water puts out the flames which winds just fan. But boils away when heated in a pan. For if a pan should separate the two, it will evaporate in front of you. Though outwardly above her you may tower. You want her, so within she has the power. This love's the special human quality. Beasts lack it, that's their inferiority. In explanation of the saying, women prevail over intelligent men, while ignorant men prevail over them. The prophet once said, women all control. Intelligent men, those who have a soul. But stupid men rule women, for they're crude. And hold a simple, bullish attitude. They lack all tenderness and can't be kind. Their animal soul still controls their mind. Tenderness is a human quality, while lust and rage show animality. A ray from God is that one whom you love. Creative, uncreated, from above. The man submits to his wife's request that he should seek a livelihood, regarding her opposition as a sign from God. To those who have the knowledge to discern, what spins you round's the thing that makes you turn. The things his wife said made the man feel shame. Like dying officers who don't want blame. I have become my lover's foe, he said. How did I kick my own soul in the head? Our sight is veiled whenever fate decrees. Our mind can't tell our elbows from our knees. But once it's past, our mind then starts to mourn. It rips our shirt now that the veil's been torn. He said, I feel ashamed, my darling wife. I've strayed, but now I seek a righteous life. I've sinned against you, please act mercifully. Please don't uproot my heart immediately. If an old infidel feels as I do, once he repents he's then a Muslim too. Through love of God, who's kind and generous, all of existence feels delirious. He's loved by faith and infidelity. Copper and gold both serve in alchemy. In explanation of why Moses and Pharaoh were both compelled by God's decree like poison and antidote, darkness and light, and of Pharaoh's prayers in solitude to God that he would not shatter his reputation. Moses and Pharaoh both served God this way. Moses seemed guided, Pharaoh led astray. Moses would weep for God when it was light. Pharaoh would do that in the dark at night. What is this halter on my neck, he'd pray. Without it, I am I, how could I say? While you've illumined Moses like a spark. By that same power you've made the servant dark. You've lit just like the moon his radiant face. My moon-like soul you've turned black with disgrace. My stars dependent on this moon for light. Now it's eclipsed, how can I still shine bright? Saying I am the Lord, slaves start drum rolls. But it's for the eclipse men beat their bowls. They all raise such a clamour for one aim. So that this moon may thus be put to shame. Although I'm Pharaoh, I'm a desperate soul. Each calls me highest Lord, then beats his bowl. We're fellow servants, but your axe still chops the branches that it chooses in this copse. Then joins a branch back to its trunk once more, while other branches it will just ignore. But over your axe power each branch lacks. No branch has yet escaped this ruthless axe. Since your axe has the power to dictate, would you please make all crooked things now straight? Pharaoh said to himself once more, how odd. Do I not pray throughout the night to God? I'm meek in secret, and in harmony. When I reach Moses, what becomes of me? The gilt of false gold has 10 coats, but turns pitch black when it is brought near flames, and burns. My body follows him, my heart as well. One moment I'm the kernel, then the shell. He tells me be a field, and I turn green. Be ugly. I turn paler than you've seen. A moon that's bright then black, deprived of light. This is the way God works, am I not right? Before be. And it was brings his decree. We run in place and placelessness, so free. Once color has hemmed colorlessness in. Two Moseses their warring then begin. When colorlessness is acquired again. Moses and Pharaoh even make peace then. If doubts come to you still about this state, how can this point be free from all debate? Colorlessness to color, that's the wonder. And how they should begin to fight each other. Oil is made up of water, isn't it? So why then is oil water's opposite? If you should try to mix them, you will see that they will keep apart so stubbornly. Since rose and thorn belong together too. Why then is constant fighting all they do? Is it real war, or wisdom in disguise? Like donkey sellers' fights just for our eyes? Or neither, just confusion for our mind? The treasure in this ruin one might find. Your treasure with real treasure you confuse. Such thoughts mean that real treasure you will lose. Such fancies are like populated land. Treasure is not found there, you understand. Such settlements are filled with life and war. Non-being felt such shame at what it saw. Being did not try fleeing non-existence. But it sent being home despite resistance. I'm fleeing non-existence, don't you claim? It runs away from you, but you've no shame. It calls you to itself just outwardly, but drives you off with cudgels inwardly. Like changing footprints so you can't be tracked. Pharaoh's distaste is Moses's in fact. The reason for the disappointment of the wretched with both worlds, for he has lost this world and the hereafter. Once a philosopher claimed this, I've heard. The sky's an egg, its yolk earth, how absurd. So someone asked, how does the earth then stay surrounded totally by sky this way? Just like a lantern hanging in the air, not moving even slightly while it's there. Then the logician said, it's the sky's pull from all the six directions to the full. Like a magnetic vault, continually. It holds it like some iron centrally. He then said, you are claiming it's the sky which draws this dark earth, but I can't see why. Perhaps it just repels from every side, with heavy winds that keep the earth inside. The perfect with their minds repel this way. So Pharaoh's wayward soul is kept at bay, due to repulsion from both worlds, my friend. The lost are left with neither in the end. Even if you should shun God's slaves today, they're sick of your existence anyway. They've amber which affects you just like straw, inducing frenzy in you and sheer awe. But when they hide their ember, your submission, you quickly change again to fierce sedition. Your rank becomes mere animality. This is bound by and needs humanity. While this humanity the saints control. Like animals we need them in this role. The prophet called my servants all mankind. Recite then, O my servants, for the blind. Your brain's the camel driver driving you. It drags you everywhere and whips you too. The saint rules all your intellects, so they are just like camels in their driver's sway. Look carefully, and keep this fact in mind. There's one guide with 1,000 souls behind. You ask me, who's the driver? Who's the guide? Find eyes which see the sun and then decide. The world has been nailed down throughout the night, waiting just for the sun to spread its light. Here in an atom is a hidden sun. A lion in a lamb's skin, he's the one. A sea that's hidden under straw, take care not to step by mistake now over there. Doubts and mistakes about guides may be part of grace, though this may seem strange at the start. Each prophet came alone down here below. His sole guide was unseen, so none could know. He charmed the world in its entirety, and hid in a small form, so none could see. The stupid thought him weak and all alone. How can the king's companion be so prone? They said he's just a man and nothing more. But sadly didn't know what lay in store. The senses' eyes see Saleh and his she-camel as wretched and without a friend. When God wishes to destroy an army, he makes their foes seem wretched and few, even though that foe may be superior. He belittled you in their eyes so that God could bring to pass something that needed to be done. Saleh's she-camel seemed no different. So wretches maimed her who were ignorant. With water these vile wretches were so mean. For God's bestowal of water they'd not seen. God's camel then drank from some distant pools. God's water they'd refused to God, what fools. The camel, like the bodies of good men, brought the destruction of the evil then. God's she-camel, her share thus you can see, caused death and pain to this community. The officer of God's wrath then laid down her blood price as the people of that town. Spirit is Saleh, body his maimed steed. Spirits in union, bodies filled with need. Saleh's pure soul can't be a sufferer. The essence wasn't maimed, they harmed just her. And Saleh's spirit doesn't suffer grief. God's light is not harmed by men's unbelief. God joined it with the body in one place. So grief and trials man would have to face, not knowing they are God's essentially. That his own jarful comes from the deep sea. God joined the body with an aim in mind, to serve as a safe refuge for mankind. So serve the bodies of the saints who save. With Saleh's spirit be a fellow slave. Saleh said, you have shown your jealous ways. So punishment will come down in 3 days. After 3 days, the one who can take life will send these signs of your impending strife. Your face will change its hue repeatedly, a range of colors which all men will see. Your skin will turn to saffron straight away, then red just like a rose on the next day. The 3rd day every face will turn pitch black. And after that God's wrath will soon attack. You want a sign of this threat? Can't you see? Her foal run to the mountains desperately. There's hope still if you stop him reaching there. If not, the bird of hope will flee its snare. No one could catch that foal as it raced on. It reached the mountains, and then it was gone. Spirits flee bodies, their main source of shame. The Lord of mercy being their sole aim. Saleh said, his decree has not been read. Hope was pinned down, and now they've chopped its head. What is the camel's foal? One's lofty mind, which you can bring back home by being kind. If it returns, you've then escaped all harm. If not, in sheer despair you'll bite your arm. They thus heard all about their gloomy fate, and stared down, for all they could do was wait. On the 1st day, they saw that they'd turned pale, and in despair they all began to wail. Then on the 2nd day, they turned bright red. All hope they'd had was now replaced with dread. The 3rd day, they all turned black in the face. Saleh's claims all proved true, they had no case. When they became filled with the worst despair, they knelt like birds just landed from the air. In Revelation Gabriel would dictate with Jathiman that men must fall prostrate. Prostrate when you're taught how to fall this way, and when you're told to on that dreaded day. They waited for his wrath's blows to descend. It came and wiped them out, that was their end. Saleh left his seclusion for that place. A smoke cloud was the last remaining trace. He could hear body parts scream mournfully, though when he looked no mourners could he see. He heard some moaning from their scattered bones. Their souls, instead of tears, shed solid stones. Saleh screamed, this was more than he could take. He started mourning for these mourners' sake. You've made me weep for you, community. You wasted all your lives on vanity. God told me, suffer their abuse and give advice to them, they haven't long to live. I said, advice gets blocked by cruelty. Its milk flows out with love and purity. They forced me to endure such awful pains. Advice's milk has clotted in my veins. God said, my grace and kindness I will send, and place a plaster on your wounds, my friend. He made my heart clear as a sunny day, from my thoughts sweeping your abuse away. I then returned to counseling again, shared parables like sugar with all men. Fresh milk from sugar in this way I made. Mixed milk with honey in what I conveyed. Those words became like poison in your heart. Since you were filled with poison from the start. Why should I grieve that grief has now been slain? You stubborn people were my grief and pain. Who mourns that grief through dying has been stopped? Or that a painful boil has finally popped? You mourner, to himself he turned and said, that corpse does not deserve the prayers you've read. Reciter, don't you now make a mistake. Why should I feel bad for the wicked's sake? To weeping with his heart he now returned. An undeserved compassion in him burned. He shed tears in distress increasingly. Drops from the sea of generosity. His intellect asked him, why weep, you fool? Or mourn those who preferred to ridicule? What are you crying for? Their deeds? Tell me. For that malicious, wicked company. For their dark, rusty hearts, your heart now breaks. Their tongues were venomous just like a snake's. Or for their dog breath do you breathe such sighs? Or for their scorpion's nest of mouths and eyes? Or for their squabbling, sneering, and abuse? Give thanks that God will never let them loose. Their hands and feet and eyes were out of place. Their love and peace and anger a disgrace. To follow the traditions of their sect. They stamped upon the guiding intellect. They've turned to donkeys, they don't want a guide. They choose to show off and to worship pride. From heaven God brought down his slaves to see how they're prepared for hell so perfectly. Concerning the meaning of he lets the seas meet each other with a gap which they don't encroach upon. The source of hell and heaven's guests is one. Though there's a gap they don't encroach upon. The men of fire and those of light he's mixed. Although Mount Kaf between them he has fixed. Like in a mine he's mixed plain soil with gold. Though for such different prices they'll be sold. Like necklaces of pearl and cheap black stone. Strange fellow guests who'll soon depart alone. Half of the sea tastes sweet and sugary. Bright like the moon, as clear as it can be. The other half's like bitter venom, which, as well as tasting foul, is black as pitch. They crash against each other as waves do. As if one sea not forced apart as two. Confinement makes forms clash within its cell. Souls thus are mixed in peace and war as well. The waves of peace collide with wondrous might. Uprooting from men's breasts all hate and spite. The waves of war though take a different form. Inverting our loves like a thunderstorm. Love draws the bitter to the sweet by force. For love is rightly guided by its source. Wrath drags the sweet to bitterness, but how? Can bitterness suit sweetness, tell me now? Bitter and sweet are not seen by your sight. Only the furthest window sheds such light. The eye that sees the end sees properly. While seeing just this world's delusory. Many things look like sugar but are not. Like poison hidden in the sugar pot. The wiser ones detect it by its smell. Some after they have tasted it as well. Their lips reject it thus before their throats. Although the devil bellows, eat, and gloats. Another through his throat knows he'll be ill. The next once it has traveled further still. Another feels it burning when he shits. The pain will crush his liver now to bits. The next one after several months perceives. Another, after dying, finally grieves. If in the grave he finds respite, then he, on resurrection day, will finally see. Each sugar cube in this world too receives its own allotted time before it leaves. Rubies need years beneath the sun's pure light to purify their hue and shine so bright. In just 2 months though garden herbs may grow, to bloom a red rose needs a year or so. This is why God explained in the Quran. He's given an appointed time to man. If you have heard, your hairs will all stick up. Water of life he's poured into your cup. Call this the draught of life and not mere speech. In an old word new spirit is in reach. Now listen to a further point, my friend. Clear as the soul but hard to comprehend. At one stage on this path snake venom changes To wholesome food it's God that rearranges. Poison can be a drug that brings relief. And lawful things there are here unbelief. Things harmful to the soul in that pure sphere can be a remedy when they're down here. Unripe grapes are too sour for us to eat. But when those same grapes ripen, they taste sweet. As wine it's bitter and prohibited. But vinegar's use is unlimited. Concerning the fact that the disciple should not be arrogant and do the same thing as the saint does. For halva does not harm the doctor but does harm the sick patient, and the snow and the cold does not harm ripe grapes but does harm unripe grapes, for they are still on the way to that God may forgive you your past and future sins. If saints drink poison it becomes a cure. If novices drink they become impure. Lord grant me, was the plea of Solomon. He meant give me alone dominion. To others don't be kind and generous. He wasn't being simply envious. With heart it is not suitable now read. After me wasn't avarice or greed. In kingship he'd faced danger and much strife. Enough to make one fear for one's own life. For head and soul and faith it makes one scared. We've not faced trials that can be compared. Solomon's aspiration you require. To shun cheap vanities and aim much higher. Despite his strength he couldn't conquer death. His kingdom's waves eventually blocked his breath. Dust settled on him from this agony. For other kings he thus felt sympathy. He spoke for them, this royalty of mine. Give it completely, just as strong and fine. To whomsoever you should smile upon. For I am he and he is Solomon. He isn't after me but with me here. But what's with me when I've no claimants near? You'll need an explanation first to learn. But to the couple's tale I'll now return. Conclusion of the incident between the Bedouin and his wife. The altercation in this tale we've heard requires a moral not to be absurd. Their tale's been told, but let's now recollect that parable on self and intellect, or carnal soul and wisdom understood. Both are required to make the bad and good. On earth these two essentials night and day are fighting and disputing every way. The wife wants all the household needs supplied. Food on the table, social rank, and pride. The carnal soul, like her, serves its own need. So now it's humble, now it wants to lead. The higher intellect has no concerns. It only thinks of God with pain that burns. Although its inner meaning is the bait. First listen to this story's form, then wait. If inner things are all that count, explain. The world's creation, was it all in vain? If love were just in thought and spirit, there would be no need for forms like fasts and prayer. The gifts exchanged by lovers would be naught. But form compared with love, if that's just thought. For lovers, gifts serve as their evidence of inner love concealed from outward sense. Since outward acts of kindness testify to secret loves, my friend, when they don't lie. Your witness tells the truth then falsifies. Now drunk with wine, now yogurt truth and lies. One drunk on yogurt acts drunk, that is all. He hollers and pretends he's lost control. In prayer and fasting hypocrites pretend. They're drunken saints who've reached the journey's end. In short, our outward actions are distinct. They serve to show what's hidden, thus they're linked. Grant us discernment, God, we pray to you. So we can recognize the false from true. Do you know how our senses can discern? When they see by the light of God they'll learn. Without effects the cause still shows what's found. Relationships reveal love that's profound. The one whose leader is God's light is not cause and effect's slave, victim of their plot. From flickers love's flame grows so tall inside. No longer to effects is this man tied. He has no need now for the signs of love. For love has shown its light straight from above. This discourse needs more space to be complete. Reflect on this until we next should meet. Though meaning in this form is visible, and form seems close, they're incomparable. Just like a tree and sap, although they're linked, in substance they are clearly quite distinct. Abandon substance and particulars. Explain the state of those two characters. The Bedouin sets his heart on fulfilling his beloved's request and swears the surrender of mine is not for show or as a test. The man said, I no longer will persist. You have control, I'll do what you insist. At your command I won't make you wait long, nor try to judge if it is right or wrong. In your existence, mine I'll leave behind. I love, and love makes men turn deaf and blind. The wife asked, do you sing to win my heart, or to find out my secret through your art? He said, the world of secrets is obscure. Adam was made from earth but still was pure, and in his frame God placed for all to view the tablet's contents and the spirit too, until the end whatever is in store. He taught the names to Adam long before the angels lost their wits at what was shown. They gained more holiness than they had known, and this growth which from Adam entered them came from beyond their own transcendent realm. Compared with his expansive soul and mind, the seven heavens all seem too confined. The prophet said, God said, naught can hold me, however deep or tall that it may be. On earth and in the highest heavens I can't be contained, to this I testify. But I'm contained in the believer's heart. If you seek me, look in that precious part. God said, come here among my slaves and see a paradise of images of me. The highest heaven, though it has much light, fell down in shock when it was shown this sight. Although the highest heaven is so vast, what's form worth when pure meaning comes at last? Each angel then would say, before we knew a friendship on the earth with all of you, we sowed the seeds of service on that land. Though our role there we could not understand, what is the link between us and that place, when we are heavenly and that seems base? Why do we mix with darkness when we're light? Can light live with the dark? This can't be right. Adam, our friendship was due to your scent. The earth's your body's weft, that's what we meant. Since it was woven from the earth, it's clear your pure light too must be located here. From your soul what ours gained has so much worth. It radiated beams out from the earth. We were on earth, but of earth unaware, heedless of all the treasure buried there. God told us to move from our previous station. We grew embittered by our relocation, and so we kept on arguing our case, saying, but Lord, who now will take our place? The light of all your praises that we tell, just for the sake of chatter would you sell? We were received so well by God's decree. He said, feel free to say with liberty whatever's on your mind without a fear, just like an only child whose words are dear, no matter if they're inappropriate. Much more than wrathful I'm compassionate. Angels, in order to spell this truth out, I'll fill you with uncertainty and doubt, and still not take offense when you should speak. Deniers of my mercy wouldn't squeak. So many fathers in my clemency are drowned, effaced like drops inside the sea. Their clemency's the foam from my sea's tides. It passes but its ocean source abides. Before that pearl this shell you see is dumb. It's nothing but a worthless piece of scum. By both the foam and that pure sea, it's plain. This speech is not a trial and not in vain. It comes from love, humility, and grace. I swear by him to whom I turn my face. If this desire seems like a trial to you, then test the trial now for a moment too. Don't hide your secret, so mine you might view. Command then anything that I can do. Don't hide your heart, so mine might be disclosed. And then accept whatever is imposed. What shall I do, and where may I begin? Look what a mess my troubled soul is in. The wife specifies to her husband the way to seek daily sustenance, and he accepts. The wife replied, a sun has shown its light, from which a universe has now turned bright. The Maker's caliph, God's own deputy, Through him Baghdad's like spring eternally. Join with this king, then you'll be one as well. Why keep on heading to misfortune's hell? It's alchemy, these great kings' company. Compared with their glance, what's mere alchemy? Muhammad glanced on Abu Bakr's face. He then became voracious through his grace. The husband said, "How can I meet a king without a pretext for my visiting? I have to have a link or stratagem. Things can't be made without the tools for them." Majnun, when he heard somebody once say that Layli had been slightly ill that day, said, "How can I go there without excuse? If I can't visit her, bring me a news. If I were a physician, I could go. I would have visited a while ago. For God said, say, come, freeing us from stress. To signal we should end our bashfulness. If bats had vision and ability, by day they'd fly around so happily." The wife said, "When the king should join the fray, impotence turns to power straight away. So when your means is vile pretentiousness, you must choose impotence and helplessness." He said, "How can I trade without the tools? Unless I show I'm helpless and he rules. I must have evidence I'm penniless. For any king to pity my distress, other than words and looks show evidence, to gain the pity of his eminence. For this proof based on talk and how you look, is immaterial in the judge's book. To prove your worth he wants sincerity. Free from words, then his light shines perfectly." The Bedouin takes a jug of rainwater from the middle of the desert to Baghdad as a present for the commander of the faithful, imagining that water is scarce there as well. She said, "Sincerity's to strive hard, love. Cleansed of existence then to rise above. We've stored rain in this jug and now it's full. It's your possession, means and capital. So take this jug and journey to the king, to give it to him as an offering. Tell him we've nothing more, he'll understand. There's nothing finer in our desert land. His storehouses may have the finest fare, but they won't have such water that's so rare. This jug's our body, so it must contain all of our outward senses bitter rain. O Lord, accept this water that we brought. By the grace of their lives the Lord has bought. This jug has 5 spouts, for each sense, you see. Preserve its water from impurity. So to the sea the jug might find a way, and thus take on its nature too one day. So to the Sultan when you carry it, he'll see it's pure and we might benefit. Then it will be a limitless fresh store. Our jug will fill 100 worlds and more. Now block the spouts and fill it to the brim. Lower your lustful gaze. Stay close to him." What a great gift, he thought, so satisfied. This water would give any king such pride. The Bedouin's wife then was not aware. The Tigris, sweet as syrup, flows past there, towards Baghdad just like an ocean's tide, with countless boats and fishing nets inside. Head for the Sultan, see this action go. Perceive this way beneath them rivers flow. Our sense perceptions are a drop, that's all. Compared with that pure river, they're so small. The Bedouin's wife sews a felt cover around a jug of rainwater and puts a seal on it because of the strength of her husband's conviction. The man said, "Yes, let's cork the jug with care. This offering will bring wealth beyond compare." So felt around it, so the Sultan might decide to break his fast with it at night. For nowhere else is water found so fine, which tastes delicious like a vintage wine. From drinking salty water you will find that people there fall sick and end up blind. A bird that lives in briny brooks can't know the places where the cleanest waters flow. Those whose abode is in the briny spring about the Tigris don't know anything. You who have not escaped your transiency can't know effacement, bliss, and ecstasy. Such things are passed from father down to son, for whom they're like the alphabet to learn. It's clear for every child and not so arduous, although the meaning may not be so obvious. He picked the jug up and went on his way. holding it next to him all night and day, shaking with fear it might be harmed by fate, as he walked on towards the city's gate. Meanwhile, his wife unrolled a rug for prayer. "Lord help us," she appealed as she knelt there. "Protect our water from calamity. Please let that pearl reach the majestic sea. Although my husband has much sense and skill, the pearl has enemies that wish it ill. Pearls were all Khazar's waters to begin. A drop of that is each pearl's origin." Through his wife's supplications during prayer, and his determination to take care, safe from both theft and damage on the way, he took it to the court without delay. A court filled with the best of things he found, where needy men had spread their nets around. Their needs are met each moment in that place. Through gifts and robes of honor they find grace. The Muslims, infidels, the fair, the hideous, like sun and rain, for all not just the virtuous. He saw some being honored, standing straight, and then the next in line who had to wait. From Solomon to ants, the first and last, revived as though they'd heard the final blast. Those who seek form bedecked with jewelry, truth seekers in reality's pure sea. Those previously deficient gained endeavor, while those who had it now received much favor. In explanation of the fact that, just as the beggar loves the wealth of the wealth of the donor also loves the beggar. If the beggar had more patience, the donor would come to him. However, whereas patience is perfection for the beggar, for the donor it is a defect. The shout, "Come, seeker," startled like a bell. Munificence needs to be begged as well. It seeks itself, the beggars and the weak. Just as clear mirrors are what fair girls seek. A fair face by a mirror can be shown. As beggars make beneficence well known. And so in by the morning God decrees. Don't shout, Mohammed, when the beggar please. Since beggars mirror your own generous grace. Don't speak too close, you'll blur the mirror's face. Beggars reveal men's generosity, and which one has bestowed abundantly. Thus beggars mirror God's munificence. With God they turn to pure beneficence. While all the rest are corpses, nothing more. And they can't enter through the king's court door. The difference between one who is needy of God with thirst for him and one who is destitute of God and thirsts for other things. He looks a dervish but the truth is known. Don't throw this image of a dog a bone. It isn't God he seeks but food instead. Don't serve a plateful to a man who's dead. The dervish who seeks food is like a nude. He flees the sea which he appears to soothe. A house bird, not the phoenix in the sky. She eats sweet treats, not food sent from on high. She loves God simply for what he bestows. Her soul does not love beauty, heaven knows. She may think that she truly loves the essence, but for his attributes she dreams up nonsense. Imaginings are formed and they were born, but he was not begotten, so read on. The one who loves his own conception's face can't love the generous one who has such grace. But if that kind of lover is sincere, through metaphor to him truth might appear. An explanation of this is required. But I fear worn-out minds are much too tired. Worn-out, short-sighted minds continually feed fancies to end our tranquility. And not by everyone is fine speech heard. Figs are not suitable for every bird, especially the dead and putrid kind. Heads full of fancies, eyes completely blind. Since for a fish's portrait sea and land are one, like soap and coal for a black hand. Though you should paint a portrait that looks sad, feelings of grief and joy it's never had. Its form is sad but it is unaware. When its form smiles it also has no share. This grief and joy etched in your heart are naught, but a mere image next to what he's brought. The image's form smiles still for your sake. So through it truth's expressed with no mistake. The pictures painted on a bathhouse wall are just like clothes outside the changing hall. You see just clothes so long as you're outside. Take off your clothes, my friend, and step inside. With clothes on you can never enter there. As body is from soul veiled, unaware. The caliph's chamberlains and guards step forward to honor the Bedouin and accept his gift. Thus from the furthest desert this man came. Up through the court's gates, reaching thus his aim. Some chamberlains approached him then to spray rose water of pure grace on him this way. They knew without words what he'd come to ask. To give before they're asked was their main task. Chief of the Bedouins, they then inquired. Where are you from, are you not feeling tired? He said, I'm just a chief if you decree. But helpless if you turn your backs to me. Your faces have the mark of eminence. Than Jafar's gold you've more magnificence. One glimpse of you, to me, is worth much more. Your pure faith flings such coins across the floor. You who can see by God's light everything. Who've come now to grant favors from the king. To glance and thus perform his alchemy. On copper heads of humans just like me. A stranger, from the desert I've arrived. In hope of royal grace, to be revived. His grace's scent fills deserts like small holes. Thus even grains of sand gain their own souls. I came here for some gold originally. But I've become drunk with what I now see. A man rushed to the bakery for bread. But saw the baker's beauty and dropped dead. He went just to admire the roses, but he found the gardener more immaculate. And at the village well in water's place, one drew the draught of life from Joseph's face. To watch a fire when Moses went one day. He managed to escape from hell this way. Jesus jumped up to flee the enemy. That jump took him to heaven instantly. Forbidden fruit trapped Adam, as decreed. His being turned then to mankind's first seed. For food the falcon stepped into a snare. And found the king's wrist and good fortune there. A boy agreed to go to school to learn. His father's promised gift this way to earn. There he became so clever very soon. By working hard, just like a bright full moon. A war of vengeance Abbas came to wage. Against the true religion of the age. But he and his descendants then became the prop of faith for centuries all the same. I came here for some profit and relief. Inside the gates I then became a chief. Water I brought in order to gain bread. To paradise the search for food has led. Bread led to Adam's fall, what a huge price. But food has settled me in paradise. From food and drink, release I now have found. Like heavens, at this court I whirl around. In this world nothing moves but through desire. Except such lovers whose hearts are on fire. The lover of this world is like someone who loves a wall on which sunlight shines and makes no effort to understand that this radiance and splendor do not come from the wall but from the sun in the fourth heaven. Consequently, he sets his heart on the wall completely, and, when the rays of sunshine move with the sun he is left deprived forever, a gulf is fixed between them and what they desire. Some love the whole and some love just a part. The latter from the whole are kept apart. The one who loves a part soon also learns that his beloved to the whole returns. Another's slave has made him look a clown. He's clung to someone weak for fear he'd drown. He has no power with which he can help you. His lord and master's business he must do. The Arabic proverb, if you fornicate, do it with a free woman, if you steal, steal a pearl. They say, with a free woman fornicate. And steal a pearl, the Arabs too relate. A slave went home and he was left to mourn. Scent blew back to the rose, he kept the thorn. He was left far off from the one he'd sought. His feet were sore, his efforts were for naught. If hunters catch the shadow of a bird, is this worth anything? Don't be absurd. One grabs the shadow, waves, victorious. A bird perched on the tree grows curious. Why does he laugh when he's a stupid fool? He's so deluded, duller than a mule. The parts joined with the whole, I hear you say. Eat thorns then. They're joined to the rose, aren't they? There's only one way to join with the whole. or else his messengers would have no role. Since messengers are sent to join as one, what can join them when they're in union? This discourse could go on for long, my friend. It's getting late, it's time this tale should end. The Bedouin presents the gift, that is the jug, to the caliph's servants. He held that jug of water in the air, thus sowed the seed of service over there. Now take this present to the Sultan, please. Then free from need this beggar on his knees. Here's a new jug containing water which had gathered when it rained into a ditch. Although this made the servants smile a bit, as a most precious gift they handled it, because the king's informed munificence on all the court exerted influence. In subjects their king's nature can be seen. The sky's what makes the earth turn bright and green. His slaves are pipes, the king's the reservoir. Water flows through the pipes to fill each jar. When all the water's from a source that's pure, each one has water which tastes sweet, for sure. But if it's bitter and polluted too, each pipe delivers filth this way to you. For every pipe's connected to its source. Ponder the meaning of this fine resource. The grace of each man's exiled royal soul affects so much his body as a whole. Intelligence that's of pure origin has brought the body under discipline. Love which brings victims instability drives the whole body to insanity. The ocean-like causar holds so much grace that pearls and jewels take its pebbles' place. The art for which a teacher is renowned, among his students too that art is found. With learned theologians students read theology if they're wise and take heed. The law professor's students learn his science. That's not theology but jurisprudence. And through the grammar teacher at all schools, the students learn by heart our grammar's rules. Through one effaced on this path students learn effacement in the king who makes hearts burn. Of all these types of knowledge you will see, the best is knowledge of our poverty. The story of the encounter between a grammarian and a boatman. Once a grammarian stepped into a boat and turned towards the oarsman just to gloat. "Have you learned any grammar?" He said, "No." "Then half your life's been wasted just to row." Although this made the oarsman burn with pain, from answering back he opted to refrain. Wind steered the boat towards a whirlpool there. The oarsman shouted to him, once aware, "Have you learned how to swim and keep afloat?" "I've never learned, skilled captain of my boat." "Grammarian, your whole life has been in vain. We're sinking fast, what good now is your brain?" Not grammar but effacement's needed here. If self-effaced dive in and have no fear, while corpses can float on a stormy sea, how can the living find security? When you have died to human qualities, you'll be borne by the sea of mysteries. He who called others donkey pays the price. He's now left skidding like an ass on ice. Even if you're the scholar of the age, observe the passing of this world, deep sage. We've silenced the grammarian in narration to teach the grammar of annihilation. The law of law and grammar that's most pure, you'll find through being less, of this be sure. The jug of water is our knowledge, while the caliph's is the Tigris and the Nile. We're taking our own jugs of water there. We're donkeys, even if we're unaware. The Bedouin had an excuse and cause, not knowing back home what the Tigris was. If he had known the Tigris like those near, he wouldn't then have carried his jug here. If of the river Tigris he had known, he would have slammed the jug upon a stone. The caliph accepts the present and orders gifts to be bestowed even though he is completely without need of that present. The caliph saw this man and heard of him, then filled his jug with gold up to the brim. He saved that Bedouin from poverty, gave gifts and robes of honor generously. Then to his servants he gave this command: that world bestower with this generous hand, hand him this jug that I've filled up with gold. Show him the Tigris too, his men were told. By land he slowly journeyed here in need, but on the Tigris he'll return with speed. He reached the tigress on a boat, and bowed. Prostrate, blushed with shame and cried aloud. That generous king was unbelievable. His taking my gift was incredible. How did that sea of generosity accept my worthless present readily? The whole world is a jug which you can stop. Knowledge and beauty fills it to the top. But near the tigress that's a drop of rain. The boundless tigress no jug can contain. A hidden treasure opened when too full, and made the world so bright and bountiful. Its fullness made it boil and spill like milk, making the earth a sultan dressed in silk. Of God's great tigress if he'd seen a bit, he would have smashed the jug, effacing it. On viewing it, men always lose control. Through jealousy they throw stones at their bowl. You've thrown stones at your jug through jealousy. It smashed, becoming perfect totally. The jug has shattered, but now water's poured. Perfection's what this shattering has restored. The jug's parts now all dance delirious. To intellects that sounds ridiculous. Now neither jug nor water's manifest. Look at it and enjoy, God knows what's best. Knock on reality's inviting door. Let thought take wing, like falcons you will soar. Your thought's wings mud-stained and weighs more than lead. Because you now eat mud instead of bread. Eat less of meat with bread since they form clay. Then you won't stick like mud to earth this way. When hungry you're a dog in temperament. So fierce, aggressive, and malevolent. When full you're like a carcass in the dirt. Just like a wall you're ignorant, inert. A rotting carcass then, a wild dog now. You claim the path of lions anyhow. The dog's your only help in hunting prey. Feed it much less, so it will then obey. If it grows proud and disobedient, it won't race happily towards the hunt. Want drove that Bedouin along the road, towards the court, where fortune was bestowed. Of the great king's beneficence we've told, his generous granting of a jug of gold. When lovers speak, love's scent is smelt on them. It comes out of their mouths in love's pure realm. If he talks law, then poverty is heard. Poverty's whiff spreads from his every word. If unbelief, then we smell true faith's scent. Certainty's perfume from his argument. The crooked wave that's risen in the sea, is sound its origin sincerity. Consider that wave pure and worthy too. Like the beloved's mouth reproaching you. That harsh expression which you didn't seek, became so sweet because it showed his cheek. His words are true though faults you first detect. What crookedness which can make things correct? If you bake sugar in the shape of bread, it won't taste like a loaf, but sweet instead. A golden idol's found by a believer. He'll keep it from the heathen unbeliever. He'll burn it in a bonfire straight away, to break its transient, borrowed form this way, so that the idol's form won't last in gold, and thus mislead men from truths they've been told. Gold's essence has come from divinity. The idol's form in gold is temporary. Because of one flea don't burn the whole rug. Don't be distracted by a fly or bug. You worship idols when fixed in form's realm. Leave form behind, find meaning inside them. To make the Hajj seek a companion, though he be Arab, Turk, or Indian. Don't judge him by his figure, form, or name, but look at his intention and true aim. Though he is black he's in accord with you. He shares your hue within, call him white too. This story has been told the wrong way round. Like thoughts of helpless lovers that astound. Headless, predating pre-eternity. Tailless, for it's like post-eternity. But it's like water, every single drop is head and tail, and neither I should stop. For God knows this is not a tale to share, but the pure substance of our state beware. The Sufi has achieved true mastery. Of past things this man has no memory. We are all three, jug, king, and Bedouin. They've turned away from it their vile within. Reason's the husband, greed the wife, that's right. Both dark deniers of true wisdom's light. Now listen to how such denial starts. Because the world consists of various parts. 4 parts aren't separate from the whole. Your nose breathes in the scent which is part of the rose. Leaves to the rose's beauty to belong. The doves coo to the nightingale's sweet song. If I put problems and their answers first, I can't give water to those who have thirst. If problems make you feel much stress and grief, be patient. Patience is what brings relief. Abstain from thoughts though they tempt and harass. The heart's the forest, thought a crazed wild ass. The best of medicines is abstinence. Scratching increases itches, even once. For this is medicine's key principle. Abstain and watch your soul grow powerful. Prick up your ears to hear what I have told. And I'll make you an earring of pure gold, to mark you as a servant of the moon. So you will soar up to the heavens soon. Created things are so diverse, it's said. They differ like the letters A to Z. The different letters may need sorting out. Although from one view they're the same throughout. From one view opposites, from one the same. From one view serious, from one a game. On resurrection we face scrutiny. The beautiful wait for it eagerly. But if you're like an Indian cheat that day, you'll be disgraced, your cover blown away. Since his face isn't sun-like, clear, and bright. He wants to hide beneath the veil of night. He's just a thorn without one petal, so. Spring is the secret of this rose's foe. For one who's like a rose all over, spring is a reunion that he's welcoming. Autumn is what the soulless thorns prefer. Rose gardens then are not superior. Their beauty's covered like the thorn's own shame. You can't tell them apart, they look the same. So autumn gives it life instead of spring. Then stones and rubies look like the same thing. God's gardener spots it in the autumn too. His glance sees more than the whole world can view. That person has the whole world in his soul. Celestial stars are part of the moon's whole. And thus each image is now beckoning. Glad tidings everyone, here comes the spring. When blossoms radiant like a coat of mail. How then can fruits their charming form unveil? When blossom falls, that's when fruit takes its place. When bodies are destroyed souls lift their face. Fruit is the spirit, blossom is its form. Blossom's good news, fruit ripens when it's warm. When blossoms shed, fruit then begins to show. When one's decreased, the other starts to grow. How can bread nourish till it's broken up? Can uncrushed grapes become wine in your cup? Unless some healing herbs are ground with it. How can a medicine give benefit? On the nature of the Sufi guide and obedience to him. Hosamadan, please fetch a sheet or two. And write about the guide what I tell you. Although you're frail, lack strength and energy. Without the sun there is no light for me. Though you've become the lamp and glass, my friend. You lead the hearts which follow the thread's end. You hold the thread's end, from which you won't part. Your bounty gave the pearls strung round my heart. Write down about the guide what I now say. And choose him, he's the essence of the way. The guide's the summer, others autumn's blight. He's like the moon, while they're the dark at night. I've called young Fortune, my Hossam, old sage. For he's mature with God, though not in age. Without beginning he's extremely old. A rare pearl whose description can't be told. He grows more potent just like vintage wine. Especially the drink that is divine. Don't try this path alone, first choose a guide. Its dangerous trials will leave you petrified. Even on routes which numerous times you've used. Without a guide you're hopelessly confused. Beware then of this new, uncharted way. Keep focused on your guide, don't turn away. If you're not safe in his protective shade, the monster's wails will leave you stunned, afraid. Diverting you straight into further harm. Much shrewder men than you could not keep calm. Heed the Quran on those who went astray. And how the wicked Satan made them pay. He lured them all 1,000 miles from here. Reducing them to nakedness and fear. Look at their bones and hair, And now take heed. Don't be an ass, don't let your passions lead. Grab hold of its thick neck and pull it back towards the knowing guide's specific track. If left alone, this donkey's bound to stray across the field towards the mounds of hay. Don't you forget to hold with force its leash, or it will bolt for miles to find hashish. A donkey drugged, what greater enemy? That donkey's ruined countless, can't you see? If you don't know the proper path, just do the opposite of what it wants you to. Consult them, then do just the opposite. Or else you'll always be regretting it. A friendship with desire you can't afford. It leads you off the path towards the Lord. But nothing conquers passion better than the company of fellow travelers can. The messenger of God advises Ali, since everyone seeks proximity to God by means of an act of worship, seek proximity through companionship with the special sage and servant of God, so that you can excel all the rest. The Prophet called Ali once to his side. Lion of God, brave hero of my pride. Don't count on courage on its own to cope. Take refuge too beneath the tree of hope. Enter the realm of that pure intellect, whom no opponent can from truth deflect. His shadow is just like Mount Kaf in size. His spirit like the phoenix soars the skies. We could continue with this man's applause until the end of time without a pause. He is the Son, though human in our sight. Please understand that God knows best what's right. Of all the good deeds on the path, Ali, you choose God's special slave as sanctuary. Others perform each single righteous deed, so from their carnal souls they might be freed. Instead, step in the shade of this true sage, to flee that hidden enemy's tight cage. Of all the acts of worship, it's the best. It makes you that much better than the rest. If he accepts, surrender to the guide. Like Moses with his master, he's one stride. Stay calm, don't question what he should commit. So he won't say, enough. Here's where we split. If he destroys their boat, don't you go wild. Don't tear your hair out if he kills a child. Since God has said, his hand is as my own. And up above their hands rests God's alone. With God's own hand he slays the helpless boy, to let him live with pure, eternal joy. Whoever tried this journey on his own, the guide still helped, he didn't walk alone. The guide's hand is for all across the land. It has to be then naught but God's own hand. If absent people can gain gifts galore, those present with the guide must gain much more. If absent men receive such gifts for naught, imagine what his personal guests are brought. You can't compare his faithful followers with those who choose to be mere onlookers. Don't be too squeamish when your guide's around. As weak as water, crumbly like soft ground. When each blow leaves you bitter, don't expect without pain like a mirror to reflect. A man from Kashvan gets tattooed with the image of a lion on his shoulder but regrets it because of the pain caused by the needle. Now listen to this tale on what I've seen and heard about the people of Kashvan. Their shoulders, arms, and bodies they tattoo with needles and a special ink that's blue. One of them asked a barber casually, "Please draw a beautiful tattoo on me." He asked, "What image do you have your eye on?" He said, "Tattoo the figure of a lion. Leo is my ascendant, so I think a roaring lion's best use lots of ink." He said, "Now all I need to know is where across my shoulder blades you'll find space there." But when the barber stuck the needle in, the man felt pain he couldn't bear. Begin. Our fearless hero screamed, "Arg! Stop it, sir. What are you stabbing like a murderer? You did ask for a lion, didn't you?" He wailed, "What part was it that you just drew? I started the tattoo back with the tail. Leave that bit out, for it's of no avail. I've just been strangled by its tail and rear. They blocked my windpipe, which before was clear. So draw a tailless lion now instead. That needle of yours fills my heart with dread." He started then to draw another bit, not showing mercy or restraint in it. The man then screamed, "Which part have you drawn here?" He said, "Its ears, dear fellow, have no fear. Let it be earless, nobody will see. Leave out the ears, and finish rapidly." He now pricked somewhere else just as before. The hero from Kashvan complained once more. "Which part is this? I'm sure I must have bled." "It's just the lion's stomach, friend," he said. "I beg you, leave the stomach out as well. Don't prick so deeply, please, this hurts like hell." The barber grew confused and so perplexed. He bit his finger, wondering what's next. Then finally flung his needle on the ground, and shouted, "Where is such a lion found? Without a tail and ears, and stomach too. No lion like this lives, I swear to you. Brother, you have to bear the needle's pain, to flee your infidel self's poisonous reign. Sky, sun, and moon bow down and show obeisance to that group who've escaped their own existence. The sun and clouds obey what's specified by those whose self-love has completely died. Their hearts have learned to light their lamps, and so the sun can't burn them with its fiery glow." The sun moved strangely, far apart it kept, turning thus from the cave where that group slept. The thorn too turned completely to the rose. Towards the universal each part goes. How can a man praise God, the Lord of all? Be like mere dust, contemptible and small. What can men learn about God's being one? To burn themselves in Him just like the sun. If like the day you wish to shine so bright, burn up your being, for that's like the night. Like copper burn yourself with alchemy, in that one who gives being generously. You've clung fast to the self of I and you. Although all wretchedness stems from these two. The wolf and the fox go to the hunt in attendance on the lion. Attended by the wolf and fox, one day, the lion climbed the mountain to find prey. With mutual support this group of three thought they might hunt them more effectively, combining forces in that vast terrain. More catches thus they hoped that they would gain. The lion, though embarrassed by this pair, still honored them by letting them come there. For such kings feel they're burdened by their troops. But he agreed, for blessings come from groups. The moon is shamed by stars, in honesty. It lets them near through generosity. Was not the prophet told, consult them too? Though no one had as good a point of view. On scales we pair mere iron weights with gold. Though for a fraction of gold's worth they're sold. The body is the spirit's traveling mate. The guard dog serves the king at his court's gate. Towards the mountain then they made their way, accompanying the lion on that day. They caught an ox, a goat, and a fat hare. Thus had a most successful hunt out there. Whoever backs a lion in the fight will never lack his meat by day or night. When they took back their catch across the plain, their victims, wounded, drenched in blood, and slain, the wolf and fox then waited eagerly, hoping to see the catch shared equally. The lion sensed that they'd grown covetous, and knew the basis of their lustfulness. Know that the lion of the mysteries, whatever thoughts you have he clearly sees. Refrain distracted heart when he is near from bad thoughts, for to him they all are clear. He knows, but doesn't give you any clue. He wears a smile as mask and laughs with you. About their whisperings once he was aware. He thought he'd better guard against the pair. I'll show you what you two have truly earned. Beggarly misers, then you will have learned. For you, will my opinion then not do? Is this your measure of what I've shown you? Your own minds and opinions come from mine. My world adorning gifts which are divine. The painting thanks its painter, as is fit. For thought and knowledge which he's granted it. Is your opinion of me then so low? Disgraces of the epoch, now I know. Those who think ill of God, if I don't break and chop their heads, then that is my mistake. I'll free the heavens from your vile disgrace. so that your tail remains in this low place. While thinking this he would smile all the while. Don't feel assured on seeing lions smile. Material wealth is like the smiles of God. It's made us drunk, conceited, prone to fraud. Becoming poor is best for you who are sure about wealth's worth, it soon sheds its allure. The lion tests the wolf, saying, "Come forward, wolf, divide the prey among us." The lion said, "Decide each hunter's share. So we can see, wolf, if you're truly fair. In distribution be my deputy, until your essence is made clear to me." He said, "Dear king, the wild ox is for you, since you are big, well-built, and powerful too. The goat's mine, for its size is moderate. Fox, take the hare and don't be obstinate." The lion said, "What talk I've listened to? How dare you speak near me of I and you?" That wolf insulted me when it came near, and saw itself still, though I have no peer. The lion roared, "Come here, conceited ass." Then punched him down and slew him on the grass. Not hearing true words in the things he'd said, he flayed his skin and then chopped off his head. You saw me, but yourself you failed to leave. Your soul must die abased and none will grieve. You failed to pass away before my face. Breaking your neck was thus an act of grace. All perishes except his face. Submit. Don't claim existence, you've no part of it. To whomsoever in my face should die, the rule all perishes does not apply. There is no for except he's left aside. Whoever's in except's realm has not died. And those who talk near him of I and we are not let in, thus drowned in vanity. Story about the person who knocked on the door of his beloved, who asked him from inside, "Who is it?" He replied, "It is I." She responded, "Since you are you, I won't open the door, I don't know any friend who is I, go away." A man knocked on his lover's door one day. "Who is it?" he heard his beloved say. He said, "It's me." She answered, "Leave at once. There isn't room for such raw arrogance. Raw meats cooked just by separation's flame. What else can cure hypocrisy's deep shame?" He wandered off in pain as his heart burnt, in exile from the one for whom he yearned. Matured before then going back once more, and walking to and fro outside her door. He tapped the door, now suffering nerves inside, not to let slip a wrong word. How he tried. His sweetheart then responded, asking who was at the door. He said, "None, love, but you. Now you are I, please enter in this place. Because for two eyes here there isn't space. A needle can't accommodate split thread. To enter thread must have a single head. To fit a needle thread is suitable. For camels, needle eyes are much too small. A camel's being must be cut to size with scissors of religious exercise. For that to work God's hand is necessary. His be solves each impossibility. With his hand everything is possible. Fear of him tames each stubborn animal. He doesn't heal just lepers and the blind, but he can raise the dead too, you will find. And non-existence, more dead than the dead, towards existence by his will are led. Recite, he works on something new each day, and never think he idles time away. His least achievement daily is to send 3 armies, each to a specific end. One from men's loins to mothers has to go, so in their wombs they'll form an embryo. One from the wombs towards the world outside. Thus males and females have been multiplied. One army's sent above straight from the earth, so all can see good actions have much worth. This talk is endless, so come quickly here. To friends and followers who are sincere. His sweetheart said, "Come in, all of my heart. Not like the rose and thorn that are apart. Make fewer errors now, there's just one thread. If you see two, know there's just one ahead. Just like a noose, B, draws you from a distance, and thus brings non-existence to existence. Although in form the noose may look like two, There's just one rope and one thing it will do. With pairs of legs all men must cross the street. Two scissor blades together cut one sheet. Look at this pair of laundry men, for instance. Between them there is obviously a difference. One washed your clothes in water with some soap. To dry, the other hangs them on a rope. But then the first one rinses them again. As though there is a fight between these men. But these two who may seem to be apart, both act and think as one, they're one at heart. Each prophet and each saint has his own way. But all lead to the one to whom they pray. Sleep overcame the audience for a while. Water then bore their millstones for a mile. This water comes from up beyond the mill. For your sake it flows down here by God's will. When you don't need to have mills anymore, it then will flow above you as before. To teach, this truthful speech comes to your tongue. Or else to its own course it could have clung. It smoothly travels, so one wouldn't know. To gardens under which the rivers flow. That place to my soul, God, won't you disclose? Where speech without a word is born and grows. So that the pure soul headlong then will race to non-existence's vast open space. A wide and vast realm of magnificence, from which this false world gains its sustenance. Tighter than non-existence is thought's realm. That's why it causes griefs that overwhelm. Temporal existence is more cramped than thought. That's why the moon shrinks almost to a dot. The sensual world's more cramped than this as well. It is the most restrictive prison cell. What makes it narrow? Multiplicity. Our senses drag us to plurality. Unity's not what senses can perceive. If that's your goal, then this realm you must leave. Though B and E formed it, B was one act. The meaning was still pure and kept intact. Let's now return, though this is incomplete, to see what fate that old wolf had to meet. The lion teaches a lesson to the wolf who had shown disrespect in his division. That lion pulled apart the old wolf's head, to leave its wretched dualism dead. So we took vengeance on them, to be brief, when they were not effaced near their own chief. Then, to the fox the lion turned to say, divide this food up for us straight away. The fox replied, this fat ox seems just right. To be your breakfast, king, you have such might. And so the goat should be preserved till lunch. Something, victorious king, for you to munch. Your supper's then the hare that's left behind. An evening snack, king, since you are so kind. He said, fox, justice is what you display. Who taught you how to share the spoils this way? Where did you learn this, excellent dear friend? From witnessing the wolf's most tragic end. The lion said, you gambled all for me. So you can go and take with you all three. Since you've behaved entirely for my sake. If I harm you, that would be my mistake. I'm yours, and all the prey can be your prize. Step on the seventh heaven as you rise. You took heed from that base wolf that I slew. So, fox, you're now a lion in my view. The wise take heed from deaths of friends, so they can sidestep tribulation in their way. The fox gave thanks that he had been asked last, after the wolf's test had already passed. If he had summoned me here first and said, divide this up, how could I then have fled? Praise be to God who made us to appear, after our predecessors have been here, to hear of punishments that he decreed, to those of them who failed then to take heed. So trials of past wolves may cause alarm, and like the fox we may escape from harm. That's why the prophet spoke so truthfully, when calling us the blessed community. Look at the dead wolf's bones and fur, and then consider this a warning, worthy men. Existence and pretense the wise forget, on learning what the Ayat and Pharaoh met. If not, their fates for other men one day will be a warning not to go astray. Noah threatens his people, don't argue with me, for you'll be disobeying God by doing this, you abandoned men. Stubborn fools, I am not I, Noah said. Through God I live, through my own soul I'm dead. I've died to human senses like the night. So God is now my hearing, food, and sight. Since I'm not I, this breath's from him as well. He who himself breathes is an infidel. A lion's in the fox's form you see. Don't walk up to him so audaciously. If you're not fooled by how he looks outside, you might then hear the lion's roar inside. If Noah never had God's light within, how could he then have caused their world to spin? 1,000 lions in one frame of clay. He was a fire, the world a stack of hay. And since the stack did not give its tithe share, a flame to burn the stack he lit in there. Whoever like the wolf should dare to speak before the hidden lion has a cheek. Just like the wolf he'll be gulped with one bite. We took revenge, the lion will recite. The lion's blows will thus make him succumb. The one who's bold before him must be dumb. If only just his body was attacked, so that his faith and heart could stay intact. On reaching here, my strength has sapped away. So how can I reveal such truths today? Think of your stomach as a worthless thing. In front of him don't try such bargaining. Submit in front of him your I and we. Give it to him, for it's his property. On this path, once you are a poor fakir. The lion and his prey are yours, it's clear. That's all because he's pure and glorious, and has no need for what's superfluous. So all the prey and every grace that's found, straight to the servants of this king are bound. He made all things, though he has no desire. Those who see this feel joy and may rise higher. He made the two worlds, everything you see. But still what use to him is property. So guard your hearts from every evil thought. When near him, so to shame you won't be brought. He can detect your thoughts and inner soul, like hair which floats on milk inside your bowl. The one whose breast from images is clean, becomes a mirror too for what's unseen. Without the need to think he reads your mind. A mirror for believers of this kind. If he should test us, he would soon find out who's filled with certainty and who with doubt. His soul's the touchstone for the coins we hold. So he sees what's a heart and what's false gold. Kings seat Sufis in front of themselves so that their eyes may become illumined by them. The custom of the kings is as below. You've heard of this, so really you should know. Their warriors all stand on the left-hand side, since their brave hearts are found that way inside. The treasurer and scribe sit on the right, because that hand's the one they use to write. Sufis are seated straight in front, their role is serving as the mirror of the soul. They've cleansed their hearts through mystic meditation. Pure forms now fill their mirror heart's reflection. With righteous natures those who have been graced, in front of them want mirrors to be placed. Beautiful faces want a mirror near. It shows their hearts have goodness, scrapes them clear. A guest came to Joseph, and Joseph demanded a gift from him. To truthful Joseph came from the world's end, to be his guest, a generous loving friend. They were so close in childhood that the pair would often share the seat of one small chair. The friend asked of his brother's jealousy. Joseph said, "They were like a chain round me. The lion's not ashamed bound in a chain. About the Lord's decree I don't complain. Although the lion's neck with chains is bound, he rules all chain makers that can be found. In jail and in the well, how were those days? Just like the moon when in its waning phase. Though when it wanes, it's seen to shrink and bend. Still it becomes a full moon in the end. In mortars, pearls are ground and mixed with coal, to grant sight to the eye inside the soul. If seeds are planted firmly in the ground, wheat will eventually grow all around. Then in the mill they grind it to make bread. Its value soars now, with it men are fed. Next by men's teeth the bread is ground again. Life, wisdom, and intelligence they gain. And when in love that life becomes effaced, farmers rejoice the seed's not gone to waste. This discourse could go on, so let's find out what that good friend and Joseph talked about. Joseph, on telling his biography, asked, "Friend, what present have you brought for me?" Going empty-handed to a friend's worse still. Then setting off without wheat to the mill. For at the gathering God then will say, "So where's your gift for resurrection day? Are you alone, without a present too? In the same shape as I created you? Or have you brought with you a souvenir? Knowing that you'd be resurrected here? Perhaps you thought you'd not reach home again. That promises about today were vain. Deniers of this day have brains so numb, that from his kitchen they won't gain a crumb. If you don't disbelieve, how can you go to your friend empty-handed like a foe? Sleep less, reduce to the amount you eat. Take then a present when you're due to meet. Be of those who sleep little when they sleep. At dawn seek his forgiveness, truly weep. Move just a little like a foetus, so the sense which sees the light he'll then bestow. And when you step outside this womb-like place, you'll leave the world for a much wider space. They said, God's land is vast, and thus they meant the lofty realm of prophets he has sent. Hearts don't become depressed there, since they're free. You won't see shrivel up a fresh, young tree. The burden of your senses you now bear. You're weary, tired, and falling everywhere. But when you sleep you're carried off instead. Free then of tiredness, injury, and dread. Consider sleep's state just a little taste of how the saints are born when they're effaced. They are companions of the cave, you'll learn that they're asleep although they stand and turn. Without them seeking it, he draws them there. First right, then left though they are unaware. What is that right side? Proper and good action. The left? The body's own source of distraction. From all the prophets these two both flow out, though they don't sense the echo of their shout. Echoes bring good and evil sounds to you, though mountains stay oblivious to these two. The guest says to Joseph, I brought you a mirror, so that each time you look in it you'll see your own handsome face and remember me. Joseph asked, where's the gift with which you came? This question made his guest then moan with shame. He said, how many gifts I sought for you, but none seemed worthy in my humble view. How could I bring a nugget to the mine? A single drop to a vast sea of wine? I'm taking cumin to Kerman, it's true, by bringing here my heart and soul for you. No seed is missing from the storehouse here, except your perfect form which has no peer. To bring a mirror thus appear just right, one that's as radiant as your pure breast's light, so you can see in it the face I love, just like the sun, that candle up above. I brought a mirror, so that when you see your handsome face you'll then remember me. He showed the mirror he'd kept by his side. With mirrors good men are preoccupied. Non-being serves as being's mirror, friend. So choose non-being if you comprehend. In this way, being will be clear to see. Like in the poor, when men give generously. Food is the mirror of the hungry and the tinder's mirror is the flame that's fanned. Emptiness and non-being serve to show the virtue of the crafts that skilled men know. When garments are already so well sewn, how can they let the mender's skill be shown? Tree trunks must be left for the carpenter untouched, so he can make some furniture. The doctor who mends broken bones heads straight for that place where the injured men all wait. If there's no casualty, who needs your aid? Medicine's virtue can't then be displayed if copper's faults aren't plain for all to see. How can one tell the worth of alchemy? Defects reflect perfection's purest light. They mirror God's own glory and his might. All things thus make their opposites appear. In vinegar the taste of honey's clear. Whoever recognizes his own faults towards perfection rapidly then vaults. But if you think you're perfect as you are, you won't reach God, for you have strayed too far. Imagining you're perfect is the worst of faults. You show off, learn this lesson first. Much blood will flow out from your heart and eyes, before your self-conceit completely dies. Claiming, I'm better was cursed Satan's error. And this same defect lies in every creature. Although they like to show themselves as meek, there's dung beneath the surface, smell the reek. When, as a test, the Lord should stir them round, their water then immediately is browned. There's dung in your stream's bed that you've not seen, and to your eyes the stream looks pure and clean. The guide whose knowing has a special role to join streams to the universal soul. The streams can't clean themselves, the point's been made, that from God's knowledge man receives much aid. How can a sword carve its own hilt? You show the surgeon wounds you've suffered from your foe. Flies gather on men's wounds, so none can see his own wounds' putrid foulness normally. Such flies are fancies and possessions too. The wounds, the dark states that emerge in you. The guide puts on your wound a salve to heal the pain and misery that you now feel. Don't think the pain's forever gone away. The salve has been sent down as just one ray. Don't turn away, fool, from this salve again. Not you, but that guide's ray has soothed the pain. The one who wrote down the prophet's revelation became an apostate because one ray of revelation came down to him, and he recited the verse before the prophet, and then said, "So I too am a recipient of revelation." There was a scribe before Osman who'd write with care the words the prophet would recite. When holy revelation he'd dictate, this scribe would write it on a leaf or slate. A ray of revelation shone his way. So he found wisdom in himself that day. The prophet was that piece of wisdom's source. But this scrap led that meddling fool off course. The truths God's messenger likes to impart, I now hold in the depths of my own heart. The prophet sensed what this misled scribe thought, and so God's wrath to this man's soul was brought. His job and faith he then chose to forego, and out of spite became the prophet's foe. The prophet said, "You stubborn infidel! You're dark, how can you be light's source as well? If you were a sweet fountain that's divine, you wouldn't have produced such filthy brine." His reputation to preserve from harm, he kept his mouth shut, though he wasn't calm. He burnt inside because of this event, though still he felt unable to repent. He sighed, but this did not help him. Instead, the sword was drawn to sever off his head. God's made your reputation a huge weight. Too many find this out once it's too late. For unbelief and pride have blocked the way. No one can even sigh once in dismay. Shackled, they must keep their heads up, God said. Not outer shackles, but inside instead. Behind a barrier, and above a screen. So obstacles around them can't be seen. This barrier looks like space that's vast and free. Men cannot tell the dam of destiny. You're your own obstacle to his fine face, and to speech filled with the divine guide's grace. Though many infidels desired religion, they were still trapped by pride and reputation. This chain's much harder than those men have made. Those chains are broken by an axe's blade, and they can be released quite easily. While from this hidden chain no man gets free. If men fall victim to a wasp's sting, then their natural defense heals them again. But since the sting is from your being, friend, the pain's much more intense and it won't end. The explanation's bursting from my breast. I fear though that it might leave you depressed. Don't you despair. Learn to live joyfully, and cry for help. He answers every plea. Pray, O forgiving Lord, forgive us please. Doctor who treats the pain of our disease. Wisdom's reflection ruined one who knew. Don't let such vile conceit destroy you too. Brother, true wisdom to you has been sent from God's elite saints, but it's only lent. Inside, a house may look so warm and bright. The neighboring house though has bestowed this light. Give thanks, don't raise your nose in arrogance. Shun self-conceit, don't live in ignorance. It's sad this borrowed state we have today has led men so far from the proper way. I'm the slave of the one who at each stage does not claim he's enlightened as a sage. From many stages travelers must ascend, until one day they reach the journey's end. Iron's not red, in fire though red it turns, due to the heat of flames in which it burns. A window may fill up your house with light. That's not the light source though adjust your sight. Each door and wall may say, I am the source. I don't bear others' light, it's mine of course. The sun will counter, errant fool, wait here. And when I said, the truth will then be clear. Plants say, we by ourselves turn fresh and green. As beautiful and joyful thus we're seen. But summer answers, listen everyone. Just take a look in autumn when I'm done. The body shows off its own handsome face, while spirit, which is blessed with wings of grace, shouts, cesspool, you live just 1 or 2 days. All thanks to my life-giving, pure light rays. This huge world can't contain your vanity. Just wait until from you I finally flee. Your mourners will then dig a grave for you, so you can feed the worms and insects too. That one who in your presence swooned and fell, will hold his nose because of your foul smell. The spirit's rays give hearing, speech, and sight. As water boils due to the fire we light. Just as the body's fed rays from the soul. Your soul's fed by God's friends who play this role. When from the soul his spirit should depart. It's like a soulless body, stripped of heart. I lay my head down on the ground this way. So earth will vouch for me on judgment day. On that day when it will be forced to quake. The role of witness then the earth will take. For what it knows it will say publicly. And earth and rocks will talk miraculously. Philosophers doubt, for they're logical. Tell them to slam their heads on a brick wall. For water, earth, and clay speak, and each word by Sufi mystics is quite clearly heard. Philosophers doubt moaning pillars too. About the saints' perception they've no clue. Saying, these men must be moved by emotions. To have such fantasies and foolish notions. Their infidelity and vile corruption has filled them with vain thoughts, they choose rejection. When they deny that demons can exist, they're mocked by those same demons they've dismissed. You've not seen one? Look at yourself instead. Only a madman boasts a swollen head. Each man whose heart is filled with stress and doubt is a philosopher who's not come out. He utters true belief, but all the same, this man's philosophy still earns him shame. Take care, believers, it's inside of you. And there are many endless worlds there too. The warring sects are also there within. Woe to you, friend, if one day they should win. Those having the essentials of belief, in fear of this are shaking like a leaf. You laughed at Satan and the demons then, judging yourselves, in contrast, virtuous men. When men's souls turn their jackets inside out, how many Muslims in distress will shout. The store's gold-plated things all feel delight, because the touchstone is now far from sight. Don't lift the veil, don't make faults manifest, concealing Lord, when we're put to the test. False gold can lie with real gold through the night, though real gold's waiting for the dawn's first light. Gold says by means of its own inner state, daybreak will show the truth, fake, you just wait. Accursed Satan for millennia led faithful saints as their superior. But then he fought with Adam out of pride, and was disgraced like dung that's thrown aside. Balaam, son of Beor, prayed, make Moses and his people turn back from this town which they have besieged without achieving their goal. It was answered. To Balaam men were subject at one stage, for he was then the Jesus of his age. To no one else would they bow down, his spell could make those terminally ill get well. He fought with Moses out of self-conceit. You've heard, I'm sure, the fate that he would meet. For Balaam, Satan, and the others too, met such sad ends, unseen and in plain view. God made these two notorious as a test, as an example to warn off the rest. He hanged these two thieves in the public square. So thieves who earned such wrath might then be rare. He brought their banners back, victorious. Those slaughtered by his wrath are numerous. When you keep in your bounds, to God you're dear. Don't overstep the mark. Is that quite clear? For if you strike one whom God loves still more, you'll be sent to the earth's most rotten core. What have you learned from Tamid and from Ayad? Their tales show prophets are all loved by God. Quakes, thunderbolts, and stones all played a role to show the strength of the prophetic soul. For men's sake kill all animals, and then for intellects come back and kill all men. What's intellect here? Wisdom's perfect source. Not wretched human intellect, of course. All animals are thus inferior to man who is through the superior. Thus for mankind to take their lives is lawful. Since beasts lack intellect that's universal. Wild men were dealt a massive fall from grace, because they dared oppose the human race. What honor will remain for you, my friend, when you're wild, frightened asses in the end? Don't kill an ass if it's of benefit. But if it's wild you're free to slaughter it. Though ignorance is what the ass might plead, God won't forgive its failure to take heed. When someone shuns truth's breath, don't say he can. Be still excused, unlike the ass, good man. It's lawful to take unbelievers' lives. Like beasts, with arrows, spears, and hunting knives. The same goes for their families, you know. For they lack wisdom and they're mean and low. From truth the ones who turn away and flee are soon reduced to animality. The angels Harut and Marut relied on their own immaculateness and wanted to lead the people of the world, but they fell into temptation. Harut and Marut, angels up on high. Pride's poisoned arrow also caused to die, because they had become self-satisfied. Two beasts defied a lion and then died. Even if they had used their horns with skill, he would have ripped them up in pieces still. With horns all over, just like porcupines, he would have killed them, still unharmed by spines. Although strong winds uproot the tallest trees, they beautify moist grass just like a breeze. That fierce wind pities weak grass mercifully. Don't show off all your strength conceitedly. An axe does not fear branches of the tree, but chops them up in bits quite easily. Still at a flimsy leaf it never swings. The axe's blade chops only solid things. Do flames care that the firewood's layered so deep? Do butchers ever run away from sheep? What's form next to reality? So small. What makes the heavens hang above us all? In water wheels the answer can be found. What is the force that makes them spin around? Your shield-like body's motions all begin deep in the hidden spirit that's within. The motion of the wind when it should blow is like this wheel moved by the water's flow. Where is each breath, each ebb and flow, then from? Straight from the soul full of desire they've come. It makes the letters J, I, H, A, D. Now it makes peace, then war and enmity. It drags things right, then pulls them left in tow. Now rose bushes, then thorns, are made to grow. In this way wind was once transformed by God into a dragon to confront the Ayad. Then for believers wind was forced to be their peace, protection, and security. Reality is God, said one who knew. Lord of the worlds, sea of all meaning too. All levels up in heaven and on earth are flotsam on the sea, they have no worth. The twigs there dance and jiggle with the tide whenever there is turbulence inside. So then to make the twigs stay still once more, the sea will throw them all out on the shore. Though when its surge absorbs them, in a flash, it does what fire does to turn wood to ash. This topic's endless, so let's now return Harut and Marut's bitter fate to learn. The remainder of the story of Harut and Marut, their punishment in this world inside the pit of Babylon. Since the depravity of people here, to both of them had started to be clear, They waved their fists in anger at mankind, while to their own shortcomings they were blind. One saw his ugly features in the mirror, then turned away from it, enraged and bitter. Conceited men see other people's sin. A fire from hell then flares up deep within. Protection of the faith they call this pride. Their infidel self-love dictates inside. The true protector of the faith I've seen. He's different, he makes things fresh and green. If you're enlightened, God then told the pair, at heedless evildoers' deeds don't stare. Give thanks, my angel servants, that you're free from bonds of lust and sexuality. If I had given you those kinds of states, the heavens wouldn't let you in their gates. The chastity that your forms both possess shows my affection and immaculateness. Consider me and not yourself the source. Don't you succumb to that cursed devil's force. That one who for the prophet used to write saw in himself God's wisdom and his light. He thought he must himself be God's apostle, but was a fake just like a hunter's whistle. The songs of birds you cleverly can name, but do you know the songbird's actual aim? You've heard the singing of the nightingale, not knowing love, its forms of no avail. If you do know, it's guesswork anyway. The way the deaf must lip read what men say. A deaf man went to visit his sick neighbor. A partially deaf man heard someone say that his own neighbor had got sick that day. He thought, I'm deaf, what will I comprehend of sentiments expressed by my sick friend? For he's now ill and might have lost his voice. But I'm obliged to go, I have no choice. When I see this friend's lips move, then I'll guess the sentiments he's trying to express. When I ask him, how are you, dearest friend? He'll say, all right, or I am on the mend. I'll ask, what have you had for lunch today? Some bean soup and some tonic, he will say. To health. I'll say. To whom do you now go for treatment? He'll say, Dr. so and so. I'll say, he's very talented and blessed. So everything will turn out for the best. I've seen myself his power and skillfulness. Whatever he's tried he has met success. He thus rehearsed such comments in his head. Then went to see his sick friend in his bed. How are you? Almost dead. The Lord be praised. The sick friend grew offended and amazed, thinking, praise God. Does this man want a fight? The deaf man's guesses hadn't turned out right. He asked, what have you had? A poisonous drink. He said, to health. The sick man reached the brink. The deaf man asked, which doctor's coming then to treat you so that you'll feel well again? The angel of death, so just go away. The deaf man said, rejoice. He'll save the day. His visitor left, thinking this inside. Thank God I came. He was self-satisfied. The sick man thought, he's my worst enemy. I never knew he could act spitefully. He then thought of expletives in his mind, to write to him swear words of every kind. When someone swallows soup that has turned bad, he soon feels ill and vomits what he's had. Suppress your rage, don't spew it out like this. You'll be rewarded with the sweetest bliss. He had no patience, so he grew irate, saying, where are you, bastard? You just wait. I'll ram your words back down your throat again. My lion-like consciousness was sleeping then. Visiting sick men is to bring relief, not to antagonize and pile on grief. You wanted just to see your foe distressed, so that your filthy mind could find some rest. In acts of worship many go astray, with thoughts of their rewards on Judgment Day. Truly, their worship's just sin in disguise, although their vileness seems pure to your eyes. The deaf man thought he'd done a righteous act, but it led to the opposite in fact. Content, he thought, I did well, I feel thrilled. My duty to my neighbor I fulfilled. But as we've seen, a fire was made to start. He burned himself thus in his sick friend's heart. Beware of ever kindling such a fire. The sum of all your sins will just rise higher. The Prophet told pretentious men one day, repeat your prayers you didn't truly pray. Our remedy for such pretentiousness is begging Him in every prayer guide us. Dear God, don't mix this prayer of ours today with those of show-offs who have gone astray. Due to the reasoning this deaf man applied, his 10-year friendship with his neighbor died. Your temporal reasoning's powers are unfit for revelation, which is infinite. For if your ears still savor every word, this means your inner ear has still not heard. The first person to apply analogical reasoning to revelation was Satan. Analogy and logic was used first before God's light by Satan, who was cursed. Mere clay's not worth as much as fire, he'd say. I'm made of fire while man's just made of clay. And judging just by origins, it's right to say he's darkness while I'm radiant light. There shall be no more kinship than God said. Struggle and piety earns grace instead. Since it's beyond the world that's temporal, kinship can't win you what is spiritual. This heritage is from God's messengers. Souls of the pure are soul inheritors. Buledanyal's son found true faith a later day, while Noah's son joined up with those astray. The earthling turns just like a moon, so bright. You're made of fire and dark with shame like night. At night, by reasoning and by calculation, scholars work out the Qibla's right location. But when by day the Kaaba is in sight, to make such calculations isn't right. Don't claim you still can't see, or turn away. Due to your reasoning God knows best the way. If you should hear a message from God's bird, as an example you would learn that word. Then you'd apply to it your reasoning, to make from just one thought a concrete thing. But those expressions God's elite saints say are far beyond what language can convey. Although you learn the bird's tongue through one sound, and through analogies that can be found, you injure saints' hearts like that poor sick friend. And, like the deaf man, think you comprehend. The prophet's scribe, on hearing from that bird, thought he was that bird's equal since he'd heard. The bird then blinded him and flapped a wing, to shove him down death's well of suffering. By thoughts or what reflects from revelations. Don't fall back down from heaven's lofty stations. Harut and Marut though you be, or more than those who stand in ranks outside his door. Have mercy on bad people's wickedness, and curse instead your own self-centeredness. Beware lest God's possessiveness should hit, and make you fall headfirst inside earth's pit. Both said, God, yours is the command, for sure. Without your care how can one feel secure? This pair of angels hadn't understood. How can our deeds be bad when we are good? The pair's distracting itch would not subside, until it sowed the seed of selfish pride. They then said, foolish, base humanity knows not of spiritual king's purity. We'll draw the curtains over all the sky, then land on earth and raise a screen so high, to grant all justice and bring worship's light, while flying home to heaven every night, so that as wonders of the age will be renowned for bringing earth security. This view of earth and heaven isn't right. There's something missing here that's kept from sight. An explanation of why one must keep one's own mystical state and intoxication hidden from the ignorant. Listen to what Hakim Sana'i said. Rest where you drank the wine your drunken head. For from the tavern if a drunk should stray, he'll seem a clown with whom the children play. He'll tumble into puddles everywhere, and all the wretches will laugh, point, and stare. They'll follow him because he's strange and new, although of drunkenness they have no clue. Except those drunk in God, men are just boys. Mature men flee their passions and their toys. God said, the world is just a toy, and you are merely children. What God says is true. You keep on bringing toys down from the shelf. You won't gain wisdom till you slay yourself. Lust here's like infants having sex, my friend. compared with what's there at the other end. What's infant sex? Play acting that brings laughter, compared with sex by Rustum or a martyr. The wars of men are like an infant's fight. Meaningless, senseless, base, without real might. They brandish wooden swords and then take aim. But there's no point or meaning to their game. They ride a length of wood just like at school, saying, here's Barak, and here's the prophet's mule. They carry it themselves, but stupidly. They think they're being born majestically. Wait till the day those born by God should race beyond the nine-tiered heavens at great pace. Spirits and angels to him will ascend, and make the heavens shake from end to end. Children, you ride your skirts and run the course, clutching the hem to make it seem a horse. Opinion does not free you from all need. You won't reach heaven on your reasoning steed, relying on the stronger point of view. Don't doubt the sun when it's in front of you. It's time now to look down at your own steed. You've made it from your own 2 feet, take heed. Your every feeling, fancy, sense, and care is like the children's wooden horse, beware. Knowledge of mystics was the steed they rode. Knowledge of sensual men an extra load. Hard knowledge helps you when it fills you there, but other knowledge is a cross to bear. Like asses carrying their books, God said. Knowledge that's not from him wears down your head. It has no meaning shell without a core. It doesn't last, like makeup on a whore. But when you bear the burden well, it will be taken off and you'll feel such a thrill. So don't bear knowledge for your own sake, friend. And you'll find inner knowledge in the end. Then you may ride on knowledge's fast steed, and watch the load fall off and your soul freed. If you don't chant he, how can you then flee your own desire? Transcend the mere name he. A thought's produced by attribute and name. This thought's a guide with union as its aim. A guide without an aim does not exist. If there were no path, ghouls would not persist. Do names not tell of a reality? Can roses grow from R, O, S, and E? You've said the name, to find the named now try. The moon's not on the lake but in the sky. Mere names and words if you wish to transcend. Then purify yourself of self, my friend. Like iron give up your original color. Through discipline become the clearest mirror. Thus purge yourself of attributes to view your own pure essence lying inside you. Within your heart you'll find the prophet's knowledge, without a book or teachers from the college. The prophet said, there are some in my nation who share my essence and my aspiration. The same as me, they see me by that light, with which I also see them day and night. Without hadiths and their transmitters too. Water of life they drink to know it's true. So understand, last night I was a Kurd. Now I'm an Arab, though it's not absurd. A parable which shows the mysteries. Is this about the Greeks and the Chinese? The story about the competition between the Greeks and the Chinese in the art of painting and portraiture. Once the Chinese said, at art we're the best. The Greeks said, with more talent we've been blessed. The Sultan said, I'll set a test for you, to see which of your claims is really true. They all prepared to paint a room's interior. In knowledge though the Greeks were far superior. Come, show us to a room, said the Chinese. And give the Greeks one similar to it, please. They found adjoining rooms which formed a pair. One half for each group, thus completely fair. Then the Chinese requested lots of paint. The king supplied them, generous as a saint. Each dawn from his own storehouse men would bring more paint for them as gifts from this kind king. The Greeks said, colorful paints will not prove successful colors what we must remove. They closed their space off, polished every wall, clear as the heavens up above us all. Color to colorlessness can change quite soon. Colors a cloud, colorlessness the moon. If in the clouds some radiance should appear, it's from the sun and moon that it shines here. Once the Chinese felt their work was complete, they banged their drums to celebrate this feat. The king arrived and saw such paintings there. That stunned him, for their beauty was so rare. Then he went to the Greeks, who quickly raised the screen in front and left him more amazed. The image of that work which was so fine, reflected on the walls that they'd made shine. Whatever he'd seen there shone on each wall. Out of their sockets eyes began to fall. The Greeks stand for the Sufis clearly, without techniques from books of theory. They've cleansed their breasts so well that they shine bright, free from all stinginess, desire, and spite. The heart's a mirror with such purity, it can reflect forms from eternity. Such a pure image, boundless, unlike art, shone through the hand of Moses from his heart. These forms the heavens even can't contain, nor throne, nor ocean, nor an open plain. For they're all numbered and delimited, while hearts are one and they're unlimited. The brain falls silent here or goes astray. The heart's with God, or is God in some way. No form's reflection shines eternally, but through the heart, home of infinity. For every image which should reach this place appears without a veil across its face. Polishers fled all colors, so they could each breath see what is beautiful and good. Beyond the husk of knowledge they can see. They've raised the banner of true certainty. All thought has left them, for they've seen the light. The sea's depths and their breasts they keep in sight. Of death all other men are running scared. To mock and laugh at it these men have dared. To conquer their hearts there's no hope in hell. The pearl is not harmed, only its mere shell. Transcending grammar, law, theology. They've chosen self-effacement, poverty. When images from heaven shone to earth, their hearts received them, and they knew their worth. Their place is loftier even than God's throne. God's seat of certainty they've made their own. The prophet asks Zayd, "How are you today, how have you risen from bed?" He answers, "I've woken up a believer, messenger of God." One dawn the prophet turned to Zayd to say, "My friend, how have you woken up today? Like a believing slave who knows what's true. Then where's faith's garden sign displayed on you?" "I thirst," said Zayd, "and wander in the day. At night I can't sleep, love burns me away. I've passed beyond both day and night time's sphere. Their shields I've penetrated like a spear. Beyond there's just one army with one name. 1,000 years and 1 hour are the same. Their pre and post eternity have merged. The brain can't reach there, it soon gets submerged." The prophet asked Zayd, "Where's your souvenir? Present some knowledge suitable for here." Zayd said, "While other people see the sky, I see God's throne with those who live on high. The 7 hells and the 8 heavens too are visible to me, I swear it's true. I recognize each individual, like wheat and barley piled up at the mill. Who's heaven bound and who in hell will bake? I see just like a fish next to a snake. It has now been revealed like dawn's first light. The day their faces will turn black or white. However many faults the soul then had, inside its womb none knew that it was bad. The damned are damned inside the womb, that's why their states some outwardly identify. The body's pregnant with the soul till death. When birth pains make her writhe and gasp for breath, the souls of all the dead now watch and wait to see the way it's born and its new state. The Africans will claim, "This soul is ours." The Greeks, "No, he looks glorious, with great powers. It's now born in the realm of souls and grace. The blacks and whites are equal in this place. If he's been bad, by bad men he'll be led. If good, he'll join the good up there instead. Until it's born it's hidden from men's eyes. Unborn souls so few men can recognize. It's by the light of God that such men see straight through a person's skin so easily. Sperm's essence is pure goodness like the light, beyond the realm of what is black or white. Of those of highest stature he'll bestow color to have, to banish them below. This topic's incomplete, but it's now late. If we're not back the caravan won't wait. The day they will turn black or white we'll learn. The Turks from Indians then we can discern. Inside the womb no man can separate the two, but once they're born one's vile, one great. As if it is already judgment day. I see through men and women here today. Shall I stay silent or share one more sign? The prophet bit his lips, this much is fine. O messenger of God, shall I now mention to all the secret of the resurrection? Let me tear open this last veil of mine. And like the sun let my true essence shine. Such that the sun will be eclipsed by me. Marking the date palm from the fruitless tree. For resurrection's secret I'll disclose. Real gold from false, so everybody knows. With hands cut off, the damned all men will see. Distant from our pure Muslim family. I'll make hypocrisy's worst failings plain. In moonlight, which won't be eclipsed or wane. The ragged clothes of damned men I'll display. And make the prophet's drums be heard today. Heaven and hell, the realm between as well. I'll show so clearly to each infidel. A turbulent causar I'll make appear. To splash their faces and ring in each ear. The thirsty who keep circling it I'll show. This very moment, so all men will know. Their shoulders rub against mine and their screams keep ringing in my ears, or so it seems. While willingly in heaven filled with grace, they pull each other close in an embrace. They take each other's hands with gentle grips, and snatch some kisses from each other's lips. This ear of mine's been deafened by their sighs, and all the damned ones' bitter grieving cries. From hidden depths mere hints I now relate. For fear, dear prophet, you might grow irate. He spoke thus drunken, wasted, almost dead. The prophet curled his collar up and said, your horse has grown excited, pull the reins. God feels no shame, in you now none remains. Your mirror has slipped out of its own cover. But with truth's weighing scales can it now differ? How can they both keep silent out of tact, so as to not shame someone with a fact? They are both touchstones which speak truthfully, though you should serve them for a century. And say, conceal truth for my benefit. Display the prophet, hide the deficit. Don't make yourself look stupid, they will cry. Just for your sake can scales and mirrors lie. Since God has made us for this aim alone, that through us both the truth can be made known. If we don't do exactly as we should, we won't be worthy for the fair and good. So put the mirror back, Zayd, in its case. Your breast's been split like Sinai by God's face. The sun of truth and pre-eternity can't be stuffed in one's arms so none can see. It would tear off that arm which tries to hide. Wisdom and madness would be nullified. The prophet said, place fingers on your eyes, and you won't see the sun begin to rise. One fingertip can veil the moon at night. This is a sign God can conceal from sight. The world gets covered by a single tip. The sun can be eclipsed by just one slip. Keep quiet, watch the sea's depths if you can. God's made that subject to the will of man. Like Salsabil and Zanjabil both springs are ruled in heaven by the King of Kings. And heaven's streams are ruled by you and me. Not forcefully but through the Lord's decree. We make them flow where we want them to go. Like magic at a good magician's show. And, like my eyes' streams, they're in firm control of what sends out the tears my heart and soul. If the heart wants, they'll flow towards a snake. Or a much better route instead they'll take. Or if it wants to what's perceivable. Or to veiled things that are invisible. Or if it wants towards the universal. Or to contingents that are only temporal. All outward senses are in flow this way. The heart's decree these 5 pipes must obey. When your heart tells them what it has in mind, all 5 set off and drag their skirts behind. Your hands and feet obey your heart's command. Like Moses's rod, held in his right hand. If it's the heart's wish, legs will dance for it, or flee from loss to greater benefit, and hands will bend their fingers to hold tight a pen with which a book you then can write. Hands are controlled by one unseen inside, which has arranged the body's form outside. You'll be a snake against your enemy, or help your friend, if that's the heart's decree. Or to a spoon with which to eat you'll turn, or to a massive mace that weighs a ton. How does the heart instruct them? How amazing! This marvelous, hidden link we're contemplating. Perhaps King Solomon's ring it can gain. The outward senses yearning to restrain. The outward senses it controls with ease. The inward ones too follow its decrees. There are 10 senses, 7 organs too. Try counting what no words can show to you. Since you're like Solomon, heart, come and fling on angels and the demons your famed ring. If you're free from deceit here in this land, no demon then can steal it from your hand. The universe will be ruled by your name. The way you rule your body, just the same. But if a demon steals the seal from you, your kingdom will be gone, your fortune too. Then misery will be your destiny, till judgment day as part of God's decree. Though you deny your own deceit, my brother, your soul won't be saved from the scales and mirror. His fellow servants accuse Lockman of eating the fresh fruit that they were supposed to bring home. Lockman used to be in his master's eyes. In outward form, the servant he'd despise. The master sent some servants out one day to gather fruit for him from far away. The others thought Lockman embarrassing. He was dark-skinned though mystically a king. And so they ate the fruit with such delight, led by their greed, although they had no right. When they returned they gave Lockman the blame. Their master cursed him with his eyes aflame. To make him check the cause he answered back. Lockman turned to him after his attack. Dear master, God has often made it clear. The faithless slave is not one he holds dear. Examine who is faithful and who's not. Make everyone drink water that is hot. Then make us run out in the countryside, on foot, while you are riding at our side. You'll witness who has acted wickedly. This will reveal the hidden mystery. The master poured hot water in each cup, and made each servant drink his last drop up. He sent them out then to the yard, where they were forced to run this way and then that way. They vomited once they had run about. Hot water made them spew their food all out. But when Lockman's turn came, since he'd not lied, water is all he brought up from inside. He'd shown such wisdom though a simple man. Imagine what the Lord of Being can. That day when all the secrets are revealed. What you would like to hide can't be concealed. Draughts of hot water that for each are poured will tear all veils away from what's abhorred. Vile infidels' fire's torture suits the best, since for hard stones fire is the perfect test. When to the stony-hearted we've been good, and gently talked, they've shunned our brotherhood. A heavy wound needs treatment that is strong. To hungry dogs the donkey's bones belong. Bad women to the bad men now dictate. An ugly woman is a vile man's mate. Whichever mate fulfills your fantasies, become effaced in that one's qualities. If you want light, reflect it like a star. If distance, be self-centered and stray far. If from this vile jail you long to be free, prostrate before him, move near constantly. The remainder of the story of Zayd answering the messenger of God. Zayd, none can venture to its furthest reach. Now shackle the borak which brings your speech. Such talk can tear apart the veil between this world, with all its faults, and the unseen. God's wish is to stay hidden still today. So drive the drummer off and bar the way. He's best left veiled, so draw the reins, sit tight. In mental images let men delight. The Lord wants even those who are in despair to worship him and never turn from there, with just the hope that they may gain his grace. Their goal for several days these men will chase. On all of us he wants his grace to shine. The good and bad receive grace that's divine. God wants each prince and prisoner in his cell to hope and fear and to beware as well. This hope and fear are just component parts of the thick veil that's covering their hearts. Where's hope and fear when you're beyond the screen? Might and strong rule await in the unseen. A youth sat by a stream once with this thought. That fisherman is Solomon, is he not? If so, why is he alone and in disguise? If not, why does he seem so to my eyes? Like this, in two minds, he was wondering. Till Solomon emerged as their own king. From his great kingdom then the devil fled. Solomon's fortune sword left him for dead. For he wore on his finger the famed ring. Devils and fairies were seen gathering. Men came as well in order just to see. Including that youth with the fantasy. Once he had seen the ring that his king wore. This wiped out what he'd thought about before. We have such doubts when something is not here. We guess the Qibla when it is unclear. Thoughts of the one who's absent fill one's breast. But when he's present they are laid to rest. And if the radiant sky does not lack rain, plants keep on growing in the fertile plain. Believers in what is unseen to be. Shutter the windows of the world you see. If I should split the sky now in plain view, how can I ask, does it look cracked to you? To find the Qibla in the dark men face. All angles, each from his own starting place. Things seem reversed like this for a short time. The thief will try the judge now for a crime. The sultans and high-ranking men as well are slaves of their own servants for a spell. Serving in absence is so laudable. Like keeping faith in what's invisible. For those who praise the king while in his presence fall short still of those humble in his absence. The governor at the empire's furthest end, far from the capital, will still not bend. He guards his garrison from enemies, and won't sell out for treasures vast as seas. Out on the furthest frontier, far away, he's loyal like those with the king today. He's better in the king's own eyes than those who sacrifice themselves just when he knows. Fulfilling one small duty thus in absence is better than 1,000 in his presence. Faith and obedience, though now praiseworthy, become void after death when truth you'll see. Since absent and veiled things thus seem the best, seal up your lips, don't make things manifest. Brother, refrain from talking. Don't you know? Much hidden knowledge God will soon bestow. The sun's best witness is its own bright face. Who's the best witness? God, in every case. No. I will speak, since God, the angels too, and others who know are all telling you. God, angels, and those who have certainty. God is the one who lives eternally. But who are angels when God's testified to also now bear witness on his side? Weak eyes and hearts don't have the strength to bear the radiant presence of the sun up there. They're just like bats that cannot bear the sun, and so they give up hope it can be done. The angels help us, so please realize. They manifest the sun's rays in the skies. We've gained this radiance from the sun, so we share it with weak men like a deputy. Like different phases of the moon at night. Each angel has its own true worth and might. And different wings of light, some 4, some 3. Each angel to a different degree. Just like the human intellect's own wings. From those of fools to those of learned kings. Each has an angel as associate. The one that is the most appropriate. The blind can't bear a single solar ray. So stars serve as the lamps to show the way. The prophet tells Zayd, don't divulge the secret further than this, be sure to comply. My followers are stars, the prophet said. Lamps for the faithful, stones for Satan's head. If everyone possessed such powerful sight that sees directly heaven's sun's pure light, what need would men have for the stars should they be guided by the sun along the way? He told the earth and clouds what had transpired. I'm just a man, but I have been inspired. I used to be in nature like the rest. till revelation's light filled up my breast. I'm dark still when compared with the Supreme. Though next to men's souls like pure light I seem. My light is faint, so you can cope with it. Since to behold the sun's rays you're unfit. I'm honey mixed with vinegar, to heal your heart of the affliction that you feel. When you're completely healthy once again, throw out the vinegar, eat honey then. When your heart's passion free for God alone, witness the merciful sits on the throne. Once the heart gains this link, then God's decree rules him without an intermediary. This discourse could go on, but there's no space. I must advise Zayd not to seek disgrace. Resumption of the story about Zayd. You won't find Zayd now, for this man has fled. Like horses from the shoeing line they dread. Who are you? Zayd cannot find himself, he's gone. Just like a star on which the sun has shone. You won't find hide nor hair of him today. Not even one star, nor the Milky Way. The speech and senses of our fathers are effaced in this king's knowledge like a star. Their senses and their reasoning in turn, like waves to stand before us, will return. The dawn brings back the burdens of all men. Stars which were hidden go to work again. God gives the witless back their wits at dawn. Group after group with slavery's earrings on, stamping their feet and waving arms in praise. O Lord, you have revived us, each now says. That crumpled skin and bones is now a night. Who raises dust on racing out of sight? The grateful and ungrateful non-existence. At resurrection thus change to existence. Why turn your face and not look? Didn't you do that at first in non-existence too? Later you dug your heels deep in the sand, saying, who can remove me from my land? Do you not see God's actions are so clear? He dragged you by your ears all the way here, to various different states that lay in store, which you had not believed were real before. That non-existence is his slave, so strive to work hard, devil. Solomon's alive. A demon makes large bowls like troughs for him, scared to rebuff him or refuse his whim. Look at yourself now, trembling fearfully, like non-existence, which shakes constantly. If you are holding on to status here, that too is from your soul-consuming fear. For everything will hurt and wound your heart. Though it tastes sweet, the love of God apart. Approaching death gives such heart-wrenching strife. If you lack water of eternal life, people just think of death when they're on earth, and doubt the water of life's actual worth. Try to reduce these doubts of yours, my friend. Go. If you sleep, the night will quickly end. Seek out that day within the depths of night. The dark's consumed by that pure wisdom's light. There is much gloom in its gloom, though it's stark. Water of life is found close to the dark. From slumber how can one lift up his head, while sowing seeds of heedlessness in bed? Eating what's dead supports a sleep death deep. The burglar breaks in when the guard's asleep. You don't know who your foes are in this instance. Those made of fire are foes of your existence. For water and its family fire's the foe. Even though it can put it out, it's so. Water can end fire's life if necessary, because it's water's children's enemy. Also, there is the fire of lust, wherein you'll find the root of error and all sin. The outward fire though water deals with well. The fire of lust can take you straight to hell. This fire of lust is not controlled by water, because it shares its nature with hell's torture. The light of faith is lust's fire's only cure. It puts out infidels' fires, that's for sure. Who puts them out? God's light, for it's superior. So make the light of Abraham your teacher, that from your Nimrod-like self's fire there may be for your incense form a root away. Indulging it won't cool your fiery lust. Denial works in this, now put your trust. How can the fire go out once it is lit, and you keep placing planks of wood on it? This fire dies out if you deny it would, for water's poured on it through being good. How can fire blacken faces that now shine, rosy with rouge from fear of the divine? The fire in the city of Medina under Omar. Omar's reign saw a fire blaze up that could consume huge rocks as if they were dry wood. It spread to buildings, then soared heavenwards, and reached the highest nests of all the birds. Half of Medina was in days burnt down. Water, afraid of this, then fled the town. Some clever men tried putting out the fire. With vinegar and water it rose higher. The flames spread further still in spite of this. They gained support straight from the limitless. The people hurried to Omar to cry, "Water can't put it out, we're bound to die." He said, "This is a sign from God no less. It's due to your own flame-filled stinginess. What use is water now? Distribute bread. Stop being stingy, if by me you're led." The people said, "We've opened every door. We're generous to a fault, does he want more?" He said, "You gave bread then because of rules. And out of habit, not for God, you fools. Just to show off about your piety. Not out of fear and inner poverty. Don't sow the seed of wealth on rotten land. Don't place a dagger in a robber's hand. Discern the faithful from the enemy. With those who know the Lord keep company. All men put first their own kind, that's a fact. Just fools think a good deed is their own act. An enemy spits in the face of the commander of the faithful Ali, who drops his sword. Learn how to act sincerely from Ali. God's lion, free from all impurity. During a battle, he subdued a foe. Then drew his sword to deal the final blow. That man spat in Ali's pure face, the pride of every saint and prophet far and wide. The moon prostrates itself before this face. At which he spat, this act was a disgrace. Ali put down his saber straight away. And, though he was on top, he stopped the fray. The fighter was astonished by this act. That he showed mercy though he'd been attacked. You pointed your sharp blade at me before. But then you simply dropped it on the floor. Greater than fighting me, what did you see? That you eased up in your attack on me. What did you see to end your vehemence? For lightning to flash bright then dim at once. What did you see that was reflected here, deep in my heart, and made a flame appear? What did you see beyond both being and place? That you spared me though I spat in your face? You are God's lion through your bravery. And who knows your high rank in chivalry? You're Moses's cloud in the desert heat, which brought a feast beyond compare to eat. The clouds bring wheat which men can grind and bake, to make some sweet and wholesome bread and cake. The wings of mercy Moses's cloud spread, to give him ready-made hot cakes and bread. For those who ate this bounty he unfurled, through such kind grace, their banner in the world. For 40 years that wonderful largesse fed those with hope without becoming less. Until they asked, because they'd grown so base, why herbs and onions weren't sent in its place. Mohammed's people, noble men, can see. Such food from God will last eternally. He said, I was with God the night before. Who fed me? This was not a metaphor. Accept this reading, make no argument. Such milk and honey you too might be sent. Interpreting throws back what you've received, due to a fault in it that you've perceived. Seeing faults shows your mind is weak as well. Wisdom's the kernel, reason's just the shell. Judge critically your own vile self instead. Don't criticize the rose bush but your head. You are completely intellect and sight. Ali, what did you see to stop the fight? Our soul's been split by your most gentle sword. Our earth's been washed by knowledge you have poured. I know these are his secrets, but tell me. Slaying without a sword's his mystery. That craftsman with no tools or hands still knows how to create the gifts that he bestows. He'll make you taste 100 wines and more, which ears and eyes have never known before. O heaven's hunting falcon, please tell me, through the Creator what did you just see? Your eyes have learned to see the hidden sphere. unlike those stitched up eyes of others here. One sees the moon above as clear as day. The whole world's dark, another man will say. Another sees 3 moons in the same space. Though each observes the sky from the same place. Their outward eyes are sharp, their ears are too. And yet they flee me but hold on to you. Is this illusion or his marvelous grace? You looking wolf-like, while I've Joseph's face. If there were 18,000 worlds, not all would find each one of them perceptible. The secret, great Ali, won't you relate? You who brought good fate after evil fate. Either tell what your mind's seen candidly, or I'll divulge what trickled down to me. It shone on me through you, but still was bright. Thus, like the moon, you silently spread light. But if the moon should speak to us one day, it would lead men more quickly on their way. They're safe from errors of neglectful fools, because the moon subdues the shrieks of ghouls. Though silently the moon can serve as guide, a talking moon's light would be multiplied. Since you're the gate to where God's knowledge is, a ray from the bright sun of grace that's his. Open up gate to seekers you're eternal, and, through you, every husk can reach its kernel. So open up forever, mercy's gate. To there is none like him, don't make us wait. Each atom is a place where he'll appear. But if it's closed, who'll say, the door is here? Unless the guard should swing it open wide. Belief in this will not be roused inside. But when it's opened it can vivify your bird of hope, which then will start to fly. If treasures found in ruins by a man, he'll then search every ruin that he can. If from a dervish pearls you fail to find, why should you try the others of his kind? Opinion, if for years itself runs on, it can't pass its own nose, where it was born. If you've not caught a scent from the unseen, can you claim that beyond your nose you've seen? The infidel asks Ali, after defeating someone like me, why did you drop your sword? That friendly infidel then asked Ali, through drunkenness and savor, thoughtfully. Commander, please inform me, go ahead. Make my soul like a foetus bow its head. The 7 planets play in turn a role in nurturing the foetus, oh dear soul. But when it needs a spirit, then the sun provides the help required to get this done. The foetus is stirred by the sun a bit, when quickly it provides a soul for it. From planets it gains naught but a small trace, but then the sun shines down on it warm grace. But how was this connection first begun? Inside the womb with the most gorgeous sun? A hidden root beyond our human sight provides a path to that celestial light. That root by which all hidden golds refined, and stones turn into jewels that are mined. That root which gives each ruby its red shade, and sends a spark where every horseshoe's made. That root which ripens fruit while on the tree. That root which gives the timid bravery. Tell all, great falcon, with your blazing wing, who's been trained on the forearm of the king. O phoenix catching falcon, make it known. You who defeat vast armies on your own. You are yourself my whole community. Since I'm your prey, great falcon, please tell me. Mercy in wrath's place. I don't understand why you would choose to shake a dragon's hand. The commander of the faithful answers, saying what the reason was for dropping his sword in that situation. He said, I use my sword the way God's planned. Not for my body but by God's command. I am God's lion, not the one of passion. My actions testify to my religion. You did not throw when you threw, God has said. I'm just a sword the sun swings at your head. I've moved the baggage of myself away. All but God's non-existent, I now say. My Lord's the sun and I'm the shadow seen. For I'm his servant this side of the screen. Adorned with jewels of union like a knife. While fighting I don't kill but grant new life. My diamond bright blade blood can never stain. How can the wind drive off my clouds again? A mountain of forbearance and deep calm. The fiercest winds can't blow away or harm. That which is swept by wind is trash, no more. And there are many winds like this in store. The wind of rage and that of greed and lust. Blow those who don't pray at the time they must. I am a mountain, he's my solid base. Like straw I'm blown just by thought of his face. My longing changes once his wind has blown. My captain is the love of him alone. Rage may rule kings but I have conquered it. I've tied up anger to my horse's bit. The sword of my forbearance chopped my rage. God's anger is a mercy at my stage. Although my roof's been wrecked I'm drowned in light. Father of dust's a garden blooming bright. A reason had emerged in that attack. For me to choose to draw my saber back. So he loves for God's sake should be my name. He hates for God my sole desire and aim. He gives for God my liberality. He clings to God my being, as you see. I'm mean or generous too for God alone. I'm his possession, not what men can own. My deeds for God are not based on opinion. Or mere conformity, but through his vision. Reasoning and calculation I have fled. To tie my sleeve to God's cloak hem instead. While flying I can see the realm I'm in. While whirling the sole point round which I spin. If I should drag a load I know to where. For I'm the moon my chief's the sun up there. I can't tell any more humanity. A narrow river can't contain the sea. I speak thus for their brains are limited. This isn't wrong, it's what the prophet did. So hear my evidence, I'm free from lust. The word of slaves is worth much less than dust. The testimony of a slave's worth naught. According to the law upheld at court. Though thousands of slaves be your witnesses. The court still won't give you allowances. The slaves of lust are much worse in God's view. Than men they've captured, bound, and auctioned to. The latter type can be set free again. While lust slaves live with joy but die in pain. The slave of lust has no means of release. Except the grace of God which doesn't cease. He's fallen in hell's pit now, it's too late. And it's his own fault it's not down to fate. He's thrown himself inside such a deep pit. That I can't measure the full depth of it. I'll stop here, for if this speech should extend. Not only hearts but stones would bleed, my friend. Not due to hardness would their hearts not bleed. But through distraction and not taking heed. They'll only bleed that day when blood's worth naught. But you must bleed when blood is worth a lot. Slaves' testimonies are void as a rule. Find witnesses who aren't slaves of the ghoul. We've sent you as a witness, God has said. Since he was free, from being's grip he'd fled. Rage can't enslave me, said Ali, I'm free. There's naught here but God's attributes, come see. Enter. God's grace has liberated you. His mercy comes before his anger too. Come in. Now you've fled danger that you've known. You're like a jewel that was once a stone. You've fled the thorn of unbelief and doom. So in the rosebed of he you will bloom. Illustrious one, I'm you and you are I. Ali, how could I cause Ali to die? Your sins surpass good deeds of the obedient. And you've traversed the heavens in an instant. Sins of such men excel their piety. Rose leaves can grow from thorns for all to see. The Prophet once Omar approached to kill. This led him to Islam's acceptance still. And Pharaoh ordered magic from his men. But fortune helped them save themselves again. If magic and denial they'd not been taught, to stubborn Pharaoh would they have been brought. Why did they witness Moses's famed rod? Their sin became obedience thus to God. God has chopped off the thick neck of despair. For sins turn to obedience everywhere. Since he can change round evil acts this way. To righteous deeds, despite what whisperers say. Cursed Satan now gets stoned in strong attacks. And out of jealousy he finally cracks. To us a sinful act he'll try to sell. In order thus to lead us down to hell. But when he sees that sin's now piety. All he has left is sheer anxiety. Enter. The door is open for you now. You spat but I gave favors anyhow. I grant such gifts to those who torture me, and bow my head down in humility. Imagine what I give men who are loyal. Treasures and kingdoms that are all eternal. The Prophet said in the ear of the stirrup holder of the commander of the faithful Ali, Ali will be slain by your hand, I swear to you. The honey of my generosity won't turn to poison if you murder me. Into my servant's ear the Prophet said that he would one day chop off my sweet head. God's messenger thus made him understand that in the end I'd be slain by his hand. That servant now begs, kill me for my sake. So I won't make this dreadful, vile mistake. I say, since you must bring about my end, how can I try to dodge God's will, my friend? He falls before me, pleading, noble Lord, split me in two, for God's sake, with your sword. So fate will not decree this as my role, that my soul won't burn pining for your soul. I tell him, go. The ink's already dry. That pen's foiled giants who could touch the sky. There is no hatred in my soul for you. Since this is not an act you choose to do, you are God's instrument with which he'll write. With God's own instrument should I now fight? The warrior asked, then what's revenge about? Ali said, it's a mystery God set out. Should he now counter his own act, you'll see a garden grow from his change of decree. To change his own act suits God, for he's one. He holds both grace and wrath in union. He's the commander of phenomena. In every realm he is the emperor. If he breaks his own instrument, he'll then repair that broken instrument again. We made it be forgotten, comprehend that better things replace them in the end. God abrogates laws for our benefit. He takes grass but gives flowers in place of it. The day's activity is stopped at night. Watch stillness now bestow true wisdom's light. But then the night is cancelled by the day, the fire of which makes stillness burn away. Though sleep and rest in darkness may abound, the water of life too in there is found. And aren't minds refreshed while resting here? As pauses help a voice sound loud and clear. From opposites thus opposites alight. Inside your heart's dark core he's shown this light. The Prophet's wars brought peace which all had sought. Our peace these days stems from the wars he fought. Though he slew thousands who showed enmity, this was so men could gain security. The gardener trims the branches that cause harm, to cultivate a straight and tall date palm. And any weeds he finds he will uproot, so that the garden thrives and bears much fruit. The dentist pulls out teeth that show decay, so that the patient's pain will go away. Loss therefore can hide many gains inside, as martyrs gain new life once they have died. Once cut, the throat that ate its daily bread receives God's bounty and feels joy instead. When throats of animals are lawfully slit, men's throats grow and from grace they benefit. But what if one should stab another man? Guess by analogy now if you can. A third throat grows, one nurtured day and night, with tonic from God and his rays of light. The throat that's cut drinks tonic he lets flow. The throat that dies in yes, has just fled no. Say, that's enough. You miserable, vile troll. How long will you choose bread to feed your soul? You bear no fruit just like the willow tree, for you have given bread priority. If your base sensual soul can't give up bread, to turn to gold try alchemy instead. Since you would like your garments clean today, from all the washers why now turn away? Although you break your fast with bread, my friend, he mends what's broken, he'll help you ascend. Since he mends what is broken, be aware. If he breaks things, in truth it is repair. But if you break things he will say to you, now fix it. But you won't know what to do. He has the right to smash things up, for he knows how to mend what's broken instantly. He who knows how to sow can tear as well. He'll buy a better thing than what he'll sell. He'll wreck a house so its roof hits the floor. and then rebuild it better than before. Should he decapitate a man, his grace would bring 1,000 heads soon in its place. If he had not decreed a confrontation, saying, "There's life through your retaliation," who would have had the gall to strike his sword at someone else and claim it's from the Lord? For anyone with open eyes can tell that killer is a fool of fate as well. If by the Lord's decree a fool is led, he'll even strike against his own child's head. Don't curse the evildoers, but beware. You're impotent too in God's ruling snare. Adam is surprised at the accursed Satan falling astray and shows conceit. Once Adam looked at Satan with disdain, filled with contempt and scorn, when he was vain. Self-conscious, he thought he was in the right, and laughed at wretched Satan's awful plight. The Lord's possessiveness cried, "Who are you? About the hidden truths you have no clue." If he should turn your waistcoat inside out, he'd lift a mountain from its base no doubt. He would unveil 100 Adams then, and cause cursed Satans to be born again. Adam said, "I repent now for that glance. I won't presume again with arrogance. Now that I begged, please lead me to decide that wealth and knowledge don't deserve our pride. Don't let a heart you've blessed now go astray. Make evil fates decreed now fade away. Please spare our souls from meeting wretched ends. Don't separate us from pure-hearted friends. There's nothing worse than life apart from you. Filled with anxiety, and helpless too. Our worldly goods steal what is spiritual. Our body likewise strips our precious soul. Our own hands broke our legs if not for you. To save their souls what can mere humans do? If he should save his soul from dangers here, he will have stopped calamity and fear. For if the soul's deprived of unity, it blindly mourns alone eternally. Since you won't grant admission though he tries to save his soul, that exiled lover dies. Call heaven and God's throne contemptible. Say seas and mines are poor and miserable. Compared with your perfection that's correct. For transitory things you can perfect. If you should curse your slaves, you have the right. For you that's fine, successful source of light. The sun and moon you can call worthless things. And say that cypress trees are bent like springs. From non-existence and from harm you're free. To non-existence you grant strength to be. Shedding is known by those who cause to grow. Since those who tear know also how to sow. Each autumn he makes gardens disappear. Then causes glorious roses to grow here. Saying, "You'd withered, come back fresh and bright. Bloom beautifully and fill men with delight." Once the narcissus eye went blind, he then healed it, a broken reed he fixed again. We're not the maker but the objects made. Content though weak this is the way we've stayed. Saying, "Myself, myself," repeatedly. We'd all be demons if you should decree escape from demons due to this we find. You have redeemed our souls from being blind. You show the way to all who are alive. Without their sticks how can the blind survive? Whatever sweet or bitter, all but you. Burns humans up and is fire's essence too. Whoever's refuge and supports a flame. As Zoroastrians has become the same. For everything but God is foul and vain. God's grace is that cloud which pours down much rain. Resumption of the story about Ali and his leniency towards his own killer. Think of Ali and his vile murderer. The kindness he showed his inferior. He said, "I see my foe by day and night. But I nurse no bad feelings, nor feel spite. For, just like manna, death to me tastes sweet. Since resurrection's what I'm bound to meet. This deathless death is lawful for us now. Lack of provisions feeds us anyhow. Though it may look like death on the outside, there's life through which we will live on inside. As birth for foetuses seems like death too. Though in the world they are thus born anew. Because I yearn for death so eagerly. Don't cause yourself to perish speaks to me. We all know sweet fruits band, and we take heed. but to ban bitter fruit there is no need. This berry with sour skin and flesh you see, is banned for sourness and dishonesty. The fruit of death though tastes sweet once it's peeled, for me now there still living was revealed. Kill me, my trusty friends. I will live on. Eternal life awaits once I have gone. There's life in my death, so please understand. How long must I stay exiled in this land? If I were not in exile here today, we will return to God, why would he say? Returners go back to their home again, to unity from separation's pain. Ali's stirrup holder falls before him, saying, Commander of the faithful, kill me and release me from this fate. He said, Ali, please kill me straight away, so I won't live to see that awful day. Please shed my blood, it will be lawfully, so that the final hour my eyes won't see. Should every atom be a murderer, and aim their daggers at your jugular, they couldn't harm a hair or make you bleed, because that isn't what the Lord's decreed. So don't you grieve. I'll be your intercessor. Not body's bondsman, I'm the spirit's master. The body has no worth for me, it's clear. Without one I'm a noble chevalier. The killing sword sweet basil now instead. My death a banquet and Narcissus bed. The one who breaks his body in this way, desire for leadership can never sway, though he may strive for power outwardly. That's just to show how rulers ought to be, to breathe life into leadership anew, grow fresh fruit on the caliphate's tree too. In explanation of how the Prophet's efforts to conquer Mecca and other towns was not out of love for power, for he has said, the world is a carcass. Rather it was by God's command. The Prophet strove to conquer Mecca, though power was not his aim, still some don't know. He whose pure breast ignored the treasure chest of all the heavens when put to the test, when they were filled with treasure to the brim, and Houris and the spirits looked at him, having adorned themselves just for his sake, has no desire but God, make no mistake. God's glory filled him so much it was clear, even those close to God could not come near. No prophet can fit in that place, my friend, nor angels even try to comprehend. We're not distracted and we're not like carrion. He said, we're drunk with God and not his garden. The treasures of the heavens though he saw, the prophet judged it worthless just like straw. What then are Mecca, Syria, and Iraq, for him to covet and wish to attack? If you think this you must be sick indeed, comparing him with your own stupid greed. Put yellow glass up right in front of you, and everything will then look yellow too. To smash such colored lenses is a must, in order to distinguish man from dust. Dust rose behind his horse as that night sped. You thought the dust a man of God instead. Satan saw dust and said, things made of clay cannot be better than my fire, can they? If God's dear friends as evil you should see, that thought of yours is Satan's legacy. If you are not a child of Satan too, how did the dog's inheritance reach you? I'm no dog but God's lion heart instead. The cage of form God's lion heart has fled. The worldly lion seeks prey, loves to hoard. Death's freedom draws the lion of the Lord. 100 lives he sees in death his aim, becomes to burn moth-like within death's flame. Desire for death's a necklace for the best, while for the Jews it was a major test. O Jewish people, in the book God said, for the sincere there's gain in being dead, while profit can make men desire to kill. Desire for one's own death is better still. Let this desire be on your tongues now, Jews, and thus among men honor you won't lose. Not one Jew had the bravery to try and face Muhammad's challenge. This is why. He said, if they'd accepted this, then none would have continued to be Jews, not one. Instead they offered tax on properties, begging, don't put us all to shame now, please. This discourse looks like it can't reach its end. Give me your hand, since you have seen the friend. The commander of the faithful Ali says to his own foe, when you spat in my face my carnal soul was aroused and I lost the power to act sincerely, for God alone that was what prevented me from killing you. The leader of the faithful told his foe during that battle fought a while ago. When you spat in my face, myself was moved. I lost my temper though that's disapproved. Thus both God and my passions had their shares. But sharing's not allowed in God's affairs. You were created by the Lord's own hand. You're His, not made by me, please understand. Smash up forms made by God when He condones. Break the beloved's glass with just His stones. The Magian heard this, found light in his heart. His Magian girdle then he tore apart, saying, I sowed the seed of wrong, just now. I thought you would be different somehow. The balance of the nature of the one. You are the pivot all scales hang upon. You are my tribe and you're my origin. The light of my sex candle, and my kin. I'm the eye-seeking lamp's most humble slave. The one which to your lamp its radiance gave. The slave of that wave of the sea's light too. Which has just brought a gorgeous pearl to view. To witness your conversion is my dream. For like the great ones of the age you seem. Then nearly 50 of his family. Like lovers sought the faith of certainty. His clemency's sword had redeemed this way. So many souls in bodies made of clay. Sharper than iron's sword is mercy's blade. Much more successful than an army's raid. Alas, for those 2 mouthfuls Adam chose. The fervor hour of pure thought in this way froze. Wheat thus eclipsed his sun which had shone bright. Just like a full moon that's eclipsed at night. One fistful thus made grace from Adam's heart. Scatter just like the stars so far apart. When spiritual then food was beneficial. But when it was mere form it caused dismissal. Like the green thistles that the camels eat. And from it benefit as though it's wheat. But when they have all dried up and turned brown. The desert camels swallow them still down. They tear this camel's palate up, O Lord. A nourishing rose thus becomes a sword. When food was spiritual it then was green. But once mere form it turned stale, as we've seen. In the same way you were accustomed to pure, wholesome food a gracious soul like you. Now eats this ghastly dry stuff every day. Since spirit has become mixed with mere clay. Once mixed with clay it's dry and it cuts flesh. Abstain from it now, camel, it's not fresh. This speech flows earth-soiled, it has lost its force. The waters turbid block it at its source. God will transform it to a pure stream then. He made it dark, He'll make it clear again. Patience will bring fulfillment in the end. Have patience, God knows best what's right, my friend.